Good Sunday night, everyone. Going to go ahead and get this severe weather coverage started here as we have reached the 10 p.m. Central Time, 11 p.m. Eastern hour. We're going to get started a little early here considering this is going to be a long night and such, and probably going to be on here for a while. So go ahead, share this feed out with everybody, share this live video out, and let me know where you're watching from, all that stuff. Like I said, it's going to be a long night, so we're going to be here for a little while. So here's some information here. The strong to severe storms are approaching Interstate 65. There's a tornado warning in Florence, Alabama. That's the Florence Muscle Shoals area. There's a supercell that's been going ever since it was in eastern Mississippi. Now it should merge with the line in about 30 minutes to an hour or so. But if you know anybody down there in Florence and Muscle Shoals, make sure they are seeking shelter because there is a potential tornado moving in their direction. And if that cell holds together, I do think it will merge with the line. But if it were to hold together, this could be a problem for Lincoln County within about an hour to 2 hours roughly. So Fayetteville, this is definitely something to watch for you guys. So our westernmost communities out here west of the plateau towards Interstate 65, you definitely need to be on alert here because there are severe thunderstorm warnings and even a tornado warning that are heading in your direction. So I'm going to share this feed out here real quick to all my groups and such, and hope you guys do the same because we really want to make sure that we get as many eyeballs on here as much as possible, considering that this is going to be a long night and overnight. We're hopeful for weakening. That's the thing. We're hoping for that, but at the same time, we need everybody to be aware just in case that were to change, and as always, that can change. So that's why we just need to make sure everybody's aware. So I'm going to real quick put this out. And I'm also live on my YouTube channel, which is Chase Bryant Weather. So if you want to watch over there, I'm also live over there on my YouTube channel against the same name as my Facebook page. So again, Chase Bryant Weather for the YouTube side and also here on Facebook. And while I'm getting this set up too, I'm also going to go on my group and put this on my group as well. There we go. All right, so this is the current situation here now that I got all that situated. Here is the main line out here moving across the east of Clarksville now. So if you happen to be watching from Clarksville, you're in the clear now. And this is moving towards Nashville. So this will be in Nashville within the next hour. So right now, it's a severe thunderstorm for wind and some hail. There has been a little bit of weak rotation in the aloft and the Dixon area being seen on radar, but that has broadened out a little bit as of recent as it's merging with the line. So right now for Nashville, it appears that the main threat there is going to be for damaging wind and possibly some hail. And then Columbia, Tennessee, I'm watching this cell as well because this one's actually been rotating too broadly. And you can see it right here. This is some broad rotation showing up near Columbia, Tennessee. So if you know anybody out there, there's no formal tornado warning on it, but there is a severe thunderstorm warning. It has a tornado possible tag to it. And you definitely need to take that seriously because if that were to also hold together, that's going to be in Murfreesboro and points north and east from there within the next hour or two. So those are some heads up in those areas as well. So again, this line of severe storms is quickly moving to the east. We're getting speeds here of approximately 60 miles an hour. Most of the movements here about west to east here at 60 miles an hour. Some deviate a little bit as little as 50 to 55, but most of the speeds here are moving east at 60. Quick reminder also, all of us, pretty much about all of us, except for Athens and Chatsworth, Calhoun, and Somerville, you guys are not in a watch yet, but you probably will be under some kind of watch here a little later tonight. But for the majority of us, the majority of you watching, we are in a tornado watch until 3 a.m. Central Time, 4 a.m. Eastern Time. So, as said, we got a long way to go here. So that's just something to take note of. So the tornado watch is in effect through early tomorrow morning before sunrise. And the main threat for our area, and I've been saying this here earlier this evening with the last live, The main severe threat for our area will be between midnight and 4 a.m. So if we get severe thunderstorm warnings or any tornado warnings, that will be the peak time between midnight, 4 a.m. Central, 1 a.m., 5 a.m. Eastern. So that's just kind of a bit of an overview there on that side of things. So again, let me put on the composite here, and you can actually see all the thunderstorms here. Again, this yellow area that you see on the map, this is the tornado watch zone. It's still in effect out here in West Tennessee and towards Mississippi technically, but unfortunately there's like a glitch or something there, so that's why it's not showing up. But this over here is, so there's your tornado watch, and I'll tell you which counties are included locally. So in Alabama locally, that includes Marshall, Jackson, and DeKalb counties. In northwest Georgia, in our area, that includes Dade, Walker, Catoosa, and Whitfield. In Tennessee, locally, this includes Bradley, Hamilton, Marion, Franklin, Moore, Lincoln, Coffee, Cannon, Warren, Grundy, Squatchy, Van Buren, DeKalb, White, Cumberland, Bledsoe, Ray, and Meigs. So those are all the counties on the Tennessee side under that tornado watch. Again, that's going to go in effect here through the next 5 hours until 3 a.m. Now, I'm also looking here behind the scenes as well on radar and looking over models and such, and I can read you off some time of arrivals here, at least some estimated times of arrivals. Now, that tornado warning storm, real quick, for the Florence, Alabama area, in case you have friends or relatives out there, that is a radar-indicated rotation. It's located in the Cherokee area, and the movement of that is northeast at 45 miles an hour, and this will be near Florence at 10:15, and also areas around Pride Landing, and also the Muscle Shoals, Tuscumbia, Sheffield areas. So that's in case you may have some friends or family in the Florence, Alabama area. So let me tell you here some estimated times here. For the central time zone, again, that's areas west of Chattanooga here, so think the Squatchy Valley, northeast Alabama, eastern middle Tennessee. So basically, if you draw a line, and I'll draw a line here and show you where that is. It may look a little small here on this map, but I'll make it work. So again, west of that line, so west of that white line, your storm timing is going to be mainly between 11 and 3 a.m. In the eastern time zone over here, so think Trenton, Chattanooga, Saudi, Dayton, Decatur, Cleveland, Ringgold, Fort Ove, Lafayette, Dalton, Chatsworth, Calhoun, Somerville, Blue Ridge, Polk County, Monroe County. Your main time frame is going to be between roughly 2 and 6 a.m. So that's for the eastern time counties. So I'll write it over here. So that's 2 to 6 ET. And out here, basically 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. So that's pretty much the time frame there. So central time zone, 11 to 3 between that time. Eastern time zone to the east between 2 and 6. So there's your times of arrival estimated. And we will do, and I will, as these storms do get closer, I will put on some actual tracks on the other source here, which is what I call Pathfinder, which technically is Radar Omega, but I have a different name for it. But for the storm track part, so as we get closer to time, I will have that on there just for reference and stuff when it comes to timing once we get a little bit closer. So let's actually go in and investigate some of these thunderstorms here, and we'll start out with this supercell that's still ongoing, is still healthy. And I just got in a tornado warning for Murray County, Tennessee. That's Columbia, so I'll get to that in just a second. Here's the cell approaching Florence in Lauderdale County, Alabama. It's still got a decent mesocyclone in it, but if you look closely to the west, it's about to get eaten up here by this line. So this one's about to merge with this line. Now, who knows what could happen? It may produce a tornado. It may not. So that's just something we'll have to wait and see as that line gets to the east. But again, if you know anybody in Florence and the Shoals, make sure they're seeking shelter. Now, we have a tornado warning that's been issued for the Columbia area and also the Franklin, Tennessee area of Williamson County. So this is about 30 minutes to 40 minutes south of Nashville. If you know anybody up in here, they need to be seeking shelter because there's a tornado warning in effect through the next hour. And let me find that information on here on the map for you. This goes in effect till 11 p.m. Central. At 10:11, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Columbia. It's moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. It's a tornado hazard. It's radar indicated. This dangerous storm will be near Columbia around 10:15, 10:20 for Spring Hill, Thompson Station around 10:30, and Nolensville around 10:50. So that'll be approaching areas just west of Murfreesboro and just south of Davidson County within the next hour. And it's got a pretty stout rotation to it. I mean, we'll check and see if it's got any debris. So far, no, thankfully, but that is definitely a strong rotation, just indicated by velocity here. So in case I said, if you have any friends out or relatives out in here from Columbia, Spring Hill, into Franklin, Tennessee, make sure they are seeking shelter. Again, that's for Murray and Williamson counties. And again, that warning is going to go in effect until 11 o'clock for those areas. Again, nobody else at this time has warnings in effect. But the reason why I'm on here early is because these storms are getting closer, and they are going to be moving in from the west here over the next several hours. Again, it's going to take its time getting here, but they will be fast movers once it starts speeding up. So that's just something I want you to know. So again, this is and I'll put on the overview again here because look at all these warnings here. In fact, I'll take this watch box off just so you can see all the warnings. And there they are. So these orange polygons you see on this map, those are the severe thunderstorm warnings, and they pretty much cover the whole entire line. So I do believe as this line gets closer to the tri-state, there's a pretty good chance, the way things are looking, that most of you watching will probably get put under at least a severe thunderstorm warning for the wind. Wind gusts so far have been in the 50 to 60 mile an hour range in most areas, but there have been some pockets that have gotten up to 70. Again, those localized pockets have gotten up to 70, but mostly it's been 50 to 60. Damage has been mostly wind damage out to the west, but so far it hasn't been anything extreme as far as I know, so that's a good sign there. But these storms are still very healthy, they're intense, and they are in an environment that can let them continue to be able to stay strong to severe, and produce damaging winds and perhaps a spin-up tornado or two. So while the higher chance of a tornado is west, granted it's still low, we still need to stay on guard because we have that tornado watch in effect, and it's not impossible to get a quick spin-up or two as this line pushes off to the east. But I'll tell you this, and I've been saying this for the last few days, the main threat for most of our area is going to be damaging winds. It's just that these cells that are trying to run out ahead, just ahead of the line, these are the ones you got to watch here, and also as they merge with the line too, where you can get tornadic activity. And again, this line goes all the way down into Mississippi and Louisiana and all the way up into the Ohio Valley. So it goes a very long ways, and that means there's multiple states being affected by severe weather here tonight. And will be tomorrow too. Tomorrow it's going to be for the East Coast, but tonight into early tomorrow morning it's going to be our turn. Again, checking on this supercell here over the Columbia area that's broken itself up from the line. Still got some strong indications of rotation there, and I'll see what that little couplet's got. Showing a wind of 85, so that's definitely some very intense wind. And that's moving up towards Spring Hill. And then if that holds together, it's going to probably pass somewhere between Franklin and Murfreesboro. So if you know anybody at MTSU, give them a heads up. Give them a call. Give them a text. Say, hey, you might have a possible tornado heading your way within the next hour with the potential for damaging winds, and just let them know over there at MTSU that they need to be on guard. Again, thankfully so far I haven't seen any indications of any tornadic debris being lofted. If you were to see tornadic debris in any of these thunderstorms on radar, it would show up as like a small green, yellow, blue circle. It'd be round, it'd be small and round. So that's what a debris signature would look like. So hopefully we don't get to that point, but it's just something we got to watch. Good thing is that tornado warning down there in Florence, Alabama has been allowed to expire. So that's good. It hasn't been reissued, and so that's a good sign. As I said, that rotation's weakening a little bit as that line gets closer to overtaking it. And again, right now to the south here, this radar is not doing a great job down further south, but as far as picking it out. But when I put on the composite loop, you can see how this whole line stretches. And again, as this continues to move to the east, it will continue to it will continue to be strong, and there will be the potential for damaging winds. And as I said, I do anticipate a lot of counties at least getting severe thunderstorm warnings, and perhaps a few getting tornado warnings. That can't be rolled out tonight as this moves off from west to east across the region. So basically between now and roughly midnight, this is going to be for areas along the Interstate 65 corridor. And then after that, it's our turn, especially for midnight, between midnight and 4 a.m. Central and 1 and 5 a.m. Eastern. That's going to be our time to have these severe storms, our peak time, that is. So, again, like I say, tornado threat's low for us, but it's not zero. I want to emphasize that. I mean, it's not zero, but when you have a line as healthy as this is, and I mean, it's a pretty healthy line that goes from basically east of Dixon. Let me get that off there real quick. I'll redraw that on here. So it runs from pretty much east of Dixon all the way down through Centerville, Hohenwald, approaching Lawrenceburg, moving out of Waynesboro. This right here, you can kind of see where it bows. And when you have bowing structures like what you see here, that's an indication of damaging wind. Not really so much tornadic, but this is definitely a strong indication of what you call those bowing segments that produce those straight line winds, the downburst winds that you get most of the time in severe thunderstorms. So that's just something that we'll have to keep an eye out on here over the next little bit as everything moves from west to east. So again, let's check on this cell here. This is the only tornado warning in the whole state right now. This is in the region as well, at least at the moment. Again, this is for Columbia and the Franklin, Tennessee, so that's Murray and Williamson counties. Again, I'm checking that debris center because that rotation is still pretty wound up. And so far, thankfully, it still continues to show signs of at least not touching down, at least right now. So what I'm going to do here is, now that we're getting a little bit closer to these thunderstorms moving in, at least to our western areas, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put this on a loop, and I'm actually going to track, and we're going to put some tracks here so that way we can get some early heads ups here. Again, this one's moving northeast at 50, and this is moving, so these down here are moving northeast at 50. So I'm going to put on some tracks and estimate it. So let's zoom in just a little so we get more communities. So we'll track the line from here and slide that to the east at 50 miles an hour. I don't know why it keeps jumping, but don't know why it's not doing that. But for some reason this track thing does not want to work. It's not wanting to budge on me. I'll get it to work. Well, I'll have to hold off on that for now because it's not working on here. So let me try this. I bet I can get it to work here. I'll try it on here real quick. Don't know how far out this will go, but let me do that here. Stop. Yeah, for some reason it's jumping on me here. Hold on a second. There we go. There it goes. So we will track that east. Again, let me make sure that speed's right. Yes, so there we go. So this will be in Ardmore within about an hour to an hour and a quarter. About an hour and a half for Fayetteville. So look at the time down there. That's 10:22. So it'll probably be there just before midnight. Winchester, this will be in your area. So Lynchburg, Winchester within the next hour and a half to 2 hours. And then about a little over 2 hours for Manchester and also Stevenson. So that's going to be for this. So thankfully I got it working on here. thank goodness on that, even though it doesn't show the exact times. But at least it gives you kind of at least of a general idea that within the next 1 to 2 hours, this is going to be the zone out here across southern Middle Tennessee and northern Alabama here that's going to be in line to see this. Also, the Huntsville area will probably see this as well within about an hour and a half in case you have interest there. So this is going to be a west to east moving line, kind of a bit of a southwest to northeast movement, and they're issuing more warnings down west of Birmingham. But most of these thunderstorms, and I'll put it into motion again here for you to show you the overall movement once this loads. There we go. Notice the motion is kind of an east-northeast kind of movement. So you've kind of seen where all the warnings have been all along there, and that's where this is moving. Again, I do anticipate also that this cell here that has the tornado warning near Columbia and Spring Hill, I'm betting this line will eventually meet up with this and merge and become one line as that gets closer to Murfreesboro. So we'll have to watch that carefully, because if that were to hold together, this could be a problem for Smithville, could be a problem for Woodbury, perhaps Sparta or Cookeville down the line. And then you got to look down in here, because when all this takes place, this could be an issue for places like Shelbyville, over towards Manchester, Tullahoma, McMinnville, all within the next 2 to 3 hours roughly, as all this merging takes place here along the I-65 and I-24 corridors here in Middle Tennessee. So that's the way it's looking there at this time. And again, I'm going to have to double check here and give this a track, see if it'll work on this one, because I know some of you may have some friends and family, especially at places like Vandy and MTSU. And also, real quick, I want to note that Nashville has been included in a severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. Hail's pretty small, though. Shouldn't be big. But the main thing with that is 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And if you notice at the very top, it does have a tornado possible tag on it. So if you know anybody in Nashville that's at Vandy or wherever, just make sure that they're aware of that damaging thunderstorms are moving in. And then heads up for MTSU and Murfreesboro. This is going to be in your neighborhood within the next hour or two. Again, that cell, this tornado warning cell, is moving northeast at 50. So let's put a path length on that. Make sure my speed's right. There we go. So that's moving northeast at 50. And I'm going to have to zoom in a little closer here to get that on there. There we go. So we'll move that northeast from Spring Hill, and we'll get where locations enter in the map of that. So Spring Hill pretty much right now, and then Thompson Station about 10:30, Nolensville 10:50, Laverne around 11, Smyrna at 11, Gladeville at 11:12. That's from this, as that moves north and east. So, and also another severe thunderstorm warning's been issued. This is going to be for Giles and Murray. So these severe thunderstorms are knocking on our doorstep as that moves from west to east. So this is definitely a big heads up for our westernmost areas. So basically from Fayetteville up through about Murfreesboro, these severe storms are enclosing in on you here very quickly. And they're moving fast. I mean, they're moving at about 50 to 60 miles an hour. So I said average speed right now is actually down to about 50, but overall the line's been moving at about 50 to 60. And I'll check and see what this one warning has. This also has 70-mile-an-hour wind. This is for radar indicated wind, and that's going to be moving east at 55. So I said these are varying a little bit, but for the most part, it's 50 to 60 as far as the forward motion, and that's also been most of the wind gusts. Again, there's localized pockets though within this line that are producing some higher gusts up to 70 miles an hour, which is why the warnings are for that out in here that have that considerable tag. And that's something you're going to notice tonight, is that when there's an indication by Doppler radar of a 70-mile-an-hour wind gust potentially, the severe thunderstorm warning will be tagged with a considerable tag, which means considerable damage to trees, power outages. That's what that means. So hopefully it doesn't get to a destructive point, which is 80 miles an hour, but so far it hasn't done that. But so far they've been hovering around that 50 to 70 mile per hour range as expected. So these thunderstorms are actually doing as expected when it comes to the wind side of things. And tornado threats remained isolated, but again, a lot of these storms along this leading edge, they have been showing some signs of some weak to broad rotation, and that's why the risk of a tornado is not zero. Because again, like this cell right here over Spring Hill, moving towards areas west of Murfreesboro and just east and near Franklin, Tennessee, those like that can pop up very quickly in that quick spin up variety. Now technically that's a supercell, but that line is getting ready to overtake it here probably within the next hour or so as it moves to the north and east. So that's just something to take note of there as that moves from west to east across the mid-state. And I do want to also check real quick here on these other warnings. Let me X out of that real quick since I'm not using that. And let's check and see here. I haven't had a chance to check at this just yet. Let's look here at the rotation detector, the rotation track. And as you see here, this little bit of yellow right here, that's indicating some at least low-level rotation, at least a low amount of rotation, I should say, over the Spring Hill, Thompson Station area, and that's moving up into Nolensville and Franklin and west of Murfreesboro by about 20-30 miles. So if you know anybody that happens to be traveling along Interstate 65, basically from, we'll say, the Alabama state line all the way up through Nashville, tell them to get off the road, find the nearest exit, wait it out, and let this line get by. It should be out by midnight. At least should be out of the I-65 corridor by midnight. But I also want to give a heads up for those of you that or know anybody that's planning on traveling on Interstate 24 north and west or trying to come back from the mid-state. I would not go past Manchester right now. Okay? I would stop at Manchester because that's the community that's farthest out. By the time you would get to Murfreesboro, these storms would be over Murfreesboro. So if you know anybody that's trying to get up towards Nashville or coming back from there, I mean, you're fine coming back from there right now, but going up there, stop about halfway there and wait this line out. I mean, it'll take a couple of hours, but you'll be back and good to go, hopefully, as long as there's not any damage or anything once this gets through. Because we really don't want anybody on the road, especially when you have these severe thunderstorm warnings with the damaging winds, and you also have the tornado threat as well with this. So we really don't need anybody to be out there on the road. So again, really, I don't advise any travel along I-65 between Columbia and Franklin especially. In Nashville area, don't go there. Let's wait this out, let this line get passed, and all that. So let me see here. Make sure I'm not missing anything. So far, no, at least on storm reports or anything, so that's good. So let's check and see if this velocity couplet's changed any. And it has come down a little bit in intensity, so that's a good sign. Still, I'm telling you though, these bright blues you see on here, that's an indication of some very strong wind. Again, there's a 78 gust it's showing right there near Interstate 65 and 396 there, and moving towards the duplex community. So that's a pretty strong wind gust in there. Again, that's likely above the surface, but down at the surface, that's probably about 60 to 70 there at the surface, at least for wind gusts. So that's heading up towards 840 and Eagleville, if that holds together. So Eagleville, Nolensville. Looks like this is going to miss Franklin the way it's looking. At least the rotating part's going to miss Franklin. So for downtown Franklin, I would give the all clear up that way. But Nashville's about to get pounded pretty good with some damaging wind. And these wind queries up in here, let's check this out. It's not rotating wind, but again, 60 to 70 is pretty much rolled. There's a 71 right there when you average that, when you round that up. So yeah, moving right up towards John C. Toon Airport, and it's getting ready to move into downtown Nashville here within the next 20 minutes. So 10 to 20 minutes for those down there in downtown and surrounding areas. So heads up in Metro Nashville, Davidson County, you're under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning through the next 42 minutes until 11:15 for damaging winds, 60 to 70 miles an hour. Gusts, that is. A lot of lightning, torrential downpours. some hail being indicated, but it's not very large. So that's the good thing. And you cannot rule out, because if you look closely, you can kind of see some bulges here trying to stick out here, some little kinks here. That can also be an indication of some little bit of rotation that may be trying to form along that leading edge. So definitely stay on guard up there in the Nashville metropolitan area for at least the next 30 minutes to roughly an hour. And then down here to the south, checking on these storms moving into Alabama from Mississippi. Very intense still. It's a little bit of hail, as I said, not very big, but some small hail being indicated, moving into the shoals. And then down here to the south, and there's been a new tornado warning up in that area, but also down into eastern Mississippi. And again, the reason why I point these out is because of the direction they're heading in. And they're all heading to the east. So they're all moving in our direction. So all this you see out here to the west is heading in our direction. So let me put that on the composite loop so you can see that. So again, that's where it's all going. All heading east in our direction. So this part down in here, so what you see, I'm going to have to redraw this here again. Accidentally cleared that. So what you see here, moving into northwest Alabama, this is going to move up and affect parts of southern Tennessee, northwest Georgia, and northeast Alabama here within the next few hours. So that's this zone right in here. It does appear with this part at the moment that the main threat is going to be wind damage, mainly 50 to 60 mile an hour gusts. An isolated gust up to 70 can't be ruled out, but it looks like down in here 50 to 60 is the rule as that moves north and east. Again, between roughly between midnight and 4 a.m., got to watch out here across northeast Alabama, southern Tennessee, northwest Georgia. This is the part that's heading in most areas here. Up in here, all this mess you see out here, including that tornado warned storm towards Murfreesboro and south of Nashville, this is going to affect our northern tier. So areas closer to Interstate 40. So this down in here will affect places, let's say, like McMinnville, down to about Shelbyville, Murfreesboro, Smithville, Woodbury, Spencer, perhaps Pikeville, Crossville, Cookville, Lebanon, Sparta, those areas here, all those areas basically, Mount Juliet. That's where this is going. So pretty much for the most part, as you see, this right here is heading in this direction and will affect this area roughly. Let me move. I'll have to move this down just a little bit. There we go. So this is what you see out here towards the shoals and the Mississippi-Alabama line is going to mostly affect these areas. And then this line up in here is going to affect these areas. I know it's a lot on here, but that's pretty much the zones that are going to be impacted by this line as it moves to the east. So I figured I'd let y'all know what part of the line is going to likely affect who, and the other part is going to affect who, just to kind of separate this, because it's one line, but there are different parts that are going to affect certain areas. All have the same wind damage threat from straight line wind and possibly a spin up tornado. But as far as damaging wind concerned, it's coming in like different parts along this line. So I'm showing you which part of the line is going to affect who, which part of the line is going to affect who. Figured I would separate that a little bit. Not the best drawing, but at least it's a decent idea. And again, there's that line continuing to move off to the east, and all these cells that you saw down here earlier around Columbia and Lawrenceburg, that's all merging. This supercell has lost its rotation, I believe, and I can tell it has. There's still a little bit of a signature there, but it's also about to meet up with that gust front, so that should merge that storm with that line as it moves into the Murfreesboro area. And then Nashville area, you're getting the damaging wind up that way. Again, 60 to 70 mile an hour winds in a straight line, west to east wind. It's going to probably topple trees. It may cause power outages. Again, there could be some hail. There is some hail being indicated there to the north, but not very big though. And then there's still, and I'll check out this one again. This has been that one little supercell. It's about to merge with the line, but this is north and east of Florence and heading towards Loretto, Tennessee, and up towards Pulaski. But it's about to merge with the line, so its life cycle is about to be brief here. I mean, it's not going to last very long, but but it said the gust front's catching up to it as we speak. So at least that supercell will be non-existent here, and this one's going to be too here, probably in about an hour. So, as I said, this is going to be a linear event. This is going to be mostly for our area, again, a linear event, a squall line, basically. Again, the main threat's going to be damaging wind, a lot of lightning, heavy torrential downpours, maybe some small hail in some areas, but I don't think the hail is going to be a big concern with this. I think the hail is going to be a low-end deal. And tornado threat's still low, but with the tornado watch in effect especially, it can't be ignored because there could be an isolated spin-up. And I say isolated because it's not going to affect everybody. The majority of you watching, there's a good chance the majority of you watching, a good probability that you will not get a tornado. That's how isolated this risk is. Just saying, isolated and low end. Don't let your guard down, but I'm just saying the odds, the chances, at least the odds of your exact location getting a tornado on most severe weather days is very low, but you got to always prepare in case you do get hit by one. That's why there's a tornado watch in place, because there's a possibility that your city, your county could get a tornado. It doesn't guarantee that you get one, but there's a possibility of that, even though it's technically a low-end risk. Remember, a 5% tornado risk and a 4 out of 10 on a Torcon are actually low. They're under 50%. But that does show you that there's at least a small chance of an isolated spin-up somewhere within 25, 50 miles of you. So, but as I said, wind is the main threat here. Damaging wind is the main threat as this line comes together. So as this line continues to form, sort of coalesce in a way, that's going to be where the main threat comes from. It's going to be damaging wind from the main line. Again, gusts will be in the 50 to 60 mile an hour range in most places. Some spots may get up to 70 in a few locations. There's always that chance somebody ends up overperforming and gets a higher gust. But again, the atmosphere is unstable. It is favorable for these storms to continue to stay strong. There is a slight possibility that this may lose its strength a little bit as it moves east, just a little. But the strong wind threat is going to remain high because of the wind energy we have in the atmosphere as this line moves in our direction. So that's just something I want you to be aware of here, but especially between midnight and 4 a.m. Central, 1 a.m., 5 a.m. Eastern Time. That's something I want you to be aware of more than anything, is the potential for strong wind gusts and perhaps even a little bit of maybe an isolated tornado too. But again, it's not zero. I just want you to be aware of that. So again, we'll probably get some warnings, I'd say, here pretty soon, some severe thunderstorm warning extensions. I'm betting that they will probably include probably Bedford County, Rutherford, Marshall, areas that have not, Marshall, Tennessee, that is. Those counties have not been added in the warnings yet, but I'm betting they'll be under a severe thunderstorm warning here very soon because of the speed of the line. And again, you can't rule out the possibility of a small spin up here as that moves from west to east. You can never rule that out. So that's just something we'll have to monitor here over the next little bit as this crosses over Interstate 65. So again, Nashville's pretty much, it's almost on downtown's doorstep, so that squall line's about to go right into downtown. Again, some very heavy wind there, 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. Could be some small hail, heavy downpours, frequent lightning, all that. But again, you can't rule out a spin up tornado there either, even though it's low. Excuse me, as I'm drinking some water here. Now, I do want to remind you of this outlook here. I know, because here now we're going into the nowcasting kind of thing. I know we're going into nowcasting, but this is the risk zone. As you see here, most of us are in this zone, which is the enhanced risk. So as you see right there in the orange, the yellow to the east towards the Knoxville area, Blue Ridge Mountains, that's the slight risk, because as this moves towards the Blue Ridge Mountains, it should start losing some of its, momentum and such as it moves to the east. It should. It doesn't guarantee that it will, but it should begin as it gets over those mountains to the east. It should begin to weaken some. But again, everybody still, regardless, no matter where you are, everybody still has a damaging wind threat. That's something to keep in mind. Everybody's got that risk. Everybody's going to get heavy downpours. You're going to get lightning. So no matter what kind of warning, advisory that you get, it's going to be a loud overnight. It's going to be a messy and loud overnight. You're definitely going to hear these thunderstorms moving overhead. And it may wake you up. Just from the lightning and the downpours, that stuff will wake you up. This is going to be a pretty strong cold front. And we just got in a new severe thunderstorm warning, so I got to get back to radar here. This actually does include a small part of our area. This includes the Taft area of Lincoln County, Tennessee, with a tornado possible tag on it. So now we actually have one county in our area now that's been added to a severe thunderstorm warning. It's a very small sliver, but this goes into effect here until 11:45. So this includes the northwestern suburbs of Huntsville, like Harvest and Tony. It includes all of Limestone County. It includes the Shoals. It includes Decatur, Alabama. And that's going to go into effect here until 11:45. So just think here at 11:45, where this is at that point, it's going to be basically more likely crossing the US 231, 431 corridor, and also the I-65 corridor in that area too. So, as I said, by that point, it should be getting into our immediate coverage area by that time. But again, that's the reason why I'm on here early, is because I want to, help guide you through the night here, and we can give some early heads ups here as this moves off to the east. So what I'm going to try to do here on this, we're going to give it another attempt. Hopefully my mouse doesn't do anything funky here. Has a tendency to do that sometimes. I'll double check the speed to make sure that's right. I'm moving east at 45, so I think there's some sense in putting it at 50. So yeah, let's put that at 50 miles an hour. And again, I'll zoom in here to get you some more communities, because this is moving in our direction. So let me try and see if it'll let me. And there we go. It's working now. Thank goodness. And we're going to get it all the way out here. So if this holds together, this is going to be in Ardmore around 11:24, Taft around 11:33, Fayetteville and Park City around 11:45, Flintville around 11:54, Lynchburg at about midnight, Huntland around 12:04. Again, these are estimated times, so give or take a few minutes in either direction. Tullahoma around 12:13, around 12:16 in Estill Springs and Winchester, 12:27 for Sherwood, around 12:29, 12:30 in Swanee and Hillsboro, Pelham around 12:33, Viola around 12:41, Tracy City and South Pittsburgh around 12:42, Altamont around 12:46, Jasper around 12:47, Little Squatchy around 12:50, 12:52 for Grootley Logger, Griffith Creek, Whitwell, and Whiteside around 12:55 to 12:56, 107 for Dunlap, and then 109 for Fairmount. That's in the east, so that'd be 2:09 Eastern time. And then out here to the east, Chattanooga downtown around 2:09, and about 2:10 in Red Bank. So that's for this right back in here. So all these points you see on here are estimated times of arrival, and you can kind of get a general idea here as to what to expect. So expect this to enter the western, well, shall I say the Lincoln County area, more than likely around 12:30. Around 11:30, that is. So this should be entering the western end of Lincoln County around 11:30, and then moving towards Thames Ford Lake by midnight or just after, and then moving into the Squatchy Valley, likely between midnight and 2, roughly, give or take 30 minutes or so in either way. And in the Chattanooga metro area, again, around that same time frame I've been talking about, between about 2 and 4 a.m. roughly. So that's for this line segment here to the south. So I figured I'd do a long-range track on that as I finally got this to work, just to give some heads up here. And again, that time goes all the way out to about 2.5 hours. So within the next 2.5 hours, this is the territory that this will likely cover, at least half of this territory at minimum, as it moves off to the east here. So as I said, we got a long ways to go here. I mean, we're just getting in on the thunderstorms and all that here to the west. So, and it's about the time as I anticipated this line moving into the I-65 corridor and points east. And the good thing here is that tornado warning that was in effect for Williamson County and also Murray, that's been allowed to expire. So if you're up there by Murfreesboro or Franklin or Columbia that were concerned about that storm or had to seek shelter, you don't have to anymore for the moment. That tornado warning has been canceled. It's been allowed to expire, basically. So that's good news. Some great news, actually. So we'll have to keep an eye on that cell to the south and west, because this one's also trying to spin, but so far it's remained mainly damaging wind as that moves into Marshall County, Tennessee here very soon. So Lewisburg is going to be getting in on this next. And there's now a tornado warning. Well, I should have never spoken. There's a tornado warning now for Davidson County, so that does include part of Nashville, mostly north of downtown. It includes Mount Juliet, Goodlettsville, and Lebanon. So if you got any friends or family up in here, make sure they're seeking shelter, because there is some evidence of a possible tornado. That's a nasty signature, too, moving into Madison. And that could be a possible tornado. It's hard to tell because we're so close to the radar here, so there's a lot of range folding there. But there's definitely some evidence of some strong circulation moving into the Madison area of Davidson County, and it's going to move up into Hendersonville very soon. So if you know anybody up in Hendersonville or Mount Juliet or Gallatin, make sure they are seeking shelter. There's a tornado warning in effect. Let me get a time frame on that. That goes in effect until 11:30. So we expired one tornado warning, and unfortunately one strengthened back up. So we got this one up here. Good. As far as locally is concerned, this will stay north of us. So this will stay north of 40. But if you know anybody up in here in the upper Cumberland, especially north of Cookeville, you definitely want to give them a heads up, because this is what's heading their way within the next couple of hours if it holds together. So I point that. So again, I know a lot of you may have friends or family in Metro Nashville and in other places. So that's what I'm keeping in consideration here as this line moves off to the east. Again, I'm going to look and see if I can find any additional reports here behind the scenes here real fast. Again, if I do pause a little bit every now and then, that's usually when I'm getting some water and things. All right, got a new mesoscale discussion here from the SPC. Tornado risk, it was increasing areas west of I-65, so that was with when those supercells were going across. So thankfully that's lowered a little bit, at least for northwest Alabama for the time being. So that was the latest I could find on that. So let me look and see if there's been any tree damage or anything like that. And so far it's been very limited. That's the good sign. There's been some hail reports. There's been some wind reports. There was a brief tornado southeast of Little Rock that briefly touched down in a open area. It said here, didn't hear of any damage. A lot of wind damage reports west of the Mississippi River. They're along and west of the river, so basically Memphis and west. There's been looks like a lot of tree damage and all that. So these storms are definitely nothing to mess around with. Just reading through some of these, I mean, these are definitely nothing to mess around with, especially when it comes to straight line wind. I mean, that stuff will knock down trees. It will knock out power. It can knock out power. You definitely, especially at nighttime, you do not want to mess with these thunderstorms. They are certainly very potent, that's for sure, especially with the winds. Definitely nothing to mess around with. And again, even out ahead of this, if you want to know how, especially how tall and elevated these thunderstorms are, up here to the north, up there along Interstate 40, where that tornado warning is in northeast Metro Nashville, notice the lightning striking out ahead of that. That's another indication of a very strong storm. When you have lightning that's striking that far out ahead, that's another indication that these storms are very intense. I mean, these two strikes have happened where it's not even raining. Like around Auburntown there north of Woodbury, it's showing that on there at least a minute ago, unless that was a glitch. But still, when you have lightning striking that far ahead, that just tells you how strong and powerful these thunderstorms are. Again, every one of these, what I'll do is I'll switch to a different radar and I'll just show you all the warnings. Again, we'll just take the radar off and show you all the different warnings. And notice we got two tornado warnings working, at least regionally. There's the one moving into Hendersonville, east of downtown Nashville, and here's one moving out of that's about to expire. It's about to move into Lawrence and Giles counties, but looks like that circulation is not as strong as it was earlier, and that's merging with the line. But the majority of this line, as you see, is all in orange. And this orange you see on here are all severe thunderstorm warnings. And the only county locally that's in a severe thunderstorm warning is Lincoln County, but it's only for the Ardmore and Taft areas of the county for right now. That will probably change, though, within the next 30 minutes or so. So get ready in Fayetteville. It's heading in your direction. But all on this line, and you can see how far along this goes. I mean, this goes from pretty much the Gulf Coast all the way up the I-65 corridor and I-71 into the Ohio Valley. So, as I said, it's affecting millions of people, a large amount of territory, and it's only going to continue heading off to the east and remaining at its strength. I mean, the line's going to probably be pretty healthy for a while and produce at least damaging wind gusts. And I do want to note here, and you'll see this, most of these severe thunderstorm warnings up in here do have that tornado possible tag on it. So most of the warnings you see that are heading in our direction do have that special tag that does have tornado possible on it. It's not a tornado warning, but what the NWS is saying in these warnings is that you can't rule out a spin up that can occur along the leading edge. And plus, with the tornado watch being in effect, that's really a way of saying, hey, this is a severe thunderstorm warning, but you can also get a quick spin up that can occur along the leading edge of a line or in a cell that somehow manages to form ahead of it. So that's just this tornado possible tag is really on these severe thunderstorm warnings. It's just really kind of a bit of a, I guess you can say, a precautionary thing in case, a rotation intensifies and the warning has to be upgraded, so that way no one is caught by surprise. So again, central time zone counties, again, you'll be looking at this, as I said here, between midnight and 3 a.m. for the central time zone communities. Eastern time zones, I think Chattanooga, east, northeast, and south into North Georgia, you'll be looking at this between about 2 and 6. So that's some estimated times of arrival there for the Eastern time zone, Central time zone. And I divide that out, the differences there, just so that way, both time zones have their representation and have their own separate section there. So that way it doesn't get cluttered. That way I'm not putting too many counties into one or trying to merge them all, into one pile. And it looks like we got a new severe thunderstorm warning, and that's for Rutherford and Wilson County, so that's Murfreesboro up to Lebanon. And that warning is going to go into effect for the next 30 minutes until 11:30. So as I said, these warnings are continuing to slide east. Ever so slightly, they are beginning to slide more and more east, so they will start affecting our counties here very soon in areas where, it's not hit yet. So what I'm going to do here, since we don't have anything happening locally, we now have a new tornado warning, and this is interesting. This is it looked like it was weakening, but it appears to be intensifying. This is a new tornado warning for Giles County and Lawrence County. So this would be south of Lawrenceburg, and this would include Pulaski. So if you know anybody in the Pulaski area, make sure they are seeking shelter because they have a tornado warning. So got to hold off here on the questions for just a minute. This is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 7 miles northeast of Lexington or 14 miles south of Lawrenceburg. It's moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. This dangerous storm will be near Pulaski around 11:10. So this also includes Frankwing, Minor Hill, Elkton, and Good Spring. So if you know anybody in the Pulaski area, if you know anybody up towards Mount Juliet, in Lebanon, and up towards Gallatin and Hendersonville and Metro Nashville, make sure the people you know in those areas are seeking shelter because they're under tornado warnings. So again, that's a new tornado warning for mostly Giles County in Tennessee. So again, heads up for those that live in Lincoln County because that's heading in your direction if it holds together. So be in your neighborhood probably within the next 30 minutes to 40 minutes. So we got to watch that carefully. And it's for this circulation here. You can kind of see, it almost kind of looks like a cinnamon roll in a way. You can kind of see the swirl around that. I mean, that's the best correlation I can come up with on that, but it's a pretty good one. And that really ramped up there. So what's happening here is that supercell that was running out ahead of it, what's happened here is it's merged with the line, and that can cause a tornado to spin up because of that. So here's the big question though. How far east will that go? Will it be one of those quick situations that the rotation doesn't last more than 10 minutes, or will it be something that holds together for a while? That's an answer that we won't know for a while. But again, this is definitely something to watch because this is a cyclic storm that's strengthening again, and it's enough for a tornado warning. Again, there's no signs of any tornadic debris, but you can see the swirl on here on the reflectivity. So it's kind of a backwards comma head or a cinnamon roll basically. And you can kind of see you got some hail here on the north side. So this pink you see here is hail, maybe up to quarter size, but not big. But you can see it where it's all wrapping around. So people out in Minor Hill and Pulaski should not be going outside looking for it because number one, it's dark. And number two, you're not going to see it. So if there were to be a tornado, it's going to be so wrapped up in rain and small hail, you're not going to see anything until it's on top of you. So, and that's what the vast majority of our tornadoes are here in our area. Most of them are rain wrapped, high precipitation, nighttime. A lot of them are nighttime too. That just only adds worse things to it. I mean, they're very hard to see. That's why it's hard for chasers in this area because we have all these trees, we have these mountains and hills, and you add in the fact that because of our close proximity to the Gulf, we have a lot of moisture. So that means a lot of these thunderstorms that rotate and such, they're going to have a lot of precipitation. I mean, a lot of moisture, and they will be high precip, and that means they're pretty much impossible to see a lot of the time. So again, if you know anybody up in Pulaski, Tennessee, make sure they are seeking shelter. Tornado warning there for the next 44 minutes. If you know somebody in Fayetteville, in Petersburg, in Lincoln County that are asleep right now, I'd recommend giving them a call. Give them a call, tag them in the comments on Facebook. I do have tagging enabled, so that should work on here. So if you know somebody up in there, wake them up, call, text, tag them in the comments, whatever you got to do. Make sure that they are paying attention to the weather here because that is moving northeast in their direction. So let's put a track on that because that is the nearest tornadic storm to our area. And this could also, if it holds together, possibly impact Lynchburg-Moore County. I hope it gusts out before then and dissipates the rotation, but we just got to make sure people are aware here just in case. So this is moving northeast at 55 miles an hour, so I have to adjust my speed here. So we'll move that to the northeast there at 55. And this is the latest radar scan. And we'll go ahead and give a heads up also over here to Franklin County, just out of precaution. Again, Pulaski will see this around 11:13. Now remember, I'm tracking the area of possible rotation, not the rain. So that would be near Pulaski in about 10 minutes. Frankwing there near I-65 around 11:22. Petersburg and Fayetteville around 11:39. Again, that's for if the rotation were to hold together. Lynchburg just before midnight at 11:53. Normandy and Tullahoma around 12:03, 12:04. And 12:07 if it holds together, possibly for Estill Springs and Winchester. So again, that's the track on this, but I went ahead and gave some 1 hour heads ups here just in case this were to hold together. But I'm hoping that this will find a way to gust out before that point and just make it a strong wind threat and knock off a tornado threat. I'm hopeful for that, but we got to make sure that's taken seriously. Again, just in case you have some friends or family up in Nashville, let me check on that real quick. Nashville is clear. So all clear for Davidson County, all clear for most of Williamson County. And even Columbia's on the backside of that too. But Lebanon's about to get hit pretty good with some damaging wind. And Gallatin's about to get is under a tornado warning, so they need to seek shelter. Some possible rotation and damaging winds moving into that area. So really, for Davidson County, the worst is over there. Worst is over for Clarksville. Murfreesboro, you're just about to get in on this strong to severe storm activity within the next 30 minutes or so. You don't have a warning technically, at least in downtown or the campus of MTSU, but I would go ahead and assume that you pretty much are, because this is going to move in pretty quickly. So again, Lebanon, make sure you're inside away from windows and wait this out. If you know anybody up in here towards Gallatin, Lebanon, just make sure they're staying sheltered here through at least the next 20 to 30 minutes. But again, Nashville, you're clear as far as that's concerned. Again, once this line, so after this line passes your location, that means you will be in the clear. So once this line gets over you, you will be good. Now we have a new severe thunderstorm warning, and now this includes a few of our counties. So let me tell you who that is. That's Coffee County and that's Cannon County. And I told you in Murfreesboro to pretty much pretend you're under a warning. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning now. So let me get you the information on that here. So that just came out just minutes ago. And it does have a tornado possible tag on it. This goes for pretty much half the mid-state until 11:45, including Coffee and Cannon County. Severe thunderstorms are located along the line extending from near Nolensville to 8 miles northeast of Rogersville, Alabama. And check how fast this is moving. This is moving east at 75 miles an hour. That is insane. Hazard is 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Sources radar indicated. And yes, you heard that correctly. This line segment here you see, moving out of Columbia, moving up towards Shelbyville and Murfreesboro, is according to the NWS in their chat, it's moving northeast at 75 miles an hour. Locations in the path include Murfreesboro, Shelbyville, Lewisburg, Manchester, Pulaski, Woodbury, Smyrna, Brentwood, Laverne, Spring Hill, Tullahoma, Nolensville, Thompson Station, Walter Hill, Chapel Hill, Ardmore, Wartrace, and Cornersville. Those are the locations in the path of that. So here are some mile marker notes for those that may be traveling along Interstate 24. This includes I-24 between mile markers 66 and 127. So that's basically from about Pelham to the Davidson County line, roughly. So from about Pelham to the Davidson County line is where this covers, this severe thunderstorm warning covers. So that's some travel notes. Also, Interstate 65 between mile markers 1 and 70, and Interstate 840 between mile markers 26 and 60. So those are some mile markers there in the path of that are in this warning. And I do suspect that the rest of Lincoln County and as well as Moore and Franklin will be put under severe thunderstorm warnings here very soon. So probably within the next 30 minutes, I would say. Get ready for at least a severe thunderstorm warning in Lincoln County, Moore, and Franklin. And for Lincoln County, if this circulation holds together moving up into Pulaski, it might be a tornado warning too. So just make sure you're getting ready to seek shelter. And if you know somebody in that area, wake them up and alert them, because this is moving to the east. And again, this is showing some very strong indications of damaging winds, mostly of 50 to 60 miles an hour. Radar's going a little bit high and showing some 70 in here, but that's aloft. That's not on the ground. That's probably, as I said, 50 to 60 at the surface. So, again, there is a little bit of weak rotation there moving to the south of Pulaski here. So we now have warnings in effect, severe thunderstorm warnings for far southwestern Lincoln County. That goes in effect for the next 38 minutes until 11:45. And in this severe thunderstorm warning, that's a considerable tag, also goes into effect until 11:45 for Coffee County, as well as Cannon County, and also points west to Murfreesboro and Shelbyville and Lewisburg. So those are the areas that are currently under severe warnings. And there was another warning that was issued just south just a minute ago there. You see right there that flashing yellow/orange. So what you see here, and again, I'll turn the radar off so you can actually see the warnings here. So here's the situation. Pretty much all of our counties that surround us to the west pretty much are under severe thunderstorm warnings. As you see, there's so many on here, I'd probably spend 5-10 minutes just naming all the counties. I mean, it's that extensive. So, as you see here, but notice those warnings continue to creep in. So that's what I'm saying. Lincoln, Moore, and Franklin, y'all are up next. So, I'd expect a warning there, as I said, probably about 20-30 minutes or so, roughly. And we've got another warning up here that's been issued as well, and that's going to go all the way to almost Dale Hollow Lake and just west of Cookeville nearly. So that's going to be for this segment up here. So all this yellow/orange that you see on this map, those are the severe thunderstorm warnings. The red polygons you see on this map are the tornado warnings. The tornado warnings are up towards Gallatin, Tennessee, and north of Lebanon. And that one's actually about to expire here in about 20 minutes, so stay sheltered up there. And this one's also going to expire in about 35 minutes for Giles County. Lawrence County is out of this, so Giles mostly in that. And that does go to the Lincoln County line, so seek shelter in Frank Ewing until that passes. And then down here to the south, we got more severe thunderstorm warnings basically lined up across most of northwest Alabama. Again, the Shoals, you're pretty much all clear from this. This has moved east of you. And again, Nashville, you're good. The worst is over for you. Franklin and Columbia, you guys are all clear as well. This has moved east of your area. So let's go ahead and I'll put this back on our radar here. I temporarily moved it back north so we could be able to show you all the warnings. And again, we have to watch this leading edge here for any little circulations. Here's one trying to develop north of Lewisburg, south of Chapel Hill. There's a little bit of broad rotation there that will need to be watched. Because if that holds together, it could impact areas like Bell Buckle, perhaps northern Coffee County, maybe southern Cannon County, and maybe even Warren County. We'll see how that goes, but you definitely have a damaging wind threat heading your way. And up here to the north, again, mostly straight line wind up in here, but again, there is a little bit of a circulation just south of Gallatin heading towards Hartsville, Tennessee, over the next little bit. Again, upper air, but enough to where it's going to produce some damaging winds at least of 50 to 60 miles an hour. Here's the tornado warning update for the Pulaski area. Looks like the circulation is going to stay south of there. It's weaker now, but there's still a little bit of a notch here moving towards Elkton. And as I said here, if you know anybody that's traveling along Interstate 65, basically between Spring Hill and Decatur, Alabama, do not let anybody drive that corridor right now, because that's where these severe thunderstorms are crossing with the potential for damaging winds and an isolated tornado. So definitely a no travel zone here along I-65 right now between Decatur, Alabama and Spring Hill, Tennessee. And also from about Pelham all the way up to Laverne, basically right there at the Davidson County line. That's another no travel area at this time until this line passes. Now, the good thing is in Coffee County, you got a little bit extra time to prepare. Got a little bit more. You got about 30, 45 minutes because this warning was extended far out east. So you could give a heads up. So that way you're giving a heads up saying, hey, if you're in a mobile home, you need to go ahead and leave because this is going to be in your area within the next hour. So just a heads up there for those of you in Cannon County, around Woodbury, Auburntown, that area, and points south to Winchester. Now we have a new severe thunderstorm warning, and as I suspected, it includes Franklin, Lincoln, and Moore counties. So again, these severe thunderstorm warnings are continuing to be expanded east, and I bet you that has a tornado possible tag on that too. Let me see, and yes, it does. So this is, again, I'll read you the warning information. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for Moore County in Middle Tennessee, Lincoln County in Middle Tennessee, and Franklin County in Middle Tennessee until 12:15. 12:15 for this warning for Fayetteville, Lynchburg, and Winchester, as well as Timms Ford Lake and surrounding areas. At 11:11 p.m., severe thunderstorms located along a line extending from near Lewisburg to 14 miles south of Pulaski, and it's moving east at 45 miles an hour, so about 50 miles an hour on average. Hazard is 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and penny-size hail. Not very big hail, though, but wind damage is the main threat, basically. Source is radar indicated, and here are the locations that are in the path of this severe storm. This includes Winchester, Fayetteville, Lynchburg, Deckard, Estill Springs, Cowan, Ardmore, Huntland, Petersburg, and Thames Ford Lake. If you know anybody out there on Thames Ford Lake that might be doing a little night fishing or something, make sure they get off the water because this is moving in. Don't want to be out there with the lightning. Don't want to be out there with the wind gusts. And there's also another reason why this has a tornado possible tag, and you can kind of see it here to the south of Pulaski. There's a little bit of a notch there. So there could be a small tornado that may also spin up out of that. So this is a heads up for those of you in Franklin, Lincoln, and Moore counties of Middle Tennessee. This is your severe thunderstorm warning that goes in effect until 12:15 a.m. Eastern time, Central time. And for those in the Eastern time zone, that'd be in effect till 1:15. So again, these are the areas that are involved in that warning. And again, those of you in Coffee County, again, you do have the potential for 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. Your damage threat's considerable with a tornado possible tag. That goes into effect for the next 30 minutes, which is 11:45. And again, as I do expect these warnings to continue spreading east. And there is a high probability that a majority of the tri-state gets at minimum, at least, a severe thunderstorm warning with this line. And I think that's going to be the predominant warning. It's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning. And especially in our western areas. And this could also be farther east too with time. You may get a tornado possible tag on these, just like these areas to the west do. So our western counties have severe thunderstorm warnings with the special tornado possible tag because, again, on the leading edge, you can get these quick little spin-ups that can happen with very little notice. They're very quick, but the good thing here about being live for these is I can catch them before they can get warned on to give people a heads up. So that way it lets you know, hey, so that way you're not caught by surprise. Because I know sometimes that can happen, but I'm just saying, just make sure that you're aware of this here. So again, I'll read you the warnings again, the warning times. Lincoln, Moore, and Franklin until 12:15, so another hour. And then Coffee County, Cannon County, out towards Rutherford County, and also Bedford County until 11:45. Again, as I said, I do expect these to be extended off to the east here with time. So that's just something we need to keep note of over the next little bit. So I'm also posting this warning information here. That's on here on my page as well, here on my phone. So just a little bit of a heads up there. I am putting that also on there, some of the warning information since this is moving in, just in case people can't see the live. So again, I know how to multitask. So that's a good way to do that on severe weather nights. So I just went and posted that, and I'm going to post the live link here as well. So there we go. So that should be on there. There we go. So there's the warning information on that. And again, that little circulation there, let's check on that real quick there, southeast of Pulaski, since that's technically tornado warned. Not really the greatest signature as it was earlier, but again, it's still enough to watch. So again, if you know anybody out here towards Elkton and Franklin, Tennessee, they need to be seeking shelter here because there could be a small tornado involved as that approaches I-65. So unfortunately now we're entering into severe weather mode pretty much. So I have to pretty much exclusively focus on these warnings now as they move off to the east. So that's just something I've got a note of here. So again, this is definitely something that we have to keep our eyes on here over the next little bit. Again, main threat, winds 50 to 60 miles an hour for Franklin, Lincoln, and Moore, and possibly upwards of 60 to 70 in Coffee County and up towards Rutherford County and also Bedford and Cannon counties. And I also I don't want to forget about DeKalb County, Tennessee, but for the Liberty area as well as Alexandria in that part of the county, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning for the next 43 minutes until midnight. So I forgot to mention that, but there you go. So that's the warning up that way that's going to go in effect. So that's good. So that's 12 o'clock for northwestern DeKalb County, Tennessee, Franklin, Lincoln, Moore, until 12:15 and 11:45 for Cannon, Bedford, Coffee, and Rutherford counties. And then down here to the south, we got to keep an eye on this too, coming out of Alabama here, because this is going to be affecting our Alabama communities as well as our Georgia areas as well down the road. Now, let me check on these and see what they're doing. Good thing here is these are mostly outflow dominant here to the south. So if there were to be any kind of tornado potential, it would actually be more north. Now, we will have to wait and see if there's any bit of a catch-up that kind of happens in here that allows this line to catch up to this. But at the moment, this right in here is what's heading towards Sand Mountain and northeast Alabama here within the next couple of hours. So this is a heads up for those areas. As this line that's coming out of northwest Alabama is moving off to the east and going to be quickly affecting these areas in here across northeast Alabama over the next little bit. And then up in here, and you can tell across southern middle Tennessee here how healthy this squall is. You can see that bowing feature right in here. So where you have these little bows, basically, there's one right there moving away from Chapel Hill and moving towards Christiana, Bell Buckle, and Murfreesboro. And here's the other bow that's tornado worn, moving towards Frank Ewing and east of Pulaski and moving into Lincoln County. So when you have bows like these indicate the potential for strong straight line winds. That's probably the strongest indication of strong straight line winds that you can have when it comes to this. So that's just something I want you to take and kind of keep in mind here over the next little bit as we go forward here with time. So what I've done here is I've also shared this over, so I did put the link over there to my live stream as well, so that should be reflecting on that there very soon. And also, real quick, if you're watching on the YouTube side as well, thank you for watching. I haven't had a chance to pop over there just yet real quick, but while this stuff is still to the west by a little bit, but thank y'all for watching as well. And I don't know what happened there, but looks like, let's see, okay, it's live, good deal. And I got 130 watching over there, so thanks y'all for watching too. Yeah. So there's the situation there with this. Again, this is the line that's moving basically. The southern half of this is crossing over the Interstate 65 area in Marshall and Giles counties right now in Tennessee. And then that's going to end up moving into Lincoln County here very shortly. Now the rotation, thankfully, has come down, so that's a good sign. This is quickly becoming more of a straight line wind deal. Again, winds could be up to 60 miles an hour in that thing as it moves basically right down Highway 64. So this is going to go right down the main road here, the main highway that goes right into Fayetteville. So Highway 64 between Pulaski and Fayetteville is a no-go right now because of damaging winds moving in. So those are the areas that are seeing that. So again, 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts possible in that. We'll check on the velocities on the Nashville radar, and again, still showing. Again, thankfully, there's no circulations here being shown. That's a good sign as it moves over Bedford County. And then it's going to move into Coffee County next. So heads up Manchester, Tullahoma, Woodbury. This is moving in on your neighborhood here next. And then Hillsboro as well. So don't want to forget about you guys. Hillsboro, you're included in this. Summitville, you're also included in this. So this is all moving east in your direction here over the next little bit. So really within the next half hour to 45 minutes, this is going to be in your area. And it's moving east at a very fast 75 miles an hour. I mean, this thing is booking to the east at a very fast rate. So it's going to be in and out of there fairly quickly. And again, there's also some indications of hail still showing up in here. Now, this hail could actually be kind of large in here moving over Frank Ewing right now. But in east of Pulaski, but right in here you see some hail being indicated by this gray and pink you see on there. Again, doesn't look too large, but again, quarter size hail is enough to call it severe. So we'll just take it at that. And then that continues all the way up. So let's look at the tops of these storms too here to show you how tall these thunderstorms are. And man, I tell you, they're definitely up there. Running at about 30 to 40,000, 35, 40,000 feet on average. So these are definitely some very tall storms. Just looking at the echo tops. Let's look at the shear. Let's look at the shear rate here and see if we got any little indications of maybe some rotation or something that may be seen. Again, this is pretty much linear. So what you see right here, this yellow and red here, that's actually linear. I'm not seeing anything supercell or anything like that, so that's good. So this is all linear right here. Some strong shear being indicating damaging wind. A little bit of that showing up down in here to the south in Giles County, but again, not really. I mean, we're kind of in between radars here, so that makes it a little bit more muddled to see. But again, that's moving into Lincoln here very soon, and then some more indications of a strong wind as you move farther south. So again, this is the situation here. So, and again, just to explain what these colors mean here on the velocity. This blue and green you see on here is wind that's moving toward the radar site, which is right down here. The radar site is in High Top, Alabama, in Jackson County. So this wind is moving towards the radar site. The red that you see up here is moving the opposite direction. So when this moves, so after this gets over the high top radar, this blue and red is going to turn more into this red and pink as it moves away from the radar. So that's kind of a brief little explanation on what velocity is. And what you watch for not just damaging wind, but also rotation is when you see red and green trying to meet up tightly against each other. Now you may be saying, oh, I'm seeing some of that up in here up north of Shelbyville. That's actually not the case, because as you see here, it is perfectly linear. So up in here, this is just linear mode, so that's just straight line wind, but definitely some damaging wind of 50 to 60 at least, moving towards Shelbyville, Wartrace, and Bell Buckle. Not tornadic, but definitely some strong wind. And this is also non-tornadic, but notice these winds are punching out pretty strongly from the west. So this is definitely a strong east to west straight line wind that's moving into the Fayetteville area, Park City, Delrose, Taft, and up towards Mulberry and Petersburg here very soon. So within the next half hour, that's what this is what's going to affect. So by 12:15, it does appear that this is going to be on the eastern end of this warning area. So think Coffee County, Franklin County, and approaching Grundy, Warren, and even Marion County by that time. So let's head over to the path here thing, so that way I can give you some storm tracks. And we'll put this into motion, and I won't put it in motion, but I'll just show you here where this is going. So let me update this to make sure that we're on the right path here. So I will have to adjust this here, so we'll put it at 50 just to give a little bit of an advance notice, just in case it speeds back up again. So this is going to move, sort of like this. So let me move this over here so I can track it a little bit better since it just updated. I don't know why it's not doing it on here again, but okay. Try this. Well, that didn't work. There we go. Well, at least we got that one to work. So Fayetteville, this will be in your area around 11:41. So to give you some estimated times for more in Franklin County, this will be in your area. So around Lynchburg, this will pretty much be in your area around midnight, and between midnight and 1 for those of you in Franklin County. So that's the situation with that. And I'm actually going to move my laptop back just a little bit so that way we can maybe put that a little bit more to the east. There it goes. It's working now. So now we can give some advance notice over here to parts of the Squatchy Valley. So here we go. So again, there's Fayetteville 11:41, Lynchburg around midnight, 12:08 for Tullahoma, Estill Springs at 12:12 as well as Winchester, 12:25 for Hillsborough and Swanee, 12:29 for Pelham, 12:38 in Tracy City, Altamont at 12:41, Grutley Logger around 12:47, Griffith Creek and Whitwell around 12:52, and in Dunlap around 1:02, and Fairmount on the Hamilton County side there around 2:06 Eastern, 1:06 a.m. Central. So that's the path of where this is going if it holds together. Now, so far, the good thing here is it has kind of gusted out, so it's become mostly a straight line wind / linear situation. And then down in here, figured to give a quick heads up to Jackson County here, since this is moving in their direction. Take a little bit longer to get there because that's actually moving a little slower. at about 40. And I tell you what, that's actually a good thing down in here in North Alabama, that gust front so far is actually outrunning this segment of the line down here. So that's actually a great sign. So hopefully that continues. Fingers crossed. Because that right there would cut out on the tornado threat down that way. And like I say, it's a low threat, but it's not zero. But it would really help even more if we can get that gust front to cut out ahead and cut down on any tornado threat. So let's look in here and we'll time out this section of the line. We'll take it out to as far east as Trenton. East at the speed it says, 40 miles an hour. Again, this could fluctuate. Athens, Alabama area. Again, this is Athens, Alabama, not Tennessee, at 11:51. 12:24 for Huntsville. 12:25 for Meridianville. 12:27 Hazel Green. Gurley at 12:42. And now we're getting into Jackson County here. So Skyline about 1 o'clock or just after. 1:07 for High Top. 1:12 for Scottsboro. Sherwood in Franklin County around 12:24. Pisgah around 1:27 I should say. So let me reread that again. So High Top there around 1:07, 1:12 for Scottsboro, around 1:24 for Sherwood, around 1:27 for Pisgah, 1:28 for Stevenson, 1:35 for Henniger, so basically the Sand Mountain area, 1:39 for Bridgeport, 1:41 for Ider and South Pittsburgh, and then the Kimball Jasper area around 1:48. But you'll probably get the northern end sooner. But if this were to hold together and move a little northeast, that's when it'd be near you. And in Trenton and Dade County, around 2:56 Eastern Time, which is 1:56 Central Time. So those are some times of arrival here for this southern end of the line. Now in those northern areas, you'll probably get it sooner from this northern cell on this Tennessee side. So just a quick note about that. So let's head back over here and look at some velocities here. Again, let me tell you, this is some pretty good wind in here moving into Lincoln County. Again, showing some 66 in there. So that's a very strong gust there moving right down 64. So that may knock over some trees and perhaps even some power lines and such. So if you're out here towards Coffee County and Franklin and Moore counties that haven't gotten anything yet, I would highly suggest charging your phones while you're listening to coverage here. Definitely make sure your phone's on the charger because this line is approaching and moving your area. Now, I am noticing out ahead of this, there is some pretty good rain here that's falling out ahead of this. A pretty good downpour about to move into Winchester, but this is not the main area of concern. These are non-concerning at this point. I'll watch them and make sure they don't try to get upscale or try to rotate, but so far I'm not seeing any evidence of that with these little downpours and showers out ahead of this line. So that's some good news there. At least these are not trying to grow upscale on us. But this out here out ahead of it might help a little bit and maybe lessening the energy just a touch. But either way, there's still going to be that threat for damaging straight line winds as this moves off to the east. So again, we will see if this line segment down in here stays behind or tries to catch up with this gust front. That'll be something we have to wait and see on. And then up in here, and again, right now, the imminent severe weather danger is up in here across eastern middle Tennessee at this time. And I put on the Nashville radar so you can kind of see the whole view of it. It extends from just west of Fayetteville up through about Shelbyville, up to about Bell Buckle, up towards Murfreesboro, east of Lebanon now. So Lebanon, you're in the clear. Watertown's getting in on it now. And this is going to head towards the Cookeville area, Putnam County, within the next 45 minutes to an hour, I would say. So those areas need to be on guard too. And in Smithville, I know part of DeKalb County, Tennessee is under a severe thunderstorm warning, but Smithville's technically not in there just yet. But that's going to change. I believe that will change. You will get a severe thunderstorm warning probably very soon, within the next half hour, probably less. Same for McMinnville, same for Grundy County. You will all get severe thunderstorm warnings issued for the wind within the next half hour roughly. So again, your phones are probably going to alert you to that here soon, so you'll probably get it faster than I will, even though these come here pretty quickly, but you'll probably get it a minute or two before I do. But at the same time here, you'll be getting those severe thunderstorm warnings within the next half hour, and then it'll continue moving east from there. Again, just a quick reminder here, and I'll put this tornado watch on the map. I'm going to have the watch off of here so that way we can see all the warnings and storms. But again, here's the current situation. So there's your tornado watch in yellow. It pretty much covers most of our area. It does not include Somerville and Chattooga County or Gordon County or Murray or Polk or McMinn County, Athens, or Monroe County technically, but I do anticipate some kind of watch being issued. It will probably be, in my opinion, more like a severe thunderstorm watch because conditions seem to be decreasing a little bit for tornadoes. They're not at zero, but they are a little low. So as this gets farther east, I do believe that there'll probably be more of a severe thunderstorm watch for areas east of I-75 and a US 27 in Georgia and East Tennessee here with time that are not in the watch. So again, the tornado watch pretty much runs along a line extending from, we'll say, Lafayette up through Dalton, up to Cleveland, Decatur, Dayton, Spring City, Crossville, Wartburg, and points west. It also includes all of North Alabama, goes all the way down into the Birmingham area, and then up here across eastern Middle Tennessee, and goes up to about Nashville, but you're out of the woods up that way. You're clear. And we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning update that just got put out. So let me take off this watch here so you can see those warnings a little bit better and the thunderstorms. So I'll put high top back on here real quick. This is the warning update. It still has that tornado possible tag. It expires in 11 minutes for up to 70 mile an hour wind gusts. And again, this is for Rutherford, Bedford, Coffee, and Cannon counties in Middle Tennessee. And again, that runs in effect for the next 10 minutes until 11:45. But that's likely going to get extended since this continues to propagate off here to the east. But it has slowed down, and I have to acknowledge that. So this line has slowed down just a little bit. And that can also hopefully maybe allow some outflow. I'm hoping to maybe undercut some of this and at least take out the tornado concern. I'm hoping for that. But again, we're still in the risk zone for damaging straight line winds as this moves off to the east. Again, Nashville radar has a pretty good look on this northern end, a little bit better. And you can see some strong wind gusts here. Again, it looks like I'm not really seeing 70 up in here, but definitely some 50 to 60 up in here, moving across Bell Buckle and moving up towards Pocahontas, New Union, Woodbury, Manchester. And again, if you're in McMinnville, I know a lot of you watch me over there. If you're in McMinnville, get ready for some strong straight line winds moving in within the next 30 minutes to an hour. So you're probably going to get a warning here pretty soon since this warning is about to expire. So I'd imagine they'll shift that into Warren County, the rest of DeKalb, and they may put Grundy in there too. So we'll just have to see what happens here in about 10 to 15 minutes. And then again, farther south, let's check on this segment here, moving into the Fayetteville area. Again, still showing some very intense winds. Again, could be up to 50 to 60 miles an hour. Moving right down Highway 64 and 273. Here's Highway 231 that runs north-south there through the Fayetteville area, up towards Belleville, Park City, over towards Kelso, Mulberry. You're going to be next in line to see this. Boonville as well, Flintville too, and up towards Lynchburg. So heads up in Lynchburg, Moore County. Some damaging winds are moving in your direction. Again, they will be mostly at 50 to 60 miles an hour. You might get some hail, especially on this northern end. You see some little bit of hail here, but it's mostly small, so maybe penny size, maybe nickel size hail as that moves in your direction. And then up here to the north, again, there's maybe some small hail up in here across Bedford County and also eastern Rutherford County. So the Murfreesboro area is now getting on the back side of this now. So you're about to be all clear here very soon. Within about 5 to 10 minutes, you'll be in the clear. So look at the clock, 11:45, 11:50. You should be good to go up there at MTSU in Murfreesboro from the severe weather threat. So I will say this and probably say this at least a few times tonight again. Once this line passes over your location, that is it. Once this gets over you, the worst of this gets over you, you will be done. This is a one-and-done system. There's nothing else coming behind this. You see rain behind this, but that's all. You got rain, you got lightning, that's it behind this main line. The worst part is going to be this line that you see here. That's the worst part. Okay? Behind that is just rain and thunder. And then tomorrow, beyond that, is going to be colder air and snow flurries tomorrow. Hard to believe. thinking because we hit the 70s today. So we have fuel, we have the temperatures. It's cooled a little, but we still have mild temperatures in the 60s. So that is enough to keep these thunderstorms going. And again, temperatures rose into the 70s today, and we had a little bit of sunshine that broke through the clouds, so that heated things up a little. So the atmosphere is unstable. It is favorable for storms to continue, at least for damaging winds. The low-level jet is actually increasing, so that's why this has led to an intensification of these thunderstorms recently over the last hour or so, because of that increase in the low-level winds. And again, that's the main part of this system. That's why this line is maintaining its structure the way it is, even though the instability is weak to modest at best, because of that wind energy. And typically you would think that wind energy would actually decrease at nighttime, but because of the timing of the system and such, it's actually increasing because of this cold front and the timing of it as it's moving in. Again, temperatures behind this are going to start dropping as well. So once this line moves through, you're also going to notice that drop in temperature as well. But we just got to get through this front part that has the damaging wind, the torrential downpours, the lightning, a little bit of small hail. And again, it's a low risk, but there could be, and I cannot rule out, a brief tornado spin up that happens along this leading edge. So far, when I look at velocities, I'll show you this. At this time, I don't see any evidence of that anymore. This is all coming in one color from west to east. For example, this red up in here is one color so far, up to the north. And this right here, this blue and green, is also one color. You don't see red and green mixing. You don't see red and blue mixing. So that's a good sign. Let's hope that trend continues so that way it keeps us out of tornado potential. But right now, the main concern are those wind gusts that could reach 50 to 60 miles an hour, and also some higher gusts along that line that could even get up to 70 in a few areas. So that's just something you want to take note of here as this line moves off to the east here. Again, roughly at about 45 to 50 miles an hour. As I said, it has slowed a little bit. I'd like for it to speed up a little bit so we can get it through faster. But right now it's moving at about 45 to 50 miles an hour. So what I'm going to do here is we're going to go back to the tracker mode here, and we're going to put some paths on this here. So give you some heads ups. So we'll start up here, up towards McMinnville, and kind of work our way south. Again, this is still a considerable tag severe thunderstorm warning that's just about to expire, but I bet they extend this warning. Again, it's moving east at 50, so we got that path on there at 40, so let me change that. So that's moving east at 50. So we'll move that from there, and we'll try to put Spencer and Pikeville in here too. So War Trace, Bell Buckle pretty much right now. New Union, Manchester area around midnight. Pocahontas 12:02, Morrison around 12:10, 12:13 Centertown, around 12:15 or just before in Viola, about 12:20 in McMinnville, 12:42 approximately in Doyle and Spencer, and Pikeville just before 1 a.m. So those are the path links on this northern end of the line. So let me hurry down here just in case they put out a new warning here. This is the other warning for Lincoln, Moore, and Franklin. This continues to move east, and there's a new warning right there. So this does include parts of Jackson County for the next hour. So that's moving east at 50 miles an hour. We'll put a path on that too, but let me get through this one first, and then I'll do that. So here's this, and I'm actually going to time it out from the gust front here. So let's see where we go from there. So we'll put that out. So I'm actually going to zoom in just a little bit so we get some more communities there. There we go. There we go. So we're going to put this all the way out to Whitwell here. Again, approximate time frame here, about 11:53 for Lynchburg, so about 10 minutes for at least downtown Lynchburg, around 12:06 in Tullahoma, about 12:10 to 12:11 for Estill Springs and Winchester, Deckard around 12:13, around 12:24 for Swanee, 12:27 for Pelham, Mont Eagle around 12:30, around 12:36 for Tracy City, Colmont and Altamont around 12:39, Brutely Logger around 12:45, around 1248 to 1249 in Palmer and Griffith Creek, and Whitwell in Marion County around 1251, so just before 1 a.m. in Marion County in the Whitwell area. And also down here, let's get a track on this. This is moving east, and I'll double check again, moving east at 50, so let's make sure that path is still going at 50. We're good there. So let's put a path link there, and I'll track this part. So let me make sure that's calibrated there well. Don't know why it moved there, but I'll double do that. Do that again. I don't know why it keeps doing that, but okay. There we go. So there we go. We're going to pretty much put most of Jackson County in here. So let's get you some times on that. So Huntsville area around 1218. Athens, Alabama pretty much right now or within the next 10 minutes. Gurley around 1233. Woodville around 1240. 1244, 1245 for Pleasant Grove. So we're now getting into Jackson County. Skyline around 1251. High Top around 1254. 1256 for Scottsboro downtown. Around 1 o'clock for Section. So now we're getting on top of Sand Mountain. Around 104 for Dutton. 109 for Pisgah. 110 for Stevenson. 112 for Sylvania. Around 115 for Henniger. Bridgeport around 119. Around 120 in Eider. South Pittsburgh around 121. Probably be there a little bit sooner though. And then around Valley Head in DeKalb County, Alabama around 125, as well as Shiloh. So that's with that southern end. So again, we tracked pretty much all that. And here's our new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for DeKalb and DeKalb and Warren counties in Middle Tennessee. So let me put this out here real quick because we do have that a warning that's now in effect. And again, let me read you some information here that I'm getting in from the wire on that warning, since that just got posted on here. Here it goes. Again, this is a considerable damage tag for 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts until 12:45. So for all of Warren County, all of DeKalb County, Tennessee, severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 12:45. Severe thunderstorm was located along a line extending from 7 miles southeast of Watertown to near Petersburg, moving east at 40 miles an hour. Hazard 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. It's radar indicated. And this also includes Coffee County as well. So this has actually been reissued. So Coffee County, Bedford, Eastern Rutherford, Cannon, you've also been involved in this too. So you're included as well. Again, locations that are in the path of this include Shelbyville, McMinnville, Manchester, Smithville, Woodbury, Tullahoma, Morrison, Wartrace, Bell Buckle, Dowelltown, Liberty, Auburntown, Centertown, Normandy, Viola, Rock Island, Beech Grove, Ross, Fosterville, and Bradyville. And for those that are traveling along Interstate 24, heads up, this is for Interstate 24 between mile markers 86 and 123. So again, from about Pelham up to about the south side of Murfreesboro, that's the area that's involved in the warning on the interstate. So some important mile markers for any truckers or travelers that are out there. So what I'm going to do real quick here is post that to my Facebook here and put that warning information out. And they did put out a severe thunderstorm watch, but it does not include Athens or Monroe County or Polk County. It does include the Knoxville area. So we'll see where that goes from there. But I'm certain that some kind of watch will be issued for the areas that have not gotten under one to the south and east of Chattanooga here at least at some point. So just a quick little reminder there. So what I'll do here is post this warning here real quick and copy the warning information here so that way people can see it. So that's the warning. Again, I'll read you the county list on that. This is for DeKalb County in Middle Tennessee, southeastern Rutherford County in Middle Tennessee, Warren County, Coffee County, Bedford County, and Cannon County until 12:45. So that's the situation there with that. And again, it does have, and I do want to note, and I'll put this on, it actually doesn't have a tornado possible tag, so that's good. So they removed that, so that's actually a great sign. But it does have that wind damage threat, and I'll leave that up there for a minute. They're at considerable. So that means that there could be some considerable wind damage to trees and all that stuff. And of course, that can knock out power and all that. So just a heads up there for those of you in Warren County and up towards DeKalb County, Tennessee, as well as Cannon and Coffee counties. You do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts. The one in Franklin, Lincoln, and Moore is a standard severe thunderstorm warning for 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts. And so is this one for western Jackson County and the Grant area of Marshall County. So this is going to be, again, these are the current warnings. As I said, it pretty much covers our whole western areas, and you can kind of maybe see a little bit better on here. So this line continues to form, and this is actually starting to catch up to that gust front down in here, the one that's over Athens, Alabama. As you see right here, it's trying to catch up to it. So it'll be interesting to see if any of these cells here merge with that and allow this line to really become one full area. So, and I think that's what's happening here as that moves off to the east. So that's something to take note of as that moves off to the east-northeast there at about 40 to 50 miles an hour. So again, I gave you some paths there a few minutes ago on that, and I'll probably go back and do that again here in a few minutes here as this moves off to the east again. But I'm giving heads ups though for those of you in like Marion County and the Squatchy Valley, Grundy County, Van Buren, Cumberland, the rest of Jackson County, not in a warning because these storms are heading in your direction over the next 1 to 2 hours. And it will be there, and it will pack a punch. It'll likely have some damaging winds. And as I said, I do believe that most counties in our tri-state area will get put under a severe thunderstorm warning, at least for that. So that's just something I want you to take note of as this moves off to the east here. So just a quick little heads up here is that if you've not been under a warning yet, a severe thunderstorm warning yet, there's a pretty good chance you're going to be at some point here over the next hour to 2 hours to 3 hours as this continues to march off to the east. So that's just something I want you to be aware of. Again, we'll look at velocities here real quick. And again, still seeing some of this bright blue, bright green that indicates those strong winds. Up in here, it kind of breaks up a little bit because we're in between radars. But again, we'll have to watch this leading edge up in here just to make sure we don't get any little surprise spin-ups. Looks like there's one little area up north of Woodbury that'll need to be watched. So right over Sugar Tree Knob and south of Smithville, watch out for this because that's an area of an enhanced wind, and that can also be just based on that little red and green meeting. That's also a little bit of maybe some broad rotation in that. Again, no formal warning on it, but again, it's these quick little hitting spin-ups that you got to watch out for here as this moves off to the east. So heads up there around Smithville and points south. You got a new warning up north, and I bet that includes Putnam County. But again, between Smithville and McMinnville here, heads up here, damaging winds. Again, McMinnville proper. You'll be getting this here very soon within the next 30 minutes to an hour, as well as Morrison. Now, you are getting rain out ahead of this, so maybe that might help stable things a little bit. But unfortunately, the problem is this is all merging within the line, and it's actually keeping it together. So it's actually not doing any real favor than anything. So unfortunately, that's just the way it is here as this moves off to the east. Again, as I said, 40 to 50 miles an hour. Again, none of this you see out ahead of this line is severe. The main severe area is right out here to the west. So think west of Huntsville. So from Athens, Alabama to Ardmore, Fayetteville's now getting in on this. Downtown Lynchburg is about less than 5 minutes away from getting in on the severe storms. And then up in here, Shelbyville's getting it pretty good. And then also to the north, Woodbury's now getting in. And there's the new severe thunderstorm warning that includes Tennessee Tech. So if you know anybody up there, give them a heads up. They have a severe thunderstorm warning for a 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gust for the next 38 minutes. So you put a time frame on that. That goes in effect until 12:30 for that area. So again, pretty much all of our western counties right now are under severe thunderstorm warnings for the potential of at least 50 to 60 mile an hour winds, but also the possibility of some small hail. Again, nothing big with that, but it's definitely something to keep an eye out on here over the next little bit as this moves off to the east. Here roughly at about 45 to 50 miles an hour. So again, so far I haven't seen anything really suspicious here, at least as far as rotation's concerned. I mean, we got this one little area that I'm watching in our northern areas there. There is a little bit of red and green trying to show up there southwest of Smithville there. That will probably track along the Warren, Cannon, DeKalb County line there. So pretty close to the DeBrell community that's right there. So heads up around there. You got damaging winds heading your way, but there's also a small chance that this right here might try to put a brief tornado spin up in that area. Again, you don't have a formal warning for that, but since it's showing up here on velocity, I figured I'd give you a heads up, just to make sure that's not so you don't get so in case if it were to happen, you don't get caught off guard. Again, nothing really showing up down here that I'm seeing of anything suspicious. Again, this is all one color, so that's a good sign. Again, what may happen here is that if this line catches up to this gust front, this part down in here might strengthen. So the winds may actually accelerate as it moves towards Jackson County. So this is definitely something that we got to watch here over the next little bit as this moves off to the east and also the northeast. So again, those of you in those areas need to be seeking shelter and all that stuff until this warning expires and such. Again, for those of you watching on Facebook and YouTube, of course, welcome. Probably got some new viewers, some and all that. So I just want to welcome you in here on this long Sunday night. Again, we got a line of severe thunderstorms. It's been classified as severe, moving from west to east across eastern Middle Tennessee and northern Alabama. So again, the Huntsville area is just getting ready to catch in on this heavy stuff that's over Athens here, and then eventually that's going to be Jackson County's turn within the next hour or so. So heads up there. Take a sip of water here real quick. And then that's going to continue moving east. So now technically I do want to note real quick, Suwannee and Sherwood are technically not in this warning, but this will probably get extended here with time. So I know most of Scottsboro, Stevenson, Bridgeport, Sand, and up into Sherwood, Suwannee, you're technically not in a warning at the moment, even though your county has been labeled in a warning. But I do suspect that to change as this line gets closer. So as this line gets closer, I do anticipate, considering it's holding together, I do anticipate a severe thunderstorm warning being issued for you guys here over the next little bit. So that's just something I want you to be aware of as this moves off to the east here at about, again, 45 to 50 miles an hour. So let's put on some new tracks, and we'll put that on here real quick as I do. And let me put that on. So let's move over here to the other source. And again, we'll double check this to make sure it's right. So again, this is moving east at 45, so I'm going to put in at 50, make sure that's on there. We're good. So we'll put that to the east. And as I said, we'll give a heads up here. We can put Chattanooga on this track too, just to give an early heads up. So about 12:05 for Park City, even though that gust front's over you right now. 12:13 for Flintville, 12:23 for Huntland, 12:47 in Sherwood, 12:49 in Suwannee, 1:01, so about 1 o'clock or so for Bridgeport and South Pitt, approximately, give or take a few minutes. 1:07 for Jasper, 1:10 for Little Squatchy, Griffith Creek around 1:15, 1:16 for Whiteside and Whitwell, downtown Chattanooga around 1:28 Central, 2:28 Eastern, so that fits that 2 to 4 time frame, and then Fairmount and Signal Mountain around 2:28 Eastern as well. So that's for this warning. And then again, McMinnville, this is heading in your direction, so let's get you a path on that. I know you're already seeing rain, and it's probably getting a little loud up there. Again, if you guys have any reports or anything in the comments about what it's doing at your place, safely, of course, I want you to be safe while reporting. But if you got anything, you're hearing rain or hearing wind or something, just put that in there and just let me know what's going on, and let everybody, more importantly, everybody in the comments know as well. So that way, folks out ahead of this at least will have a kind of an understanding as to what they can expect as this moves off to the east, considering that this line is going to affect practically everybody in our area in some variety. So whether it's through severe thunderstorm, whether it's weaker, whatever it may be, that's going to be the case here. So again, let me put a quick little path on that, and here's the update. So McMinnville, this will be in your area around 12:22 for this. So again, so once you get out here towards the center town and Morrison, about roughly 5 to 15 minutes for you guys from at least the worst part of the storm, at least the heaviest side that contains the stronger winds. So give it about 5 to 10 minutes in center town and about, we'll say 10 to 15 or so in Morrison, and this will be overhead in your area. And again, these are the warnings that we have on the board right now. The only ones that we have. It's a lot of them. But so far, not to jinx it, I have not seen any real indications of anything tornadic, at least as far as serious signs of it, at this time. Could that change? Always. It can always change. But at the moment, I'm not seeing anything. Let's check on this up here to the north that did have a little bit of weak rotation up here, at least the loft south of Smithville. It seems to be breaking up and broadening out, so that's good. So, but either way, you're going to have strong to damaging winds here along Highway 56 from McMinnville north through Smithville and Center Hill Lake. So heads up there. Cookeville area is also going to have 50 to 60 mile an hour winds, as well as Sparta and Spencer here down the road. So this is your heads up in those areas to get ready. And that's going to be moving east here. So definitely, and again, I know the warning is technically up for 70, but most people will see 50 to 60. It's just that 70 is really for an isolated area along that line, because that's the way it's looking here, at least on velocity level and such. So again, let's run down who's in the severe thunderstorm warnings and who's not. And there's a new one down in western Marshall County for Arab and west of Gunnersville. So let me tell you who's in warnings right now. The western half of Marshall County, so Arab up towards Grant, western Jackson County, so that'd be Woodville, Paint Rock, Skyline, up towards High Top, Lincoln, Moore, and Franklin counties, so that's Timms Ford, Fayetteville, Lynchburg, Flintville, Belvedere, Huntland, Estill Springs, Cowan, Winchester, Deckard, those areas. And then Coffee County, Tullahoma, Manchester, Hillsborough, Summitville, the whole county. Warren County, that would be Rock Island, Campaign, DeBrell, Green Hill, Centertown, Morrison, Irving College, Viola. Cannon County, Woodbury, and then DeKalb County, Tennessee, Center Hill Lake, Smithville, Liberty. These are the areas that are currently under severe thunderstorm warnings through at least the next roughly 30 to 45 minutes. And all of these warnings, at least up in here, do have the considerable damage tags. That means winds that could gust up to 70, that could cause power outages, and all that. So that's something to be aware of from Coffee County north on that end. And then down here to the south, these are still about 50 to 60, but they're still intense. And as you see here on this, you can actually see some hail being indicated as well. Again, not large hail, but it's about penny to nickel size roughly on that. And that considerable tag has been downgraded. So as I figured, it didn't really look like it was 70. More like 50 to 60 along that line, which is still strong nonetheless and still technically in that severe criteria. So no more considerable tag, just a standard severe thunderstorm warning for 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts for Coffee, Cannon, Warren, and DeKalb counties in Tennessee. And that is moving into the McMinnville area as well as Manchester and Tullahoma and also Smithville. So I'll be on alert there. And then down here to the south, there's some indications of hail as well. So let's actually put that on there just to see what it looks like. The vertically integrated liquid, and there are some indications. It's not very impressive, but you can kind of see where these little red areas are, a little bit of orange. There is some indications of hail. So it's not large hail, it's not a big deal, but again, you'll probably hear it when it's over you. But again, I want to assure you that as long as it doesn't get larger than a nickel or a penny or anything, you'll be fine as far as your car is concerned. That's the thing with this. It's mostly small hail that's around quarter and just below at this point, the way I'm seeing things as of now. So that's the good thing on the hail part. At least it's not too big. The wind, though, is the main deal. The wind is the main deal. Again, 50 to 60 mile an hour winds possible. So again, this continues to move off to the east. Again, this heavy rain you see out here ahead of it And there's been this possibility, and the HER model has been showing this possibility of some rain running out ahead of this that might try to maybe help stabilize some things, but that's not really a guarantee. In fact, it's actually about to merge with this line, so we'll see how this line behaves as it heads up the plateau. And something we have to watch for here, and I'm not guaranteeing this will happen, but as this heads up the plateau and this down here eventually heads up Sand Mountain and Lookout, there is the possibility that if that gust front kind of gets caught for a little bit going up those mountains and the storm merges with that, that could be enough with the wind shear. That could be enough to set off some rotation on that leading edge. Not saying that will happen, but sometimes elevation with the uplift these storms go up in, the upward motion, that can be enough to sometimes, especially when you have the wind shear that we have, that can sometimes lead to the possibility of at least a segment of the line moving in to maybe rotate. So that's just something we'll have to watch as this line moves closer to the plateau and moves up. It will be very interesting to watch and see how this line behaves as it moves up into Grundy County, the mountain areas of Franklin County, Van Buren, Cumberland, and eventually Sand Mountain down south. So we'll see how this line behaves as it moves up the mountain. And how it behaves there as it moves over those areas and also the Squatchy Valley is going to be a big point to see what happens for Chattanooga, North Georgia, and the rest of East Tennessee. Will it be weaker? Will it intensify? That's going to be the big question here that will be answered over the next hour or so as this line approaches the plateau and moves into more of our area here with time. So again, this part down in here is a little bit slower, but it is starting to catch up with this line. In other words, the gust front as well. So that'll be something we have to watch too to see how that reacts and all that. But so far so good. I have not seen any real indications of anything tornadic along this line down in here. So the Alabama side, so far very good. Tennessee side is even looking good too. Again, I was watching a little bit of weak circulation trying to form south of Smithville, but that's broadened out and has pretty much become one color, so that's good. Now, as always, it can redevelop, but at the moment, I'm not seeing any indications of anything re-intensifying, so that's good. So that will continue to move east. So those of you in Sparta and Spencer, as well as Doyle, and up towards the Upper Cumberland Airport and out towards Bon Air Mountain and Fall Creek Falls, need to be aware that severe thunderstorms are moving in over the next 30 minutes to an hour, and they could contain damaging winds in the 50 to 60 mile per hour range. And again, Grundy and Marion, and also Squatchy and Bledsoe, you haven't had anything yet, as well as Jackson and DeKalb counties in northeast Alabama, but that will change within the next hour to 2 hours as this line moves in. So it may be quiet now and just windy and cloudy, but that's going to change over the next hour to 2 hours as this line moves east in your direction. Getting a new severe thunderstorm warning update for Franklin, Lincoln, and more. Let me read what that's all about here. Let me see if we get it, because there are not new updates coming across. Let's see here. Still got tornado possible tag on it, even though there's not rotation that I'm seeing, at least right now. Severe thunderstorms located along the line extending from 7 miles east of Petersburg to near Fayetteville to near Hazel Green. This is moving east at 30 miles an hour, so that's slowed up quite a bit. Hazard is 60 mile an hour wind gusts and penny size hail. It's radar indicated. Locations in the path of this include Winchester, Fayetteville, Lynchburg, Deckard, Estill Springs, Cowan, Huntland, Timms Ford, Lincoln, and Howell. So those are the locations in the path of that as that moves to the east and northeast. And again, what we want to see in regards to cutting out tornadic potential is to see this gust front stay ahead of the line. That's what I'd be screaming to it. Stay ahead of the line. Don't let it catch up. That's what I would say. We need this to stay ahead. And so far up in here, it has. It is trying to catch up down here towards Hazel Green, so that'll be something to watch down there probably. But so far out ahead, this gust front's been winning the battle here in southern Middle Tennessee over the last 30 minutes. So that's kept this as strictly a damaging wind threat with maybe some small hail as that moves off to the east. Now, I haven't checked the power outages or anything from Duck River Electric or anything. I'm not sure if there's any ongoing outages. I can double check that considering that's going right over the heart of their service area right now. So let me double check that real quick. And there are some outages, wow, quite a bit, out towards the Columbia area, and some isolated outages towards Normandy Lake and other areas up in there too. So there are some power outages being reported. And that's really to be expected as this line moves from west to east. So when you do have winds gusting into the 50 to 60 mile an hour range with some isolated gusts up to 70, you're going to have power bumps at least. And especially in western areas like Columbia that were hit so hard by that ice storm, a couple months ago, back in January, the trees out there are a lot weaker. So the further west you go, the weaker the trees are because of the ice storm in January. So it doesn't take as much wind to knock trees down and cause problems. That's another reason why the wind was such a concern. The straight line wind is because areas just west of us had that horrible ice storm back in January, and that weakened a lot of the trees and roots and such. So it makes trees more susceptible to fall. So that's just something to that's something notable I can mention here. So right back to the current activity here. Again, McMinnville, I know it's pouring rain downtown, but it's about to get heavier here very soon. Again, the front edge of this wind that could be 50 to 60 miles an hour is moving over Centertown. Could be some small hail embedded in here too. Again, if you have any reports, send them in the comments, and that way it gives people out ahead of us some indication of what they might have. And then right here along Highway 70 between Smithville and Sparta, this is moving right down the highway. So Smithville's getting hammered, but you're almost in the clear. Woodbury, you're in the clear. So let me go ahead and give some quick all clears here. Ardmore, you're good. Smithville, about 5 more minutes about in the Smithville area. About 5 to 10 more minutes there and you'll be good. Woodbury, you're clear. Shelbyville, you're clear. Murfreesboro's clear. So those are the first all clears that I can give at this time. Again, I'll give more as this moves farther east, but right now the main focus area at this moment is Lincoln County. So think Fayetteville, Mulberry, Lynchburg, Tullahoma, Manchester, Summitville, Morrison, McMinnville, Irving College, Centertown, Smithville area, and up into Cookeville. These are the areas that are currently under siege right now when it comes to strong to severe thunderstorms. Again, a lot of lightning as well. You can see all the lightning. The pink areas on the map indicate the possibility of some hail. Again, mostly around penny size, roughly. Nothing too large. But again, enough to where you'll hear it, more than likely. It may freak you out a little bit, but at this point, I'm not seeing any indications of severe hail. And that same thing goes down in here across North Alabama. So Huntsville area is now getting ready to get in on this thunderstorm activity here very soon. Very strong winds being indicated here too. Again, this wind down in here is actually strengthening a little bit. So that's something to take note of as that line moves closer to Jackson County. And again, for those of you on Sand Mountain in northeast Alabama, this will be in your neighborhood in about an hour to 2 hours. And then in North Georgia, this will affect you also within the next couple of hours. It said between about 2 and 6 a.m. Between 2 and 6 a.m. for those of you in North Georgia, and between 1 and 5, or 1 and 4, I should say, for those of you in DeKalb County, Alabama. So that's going to be for those areas. Again, new radar scans continue to come in. I will check and see, make sure we don't have anything showing up on the shear thing, the rotation track. As I said, it's all linear here. You see these little yellow, little red streaks here. Thankfully, so far, it's not localized to a certain area. It's not a small circle, so it's not rotating. It is strictly a line. You can kind of tell it's in a line right here. So, as I said, good news there. And it does correlate pretty good. Whoops, didn't mean to put that on there. So let me show you how it correlates well. So you can see right there where those brighter, apricot, orange, or whatever you want to call it, peach color, and also the pink here where these brighter colors are, that indicates that strong wind. And the gradient winds out ahead of this are also kind of strong too, so that's something to watch as well. You're probably hearing it up there on the plateau, and the storms haven't even gotten there yet. So the winds are already a little gusty in the higher elevations out ahead of this. But that's going to change. It's going to get even windier as this line moves in. So that's the situation there at this time. Again, no warning for Grundy County yet. No warning for Marion, or no warning for Van Buren or Squatchy yet. But that will change as this line moves closer to you here within the next hour. So, again, Grundy County down through eastern Franklin. So, basically Suwannee, Mott Eagle, up towards Altamont, Colmont. You are getting thunderstorms here. But this is not the main event here. What you see right here out ahead of this is not the main event. This back in here is. Now, will this maybe stabilize things a little? It might. But it's just hard to tell right now. So we'll see how this goes. It could either run into this line and strengthen the line, or whatever that may be. But we'll just have to wait and see where that goes from there. So the warning on here was just updated. Again, we're still showing 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts here for the next 30 minutes. So I'll read you that new update I just got in from the NWS. So this is the new update. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 12:45 for southeastern DeKalb, Warren, Coffee, and southeastern Cannon counties. At 12:12, severe thunderstorm was located along the line extending from 7 miles northeast of Smithville to near Lynchburg, moving east at 40 miles an hour. Its 60 mile an hour wind gust is the main hazard. Locations that are in the path of this include McMinnville, Manchester, Smithville, Tullahoma, Morrison, Centertown, Viola, Hillsboro, Rock Island, Summitville, and Arnold Air Force Base. And I just got in a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag on it. This is for, again, Lincoln, Moore, and Franklin counties, in effect through the next hour. So we have another severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect that's going to replace the old one, and this is going to be the new one, and this will include Suwannee and Sherwood that were not in the warning previously. So let me get you the information on that new warning, and that's going to go in effect through the next hour until 1:15. And I'll tell you that hail is increasing down there west of Flintville. I'll have to watch that carefully. Again, this is for Moore County, eastern Lincoln County, and all of Franklin County until 1:15. At 12:13, severe thunderstorms were located along the line extending from 6 miles northeast of Estill Springs to near Timms Ford Lake to 7 miles northeast of Hazel Green. It's moving east at 45 miles an hour. Hazard is 60 mile an hour wind gusts and penny-size hail. Source is radar indicated. Locations that are in the path of this include Winchester, Lynchburg, Deckard, Estill Springs, Cowan, Huntland, Timms Ford, Suwannee, Sherwood, and Anderson. So that's that new severe thunderstorm warning that goes in effect for eastern Lincoln, all of Moore, and all of Franklin County now until 12:45. And again, let's make sure we don't have anything rotation-wise developing, and so far, not seeing anything there. I'm just seeing a straight line wind, a downburst wind that would be moving from west to east. So far so good there. And we'll check on up here because I know Manchester and McMinnville are getting pounded right now with some torrential rain, gusty wind, and all that. And there's the wind right there. So you get these bright colors in here, this bright red, bright peach kind of color. That's some very strong wind. Again, possibly up to 60 miles an hour. Moving across Warren County and Coffee County right now. And it's just about to move into White County and Van Buren here very soon. So again, within the next 20 minutes or so, this will be moving into Spencer and Sparta, and eventually the Crossville area, as well as Pikeville. And then down here to the south, we still got this moving across the Huntsville area has shown some signs of intensifying a little bit. The winds have come up in this, so that is an indication that it looks like the storm line is kind of down in here, is caught up with the gust front. So we may have to watch down in here for maybe an isolated tornado spin up down in here somewhere. So we'll just have to see how all this rain and storm action from Suwannee north ends up merging with this line, and down here to the south and how this behaves, because that's going to be key as to what other areas we'll see. So pretty much if you are west of the Squatchy Valley, you're practically under a warning right now, and you're in play at the moment for at least the next hour or so for severe weather. And in areas to the east, it'll take another hour or two, maybe up to 3 hours, especially farther east, for this to get to you. So again, that's the situation with that. And what I will do here real quick is put out the new warning here real fast, since that is a new severe thunderstorm warning. And they did, by the way, just a quick heads up here, I just got in this information. The tornado watch has been extended until, let's see here, let me get a good time on that. We now have a new tornado watch until, actually that's still the old one, still 3 a.m. but for the rest of the area. But let me show you this new one that was just issued. I'm going to have to refresh this. But they did extend that tornado watch for the Athens area and also down towards Cleveland. So pretty much all of us now are under a tornado watch officially. And this one goes into effect till 6 a.m. So for McMinn, Monroe, and Polk counties in Tennessee, tornado watch number 59 goes into effect until 6 a.m. Eastern time for those areas. And then for Chattooga County, Gordon County, and Murray, this tornado watch also goes into effect till 6 a.m. Eastern time. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued. So this is going to include Grundy County, Eastern Coffee County, Warren, all of Van Buren, all of White County, and extreme southeast DeKalb County, Tennessee. That's a new severe thunderstorm warning that's just coming in. Again, spread the word and share this out. This goes into effect until 1:15 a.m. Central Time. Severe thunderstorms located along the line extending from near Cookeville to near Estill Springs. This is moving east at 50 miles an hour. There's a lot of locations in the path of this. So locations that are in line to see this include McMinnville, Sparta, Spencer, Grutley Logger, Tracy City, Mont Eagle, Altamont, Colmont, Palmer, Doyle, Beersheba Springs, Viola, Virgin Falls, Burgess Falls, Rock Island, Fall Creek Falls, Hillsboro, and Pelham. So those are the communities in that new severe thunderstorm warning that was just posted for, again, southeastern DeKalb County in Tennessee, southeastern Coffee County, Grundy County, Van Buren County, Warren County, White County, until 1:15 a.m. Central Time. And again, I know with a lot of this watch and warning stuff on this map, that's why I took the watch off the map here, because it was gonna over clutter all the current warnings, which are more important at this moment. So again, we got a lot of warnings happening right now. And again, this pretty much now includes the eastern half of Middle Tennessee. So again, basically, again, from western Jackson County up through eastern Lincoln, Moore, Franklin, Coffee, Grundy, Warren, southeastern DeKalb, Van Buren, White, Putnam, and all the way up to the Kentucky border. So pretty much includes this whole Highway 55 and also most of the northern half of the 111 corridor as well, along with Highway 56 mostly. Pretty much the entire Highway 56 corridor from Tracy City all the way up to Silver Point west of Cookeville basically are all under warnings. Severe thunderstorm warnings for the 60 mile per hour wind potential. This one does not have a tornado possible tag on it, but it does have the potential for 50 to 60 mile an hour winds as this moves off to the east. Again, and I'll be honest with you, this line over the last 10 to 15 minutes has actually strengthened a little bit. You see the hail has kind of popped up a little bit, so it does appear that this line is catching up with the gust front as it approaches the plateau. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens here as this moves to the east and southeast here. So hopefully this doesn't lead to a spin-up tornado or anything on the leading edge, but at the moment there is a pretty significant damaging wind threat that exists across our entire area. So as I suspect, and I do continue to expect this, I expect more and more counties that have not been in warnings to be put under warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings at least, as this line continues to move east, because it's not stopping. This line's not stopping at stop signs or traffic lights or anything. It is moving east at about 40 to 50 miles an hour. It's slowed a little bit, and there's been some times where it's sped up a little, but it's remained consistent. It's remained strong, and it's remaining very strong with those damaging wind gusts. I mean, typically, I don't usually say to treat severe thunderstorm warnings like they're tornado warnings, but tonight is that case. You want to treat these severe thunderstorm warnings like they're tornado warnings because of the wind. I mean, that's just something you really want to do, is treat these severe thunderstorm warnings like they are tornado warnings. So if you do get under a severe thunderstorm warning, which many of you will, I do recommend going to that lowest interior room on the lowest level, away from windows. So basically take safety precautions, just out of precaution in case you were to get a quick spin up that would occur. But also, more importantly, because of the nature of these winds. So let me make sure we don't have any circulations here. And so far, as I said, I'm not seeing that at this time. Again, this is straightly linear as far as the wind mode goes. And as I said, I'll tell you what, when you have bright blues and you got bright reds and stuff like this, that's an indication of those damaging straight line winds. And again, the brighter the color on the map, the stronger the wind is along that leading edge. And against that leading edge, just before the rain really gets going, where those winds start ramping up. So that's just something to keep in mind. And I am getting reports of power outages in the Tullahoma area because of these storms. So power is getting knocked out with these thunderstorms as they move off to the east here at about 45 to 50 miles an hour. So definitely, if you've not charged your devices or anything, my phone right now and my computer are currently charged up and they're being plugged in. So I'm following the example here. And so if you haven't done that yet, and you're out ahead of this line, especially from the Squatchy Valley, Jackson County, and east, you definitely need to do that before this line gets there, because there is a good chance you might lose power or at least have it flicker, just so you know. So I just want you to be aware of that as this moves off to the east, because I'm telling you, these thunderstorms are very serious business. They've had a history of producing tree damage. No one's been hurt as far as I know, thankfully, but this has a history of producing tree damage across a large part of Middle Tennessee and points west into Arkansas and Missouri. So these storms are definitely nothing to mess around with. So that's just something I want you to be aware of as this moves off to the east. So just so you know, that's what I'm seeing here as this line continues moving off from west to east. Now, this rain and thunderstorm activity you see ahead of the main line, this is non-severe in here. These don't have any supercell structure, thankfully, or anything like that. These are just basically renegade storms running out ahead of the line that are mostly elevated. I've looked at back here behind the scenes on my phone. I've looked at their structures here behind the scenes, and they're mainly elevated. So they would not pose a rotating threat as long as they don't become organized. And plus, it wouldn't have a lot of time to do so because the line is approaching quickly, and all that's going to merge. So that's pretty much going to merge right over the plateau, and we'll see what that leads to from that point forward. But again, most of our area, especially west of the Squatchy Valley right now, is under a severe thunderstorm warning. Again, this is definitely, remember, the severe criteria for damaging winds is, again, 58 miles per hour or greater, or hail that's quarter size or larger in diameter. And while we don't have the hail part, we have the wind part that meets that severe criteria. So as long as you have one or the other, it classifies as a severe thunderstorm. And for this instance, it's the wind. So again, we will just have to wait and see. It's just something we'll just have to monitor here over the next several hours as this moves off to the east. Now let's do a quick little velocity check just to see where everything is. And again, along this leading edge, you can tell that, again, where you have these bright blues and everything else, that's where we're getting these indications of strong winds. And I got the wrong thing on there. There we go. So again, you can see here around Newmarket, Alabama, showing about 50 to 60 there, continuing up through Huntland. It does look like it breaks up a little bit over Winchester, but I think that's a radar error. And then up in here, still continuing 50 to 60, up in here southeastern Coffee County, so moving into Pelham, Grundy County, south and east of McMinnville. Again, McMinnville, you're on the backside. I know it's still heavy back there, but the worst of the wind is moving to your east. Spencer, this is knocking on your doorstep. Get ready. I know this 70 is a little high, but again, about 60 miles an hour is a pretty good bet. And Sparta's in the middle of this right now as well. So that's right along this leading edge here is where the strongest winds are. And again, so far, I've not seen any couplets or anything else trying to form that would indicate rotation, and hopefully it stays that way. But again, we'll have to watch this line as it continues to move off to the east, because I'm telling you, it's very healthy, and it's definitely enough to cause problems as it moves off to the east here. Again, 45 to 50 miles an hour. So this will put this in Chattanooga roughly, probably closer to 3 a.m. the way it's looking, but again, roughly between 2 and 4. But again, it'll probably be more like 3 to 4 for Hamilton County and the metro, and then Sequatchie Valley just before. So again, this is what it's looking like there at that time. And then down North Georgia between 2 and 6, and then Northeast Alabama pretty much between now and 3 a.m. for y'all. So those are the areas of concern at this time. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put on some storm paths here. And we're just going to time this out from west to east. And we're going to continue tracking this again. Continue to share this live so we can spread the word and make sure everybody is aware of what's going on. And again, as these storms move into my home county in about 45 minutes to an hour, Marion County, there is a possibility I lose power. So if I do lose power, that means I'll have to revert over to written posts, which I'm already kind of doing here ahead of time to get a head start. So if I do lose power, again, I'll have to do written posts here. Hopefully that does not happen. Keeping my fingers crossed there. I'm supposed to be getting a generator here at some point down the road. I can't promise when that's going to be, but that's not set up yet, so we'll just have to see where we go from there. But at the moment, I do want to note that right now what you see out here to the west is that line of strong to severe storms. And as this continues to move east, more and more counties will continue to be added to the list of severe thunderstorm warnings. You'll have the potential again for 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts, power outages, heavy rain, some small hail, frequent lightning. This chance is low, but you cannot rule out an isolated brief tornado. It's a low threat, but with a tornado watch in effect for all of us, we just got to be on guard in case one were to try to spin up, and it would happen very quick. This would be one of those situations that would be very hard to warn on because they happen so quick. So that's something I really want you to be aware of as this line continues to move from west to east across our area. So let's get right back into it here, show you where the heaviest of the activity is against Sparta. It's pretty much right over you right now. McMinnville, downtown and west, things are starting to break up, but the east side of town here, around Shellsford Road and all that out there, it looks like that's where the heaviest is. There could be some small hail. Damaging winds are along that leading edge, moving into Van Buren as we speak. So moving right down Highway 30. So that's going to head toward Fall Creek Falls very soon. Again, Manchester and Tullahoma, I'm going to give you guys the all clear because you're on the back side of this now. So if you're in Manchester and Tullahoma, you're clear. The worst of this is over for you. The worst of this is over Hillsborough and Viola right now. Summitville, I'm also going to give you the all clear. And in Franklin County, I know we got a heavy cell over Tracy City and Colmont, but this is not the severe storm. The severe storm's to the west. But in Franklin County, Winchester and Deckard are now starting to get in on this now. So if you haven't gotten anything there yet, things will dramatically change there very soon. Again, strong wind gusts, heavy downpours, possibly some small hail, frequent lightning in those areas. Huntland's now getting in on the activity. Again, Lincoln County, I'm going to give you the all clear. The worst of this is moving away from you. And then in Jackson County, here are the first communities up on the agenda to see strong to severe storms. Woodville, Paint Rock, Pleasant Groves, Skyline, and High Top. Y'all are going to be first. Then the Highway 72 corridor will follow after that. So from Scottsboro up to Bridgeport, you're going to be next in line to get this. You don't have a warning yet, but you will have one soon. Marshall County, this heavy line in Morgan County is moving east towards your area. So heads up around Lake Guntersville and Guntersville proper, as well as Arab. This is heading in your direction. And then up in here, Rain continues across Bledsoe, Grundy, Squatchy, and Marion counties, but this is non-severe. Again, the severe part is back out here, moving east in your direction, though. Again, Crossville, this is going to be knocking on your doorstep within the next half hour, so get ready there. Again, there's nothing going on out here to the east. So Chat, Dayton, Decatur, Athens, Cleveland, Polk, Monroe, nothing going on over here yet. But that will change here over the next couple to a few hours as this line moves your way. And the same thing goes for the rest of northeast Alabama and also North Georgia. Nothing happening there yet, but this line's going to dramatically change conditions as it moves east in your direction. So I do want you to be aware of that as that continues to move off to the east here as we go forward with time. So again, let's put on some tracks here so that way we can give you some warnings, some advanced notices on this. Again, let's actually track some of this here. So we'll track the one that's over, and we'll go from north to south. So let's start up here in Sparta, and we'll go from east from there. And I bet you Cumberland County gets a warning here pretty soon. So we'll put this at 50, and we'll track it from there. So that's calibrated, so that should work. And again, we'll put some times of arrival here. So this will be in Bon Air Mountain pretty much right now. Pleasant Hill, 1247 around or just before. It's about 10 minutes there. 1257 for Lake Tansy and Crossville, and 108 for Fairfield Glade and Crab Orchard. Now let's go down here to the south. We'll track this part. Moving across the McMinnville area on the east side of town. And then we're going to move that into Bledsoe County, give y'all a heads up in Bledsoe. So this will be in Fall Creek Falls around 1254, Mount Crest around 102, Pikeville around 105, around 108 in Cold Spring, Summer City around 111, Melvine around 115, and Liberty Hill in Array County at 116. And then for Spencer, this will be in your area here within the next 5 to 10 minutes, so heads up in that area. And again, the nearest tornado warning I can find, I know it shows red on there, the tornado warnings are up in Kentucky right now, so we don't have any tornado warnings, at least locally right now. So just make sure nobody got freaked out by that red up there. But so far, that's not us. So let me show you this. This is going to be the Grundy County side. Again, this is going to be in Colmont around 1248, about 1253 in Grootley, and about 1257 in Palmer. And again, Dunlap, heads up, this is going to be in your area between 1 and 2 a.m. And then for those of you in Altamont, around 1242 for you. So about 1242, 1245 for those of you in Beersheba and Altamont. And then we'll track this. I'll track this as it is. Again, we'll put this into most of Marion County here. Again, no warning yet for Marion, but that will change. 1245 in Cowan, 1250 for Sherwood, so 1250, 1245 for the Swanee area too. 107 to 110 for the Kimball, South Pitt, Jasper areas. 112 for Little Squatchy, and 118 for Whitwell. That's with this line. And then down here to the south, we'll put this on. Again, that's moving east at about 45, so 50 is a pretty good number. Tornado possible tag, by the way, for western Jackson County. That was updated. So, again, just wanted to note that. So, western Jackson County, you've been put in the tornado possible tag for that severe thunderstorm warning. Again, I haven't seen any real evidence of rotation at this time, but, again, that can always change. So, that's just something to take note of. Again, here's the line here. Again, let me make sure that, I don't know why it's not working on here, but there we go. So that's going to be in Gurley around 1241, about 1252 in Pleasant Groves, 104 for Scottsboro, Skyline area about 1 o'clock, 108 for Hollywood, 117 for Pisgah, 123 for Henniger, and 128 for Eider. So Stevenson area around or just after 1 o'clock for you, as well as Bridgeport. And then down here to the south, Marshall County into DeKalb County, just so y'all aren't forgotten. Make sure that's right there. So again, 50 miles an hour. That's about the average speed. Again, let me make sure that Again, for some reason my mouse is doing some crazy things here today. And we'll move that and put most of the communities on there. Again, Guntersville around 102, 107 in Grant, 119 for Section, 122 for Geraldine, 125 for Section, 129 for Fife, about 130 in Dutton, 133 for Rainsville, Sylvania around 136, Fort Payne and Henniger around 141, and Valley Head and Hammondville around 150. So again, I've pretty much tracked all along this for at least the next county over. So again, this is going to continue moving from west to east across the region. So let's get back over here and look at some velocities here since we have some new scans. Again, these thunderstorms developing ahead of this are non-severe at the moment. But they are going to merge with that line here very soon. Just a point of reference there. Again, some very strong winds being indicated around Gurley. And look at this. There's a gust right there of a little over 70. So that's something to watch. There's another little spot right there showing up to 60. They're south of Huntland. And then 50 to 60 is pretty much the rule up in here across Grundy County right now, in eastern Franklin County, clipping southern Warren County. Again, McMinnville, you're in the clear. You're out of the woods. And about 60 mile an hour winds roughly through Van Buren County, 50 to 60. And we now have a new warning for Cumberland County. So Cumberland County has been added to the list. This is for 60 mile an hour wind gusts again. So Crossville, Fairfield Glade, Lake Tansy, up towards Rennie, Bowman, Crab Orchard, those areas, Pleasant Hill, you're under that severe thunderstorm warning for the next hour. So that goes into effect. Let me get you a time frame until 1:45. And the movement on this is east at 50. So Crossville's in the path as well as Fairfield Glade, Crab Orchard, Lake Tansy, Pleasant Hill, Bowman, Mayland. Those areas are in the path of that. So again, Cumberland County, you're now under a severe thunderstorm warning until 1:45. And again, there's a lot of warnings here. I know it's a lot to keep up with, but as I said, if you remember me saying earlier this evening, there's probably going to be a lot of warnings I'm working with here at the same time. But at least it's one solid line and not multiple supercells or anything. This is actually very manageable to track and warn in time because it's one mode. It's linear. It's not supercellular. So that's the good thing with this. For a timing standpoint, I can be able to time this out in a more effective manner and give you that heads up. So that's just something to note here. And again, I'll tell you, this is bowing out pretty good out in here towards east of Huntsville there around Gurley. As you see right here, it's a very healthy structure, 50 to 60 mile an hour winds for sure, a little bit of hail as well. Again, but when you see these little backward C's here, when you see it bowing, that's the signature for strong to damaging winds that I want you to be aware of here over the next 20, 30 minutes or so in these areas. So again, Grundy County, it's moving in right now as we speak. This line's moving in. Again, these pink areas you see on this map indicate hail. It's not big hail, but you'll hear it when it's over you. Probably be in the size of marble to penny size roughly. Again, not large, but enough to where you'll hear it. A little bit of pink north of Spencer, but again, that may be some pea-size hail, but nothing big. And wind is the main deal here. I want to emphasize, damaging wind's the main threat as it moves from west to east. In Bonner Mountain, probably getting some small hail right now as that moves overhead along with the damaging winds. And that's moving into Crossville here within the next 30 minutes. So it heads up there. And now we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that includes Chattanooga and includes the whole Squatchy Valley. So let me get you this new information. So your phones are probably all going off right now. So this is a new severe thunderstorm warning. And let me read this out to you. This is going to be for pretty much all of southeast Tennessee in a nutshell. This is going to be from Bray County, Meigs County, Squatchy County, Bledsoe County, Marion County, Hamilton County, and southwestern Roane County until 2:45 a.m. Eastern, 1:45 a.m. Central Time. At 1:40 a.m. Eastern, 12:40 a.m. Central, severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from Spencer to 8 miles southeast of Huntland. The movement is east at 40 miles an hour. Hazard is 60 mile an hour wind gusts. It is radar indicated. Impact, expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations that are in the path of this include Chattanooga, Dayton, Dunlap, Jasper, Pikeville, Decatur, Soddy Daisy, Signal Mountain, Rossville, and South Pittsburgh. Now, that's some of the communities. There's a lot more in there, like Whitwell, Mott Eagle, New Hope, Spring City, Evansville, Decatur, all those areas that were kind of not mentioned. You guys are also in line. Soddy Daisy, Signal, Ottawa, all of you are under this severe thunderstorm warning until 2:45 a.m. Eastern, 1:45 a.m. Central Time. Again, that's for the potential of up to 60 mile an hour wind gusts. So again, as I said, as this line continues moving east, we're going to have more counties, more towns and cities going under warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, to account for this wind damage potential. Again, you may also see some small hail. Could be up to pea to roughly penny size. Not large, but enough to where you'll hear it. It won't be a car damager thing, thankfully. So as far as the hail's concerned, that's not a big deal. Tornado concern, very low right now. I'm not seeing evidence of any real circulations. I'm going up and down this line like crazy on velocity mode just to make sure we don't miss any spin ups. And so far, I've not seen any of that. This is mainly, as long as it stays in this same color here and we don't get any red and green mixing, this will stay a straight line wind event. And that's been the main threat the whole time. So far so good. We're staying away from the tornado stuff, at least right now. We're mainly going to see the damaging straight line winds, again, 50 to 60 miles an hour. And there may be an isolated pocket along that line that could see gusts get up to 65 or 70 in an isolated area. Mostly, though, it's 50 to 60. We have another severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued also. This is for Jackson County, so all of Jackson County, most of DeKalb County, Alabama, and northern Marshall County, Alabama. This is another warning that just came out. As I said, they're going to keep adding warnings as this moves east. Again, this is also a tornado possible tag until 1:45 for pretty much most of northeast Alabama. Severe thunderstorms are located along the line extending from near Huntland to near Owens Crossroads, which is southeast of Huntsville, moving east at 45. Hazard is penny-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Radar indicated. Some of the locations in the path include Scottsboro, Fort Payne, Rainsville, Bridgeport, Henniger, Stevenson, Sylvania, Fife, and Hollywood. So a lot of those places I mentioned in that track earlier are now in that severe thunderstorm warning. So I got to get a couple of these text alerts here out real quick, so that way everybody can see them and also be able to tune in as well as this moves from west to east. But as I said, though, everybody definitely needs to be ready for damaging straight line winds as this moves from west to east. As I said, if you're in Chattanooga, you're under the warning. So pretty much the majority of you watching me right now are under a severe thunderstorm warning. Whether it's until 1:45, or whatever that may be, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning through the next hour, next 45 minutes to at least an hour. Again, the main threat are going to be those damaging straight line winds. Again, 50 to 60 miles an hour. You could have a little bit of small hail. You're going to have heavy downpours, frequent lightning, gusty winds. But at least the good thing here is, at least so far, we have stayed away from tornadic activity, and that's something that's been the goal of all this, is to stay away from it. And I think that's what we've done so far. We had a few tornado warnings earlier out towards I-65 around Pulaski and up towards Franklin and Columbia, Tennessee, but thankfully I haven't heard of anything out of that, and those have been the only tornado warnings we've had, and at the moment there are no tornado warnings. So hopefully this trend will continue, and we'll continue mainly seeing just the straight line winds. But let me tell you, these winds are nothing to mess around with. I mean, they are quite heavy, and not only quite heavy, but they are also very potent, and they have caused tree damage and also power outages out to the west. So these are definitely nothing to mess around with. So when you wake up to this, trust me, it's going to be loud. But the good thing here is right now, there's not any tornadic activity imminent. We have a tornado watch in effect. Not a warning, but a tornado watch. We have a severe thunderstorm warning and a tornado watch. Now, I forgot to explain this earlier about that siren, the siren stuff here. For those that have sirens, there's usually a policy that happens when there is a severe thunderstorm warning that coincides with a tornado watch. that's when the sirens sound. So those of you in Franklin County probably heard the siren sound, for example, when that severe thunderstorm warning was issued, because it is also included in a tornado watch. Again, that's a policy that many places that have sirens have. So that's kind of something I want to explain there real quick. I forgot to mention that earlier, but I went ahead and gone ahead and mentioned that. So again, that's just something I wanted to note. But again, all of you from Franklin County, Grundy County, Van Buren, Cumberland, White, east into the Squatchy Valley, Hamilton County, Ray, Meigs, and northeast Alabama all have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect through the next hour, through at least 1:45. Now, the southern middle Tennessee warnings expire at around 1:15 for Franklin, and then Franklin County's also expires around 1:15, and so does Grundy's, Van Buren's, White's, and then the one that goes in effect until 1:45 is for Cumberland, Marion, Squatchy, Bledsoe, Ray, Meigs, and Hamilton. So those are the counties currently under the severe thunderstorm warnings at this time. So again, that's what I'm seeing here at the moment. And again, of course, if there was any rotations or anything that were to pop randomly out of the blue, I'll definitely make sure to mention that. And so far, and I'll double check the velocity scans again since we've got a new update, nothing has popped up as of late regarding that. Again, this is just one color, a straight line, west to east wind moving through our area. And I do think also that lower instability I was talking about earlier, I do believe is helping us out in that regard. Now, of course, we're having the strong straight line winds because of the wind energy, but when it comes to the tornadic activity, we've been able to keep that at bay locally, keep that down because of lower instability, especially the further north you go. It's a little higher in northeast Alabama. That's why I'm kind of going to watch that area as that line tries to catch up with the gust front as it gets up Sand Mountain. So if there were to be an isolated tornado, we'd have to watch that area probably a little more. But again, still stay alert, because all areas will be seeing this thunderstorm activity as they move off to the east. But again, they will sound rough. So when you do have them, they will sound rough. I can promise you of that. I can promise you that. But there's one thing I can tell you at this time, is that in a calm way, in case you wake up to it and are just seeing this for the first time, we do not have any tornado warnings, but we do have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. So again, where you see the bright red and bright green to the south, so this is going to go bright red soon because it's going to head away from the radar, but the brighter colors in here indicate damaging winds, again 50 to 60 miles an hour. And the bright reds up in here indicate the same thing, just a different color. So the bright reds, the peach color and all that, that's where it indicates also damaging winds. And you can see where it runs. Runs pretty much right through Grundy County, southeastern Franklin, moving into Van Buren, so Spencer, Fall Creek Falls, moving into Squatchy County, so winds are about to ramp up in Cagle here very soon if they haven't yet. Crossville, this is on your doorstep. Make sure you're away from windows. And really, for everybody that's in these severe thunderstorm warnings, the advice that I can give you is to make sure that you are inside and away from windows. Now, like I say, it's best to treat these like you would tornado warnings and seek shelter. I do recommend that because of the sound that these storms have. I will say that because of the sound of them. They will sound loud, and they will definitely sound that way, but the good thing is so far we don't have tornadic activity. So again, like I say, they will be loud. You'll hear the wind. You may lose power, but at this moment, we don't have to concern for a tornado. But the main threat, of course, is those straight line winds. Again, there's a pocket of very heavy wind that I'm seeing here. There's a 67, 68 showing up there just west of Skyline, so that'll have to be watched. That's a localized higher gust. As I said, along this leading edge, you might see a higher gust sneak in. And there's a pretty good burst up here around the Skyline Wildlife Management area, about 50 to 60. And that's moving towards Bridgeport, so heads up there. And then there's about 60 showing up there in Grundy County, moving into Grootley and Palmer, and tracking pretty much right along 399 up that way. And again, that 70's a little high up in Van Buren, but again, around 60 up there. especially east of 111. And in Cumberland County, again, around that leading edge, about 60 up there. Again, the farther you go out from the radar, the beam goes up, so the winds up aloft are obviously going to be higher than it is at the surface, because the higher you go up, the higher the wind goes. So higher aloft, the winds are screaming up there. And that's and considering, how unstable things are, because we warmed up pretty good today into the 70s, we have some leftover warmth, enough energy for these storms to thrive on. It's bringing some of that wind down here to the surface, and it's leading to these severe thunderstorms. Again, this severe line extends from basically Arab, Alabama, up through about Skyline and High Top, through Swanee and Cowan, moving into Sherwood, to Monteagle, Tracy, Altamont, Grootley, moving into Palmer and Beersheba, up through all of Van Buren County, and into Cumberland County. That's the situation there. A new warning has been posted for areas just west of the Knoxville area. So up in that area, they have another severe thunderstorm warning that just got put out for those areas. And that one, out of curiosity, that goes into effect also for the next hour. So that goes into effect until 2:45 Eastern up there. So that's pretty much about the same time as this one is, just 1:45 Central. Now, I do want to note some heavy thunderstorm activities also developing across Marion County here, basically around South Pitt Mountain, up through the north side of Jasper, up there on the mountain, and also west of Whitwell and south of Dunlap. These are non-severe, but this is going to merge with this line. So you're definitely going to hear the heavy downpours, the frequent lightning. Those winds are going to get cranked up, and it will definitely sound rough out there. So just make sure you're ready for that out in here. If you know anybody that's in the path of these severe storms, just make sure they're alert that it's going to get really loud, it's going to get windy, and you may lose power. So if you're out ahead of this line, you have your time. Like Cleveland, Dalton, Athens, Decatur, Dayton, Chat, Trenton, Fort Payne, Somerville, you guys still have time. You guys still have a good 30 minutes, hour and a half to charge your devices. So if you haven't done so yet, I would highly recommend you do that, because this line is approaching quickly, and if you lose power, you'll definitely need to make sure your stuff's charged so you can be able to use data on your phone or whatever that may be. So that's why I'm saying, and emphasizing to make sure to charge your devices and such and make sure you're ready, because once this line moves in and knocks the power out, then that could end up being problematic down the road and all that. So again, I do have reports of power outages to the west of this from Duck River Electric. Haven't seen anything on SVC or anything just yet, but I'm sure that's probably going to change here at some point. Going to wait a little bit to see what that looks like down the road. But again, this line that you see here, all this red and purple and everything, this is the main line that's pushing through our area. So basically, it's going right down Highway 41, down Highway 11, Highway 30, I-40, I-24, up 72. So basically going down all of our major corridors and into our area here from west to east. Now, I do want to give some all clears real quick. Fayetteville, Lynchburg, Winchester, Deckard, Belvedere, down towards Huntland, Estill Springs, Tullahoma, Manchester, Hillsborough, McMinnville, Woodbury, Smithville, Sparta, Cookville, you're clear. Those areas I just mentioned, you're clear. The severe threat's over for you. Again, as this line moves through, the good thing here, it's one and done. Once this line tapers off, you get on the back side of this, your severe threat's done. It's this front half where you see the red and the pink and such that you got to get through. Once this gets through your location, your threat's over. All you see behind this is just rain and thunder and some lightning. Wind a little breezy, but not too bad back here. This right in here, where I got the pointer here, this little hand thing on here, that's where the heaviest wind is, and that's going to continue moving east. So I do expect more and more counties to be put under warnings as we go along here over the next 1 to 3 hours. This should be out of here, should be out of the area altogether by about 4 o'clock, 5 Central, 5 a.m. Eastern. So it should be all the way out here to the east, out towards Murphy and the Cherokee National Forest by that time. So, but from now until that point, we're going to have more and more of our communities here being impacted by the potential line winds. Again, 50 to 60 miles an hour, heavy downpours, frequent lightning. It's going to be loud. I mean, it's going to be loud. But good thing here is, at this moment, I'll double check velocities to make sure we don't have any little kinks or anything trying to surprise us, and so far I've not seen any evidence of that. What I am seeing evidence of are some pretty strong gusts. And I'll show you one area right here. There's a 66 there approaching Highway 117 there south of Sherwood, moving towards South Pitt and Bridgeport. So there's some localized higher gusts in here heading towards the Highway 72 corridor. So heads up in Orem, heads up out here towards Russell Cave, Bridgeport, Bryant, Kimball, Jasper, South Pitt, New Hope. This is heading in your direction. So you'll definitely have 50 to 60 mile an hour wind like everybody else. But there are some localized pockets in here that might be a little higher than that. So just want you to be aware of that as it moves off to the east in your direction. And we'll have to see what happens as this area of heavy rain and thunderstorm activity you'll see here on this map merges with this line. So again, this is really covering all areas. So again, checking on you guys up here to the north around I-40 and Crossville. Heavy rain and dangerous winds moving in. Like I say dangerous because 50 to 60 mile an hour wind is pretty high. I mean, that's usually standard for a severe storm, but I'm just saying, like, as far as considering the time of night's concerned, it's definitely dangerous on that end. But what I'm seeing here at this time is damaging winds. This goes all the way down into the east side of Spencer, the eastern half of Van Buren County. Again, we're getting scans here every few minutes, so it actually does help that we are getting new radar scans here to help with things quite a bit. And then that goes all the way down into northwestern Marion County, eastern Grundy, Cagle Mountain area now of Sequatchie County. It's moving in on you now. From basically Swanee to Sherwood, down about Anderson and Franklin County. Again, strong to severe storms in western Jackson County now, from High Top to Skyline to Woodville, down to New Hope, Alabama, and Arab. And this is all moving to the east here. Again, this is all moving to the east around 50 miles an hour. And again, the showers out ahead of this, so far, it's not really played much of a factor at this point with this line. I mean, hopefully down the road it might, but right now, there's no signs of any like true weakening at this time. I mean, this line's continue to remain consistent, but again, your main threats along this are going to be damaging winds. Again, 50 to 60 miles an hour. And you can see by all these bolts on here you see on the screen, that's lightning. Quite a bit of that. And in these little pink areas you see on here, that's also small hail. Again, maybe some penny-sized hail in these heavier cores in here, but again, nothing that will be damaging or anything, so that's good. So at least won't be damaging. But again, the main threat, damaging straight line winds. So what I'll do here in just a second, finishing off giving out this warning information here, posting this out here for Northeast Alabama because I forgot to do that. But the good thing is it's still current as far as that's concerned, so that's good. So what I'll do real quick is post that out just to make sure I'm not forgetting anything. So that's the situation with that at this time. Again, storms are pretty much moving into the Sequatchie Valley as we speak, and they're getting ready to move off the plateau. So that's the way it's looking there. So again, very strong velocity winds. Here's a gust near Palmer that's pretty high, showing around 68. Remember, this is a loft, so this is probably subtracted to like 55 to 60 at the surface, but that's a really strong gust they're moving over Palmer right now. And then there's one right there, about 60, moving into Cagle. So really all on this line, we're seeing basically 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. And I can hear the winds picking up in my place too, because I'm in line to see this severe storm line too. So we're getting some wind increasing here as well, and you're probably hearing that at home as well, especially if you're in just ahead of this line and right along it. So that's the situation at this point. Again, this cell that's formed out ahead of this main line is non-severe, but it's just about to merge with the line. Again, Jackson County, you guys are getting hit pretty good. So again, there's Grant. It's about to go in on you there very soon. Scottsboro, this is pretty much moving overhead almost right now, but if not, it'll be there within about 5 to 10 minutes. And in Stevenson and Bridgeport, you're next in line to see this. And in Chattanooga metro area, Hamilton County, you're going to be seeing this severe storm moving into your area within the next 30 minutes roughly. So again, it will take its time getting there, but it's moving at a pretty good clip, so it will be there within the next half hour. So just a quick note for those particular areas, at this time. So far I haven't lost power yet, so hopefully we'll get through this without that issue. But of course, if that does happen, I'll have to go into written post. But so far so good. Granted, it's still early, but hopefully that won't be the case. At least hopefully we won't have to lose power here. But again, there's that new update, and what I'll do is I'll put that into motion for you, show you how that's moved. And there it goes. Again, this is mainly moving from west to east at about 45 to 50 miles an hour. Again, some of the individual little cells and such, some of the heavier downpours ahead are moving more northeast, but the main line's moving mostly east with a little bit of a deviation or change to the northeast in a way. So that's something to keep note of as that moves off to the east. So now I'm finished with that. Let's go back here to the velocity scan here. So we got a new scan, and there you go. Look at all this. And this is a really nasty gust here. Moving right over, basically right over Russell Cave almost. There's a wind gust there around 70. So that's ramped up. Again, there's one right there, around 62, showing up there on Orr Mountain, moving towards South Pitt Mountain and also Kimball. Around 60 there, northwestern Marion County towards Martin Springs, Foster Falls. Griffith Creek is seeing about the same. 45 to 50 on the backside. Again, there's a strong gust moving out of Cagle and moving towards Palo and Lusk and Dunlap. Again, this consistent 50 to 60 basically continues right along this leading edge of the wind here on this map. As I said, when you have bright greens like you see down there towards Scottsboro where the wind's moving toward the radar and you got this red with it moving away, you can just tell just by looking at it that it's all linear and basically all within that. But what you saw there when I was going through the query button there on there, showing what the winds are estimated to be just above the ground level, there are little bursts of where gusts get a little bit higher. Like the main threat is 50 to 60 mile an hour gusts, but there's also some isolated pockets along that get a little bit higher. So that is something to keep in mind here as these storms move from west to east. And again, there's even lightning happening out ahead of us. But I will have to say, if there's any positive news, I do have to say that the lightning output has actually went down a little bit. Now, there's still lightning happening, but as far as like the number, that's actually decreased a little bit. So I'm hoping that's a sign down the road at least that we may see a little bit of weakening here as this gets closer to Chattanooga and points east. However, no matter what, it's going to be loud. I mean, it's going to be very loud when this comes through. Heavy downpours, strong to damaging winds, some lightning, thunder. It's going to be a messy overnight. I'm just going to say right now, it's going to be a loud and messy overnight here, pretty much area-wide, in areas that have not seen this yet. Now, back out here to the west, we can pretty much clear most of Franklin County now. So if you're in Franklin County, except Sherwood, you're good. Sherwood, you'll be good in about 10 minutes. But from Colmont, north and west in Grundy County, you're clear. Mont Eagle, I'm going to go ahead and give you the all clear since you're on the backside. But Tracy City, wait about another 5-10 minutes. And once this heavy cell ends over you, you'll be good. And then Cagle, 10 more minutes. Spencer, you're clear. I'm going to give you all clear there. Sparta, you're good. McMinnville, you're good. Coffee County, you're good. And all the way back out towards Lynchburg and Fayetteville, you're also good. So as this line moves east, as I said, this is a one-and-done event. Once it moves through your location, you're good to go. Now, I just saw a new severe thunderstorm warning that was posted. It's for our southern areas. This is for Marshall County and the southern half of DeKalb County, Alabama. This warning, real quick, I want to get this out. This goes into effect here until, let me get the right thing. There it goes for the next hour until 2 a.m. At 1:03, severe thunderstorm was located along the line extending from near Grant to Hanceville, which is south of Coleman. It's moving east at 35. Hazard is 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. Locations in the path include Albertville, Fort Payne, Boaz, Gunnersville, Arab, Rainsville, and Crossville, Alabama. So those locations in the path of that. So a quick warning update down south. I do have a few viewers down there, so wanted to make that note. Again, so far, no signs of rotation along this edge, but one thing I can tell you is the winds in here are quite strong. There's a wind gust right there. That's actually strengthened even more. They're right around Russell Cave, so let me get that back on there. My computer there skipped. There we go. There's a gust right there showing almost 75, just not far off the ground. I mean, that's actually 800 feet off the ground, 700 feet off the ground. So, yeah. So that's moving right towards Bridgeport. So things are about to get really windy in Bridgeport and Stevenson soon. And the same thing with areas of Marion County and the valley that haven't gotten it yet. So be prepared for power outages here up and down the Squatchy Valley into Jackson County. Be prepared for possible power outages. Same thing with Sand Mountain. Same thing up into Hamilton County. Same thing with Ray and Meigs, Cumberland County. And even out ahead of this, I'm giving you also a heads up in Northwest Georgia. I know I haven't talked about you much down here, but you haven't had anything yet. You've had some drizzle and some light rain up in here. But that's going to change dramatically within the next 30 minutes to an hour as this line moves into your area. So get ready for strong to damaging winds here across Northwest Georgia within the next hour or so as this line moves in your area from Marshall, Jackson, Marion, Squatchy counties as that moves to the east in your area. Also Cleveland and Athens and Decatur. I know I haven't mentioned y'all a lot, but you're also going to get in on this activity as well here very soon, as well as Polk and Monroe. This out here to the west will move into your area also within the next hour or two. I want you to be ready there. Again, this is going to affect all areas. I mean, you're all going to get heavy rain. Those of you that have not gotten it yet, you will get heavy rain. You'll get the lightning. You'll get strong wind gusts, and could be a little bit of small hail, but as I said, it shouldn't be a big deal there. But again, when you see these little bows, like this one that's moving into Stevenson and Bridgeport here soon, like that one, I'll draw that a little bit better there. There's that one. A little bit of a bow here in Marion County, Squatchy County as well. When you see these little bows like that, that's an indication of a strong to damaging wind moving from west to east. And again, I'll check real quick and see if we got any power outage updates or anything like that. Looks like there's a small outage happening just on the south side of Winchester, also northern end of Coffee County. That's some reports I got from there. Checking to see if anything on the SVEC map. See if we got anything there. Looks like there's some outages happening. There's a small outage reportedly near Colmont right now, Colmont-Altamont area. But so far it's not been very extensive, so that's a good sign. I mean, so far the power outages have been scattered, isolated to scattered, so that's a good thing. So hopefully it stays that way and doesn't get worse as we go forward here. So good thing there on that end of things. But again, I do say, with that being said, make sure that your devices and stuff are charged. I'm looking at mine right now, looking at my computer and my phone. They're both right now at 100% because I left them on the charger here. But with lightning about to get in the way, I'm actually just about to unplug this here, at least as far as the chargers here. So I'm actually going to do that right now so that way we don't get any lightning in here or anything. So that's actually what I'm doing. And I want you to do the same as well, at least from the lightning, because you don't want to attract that. So at the moment, that's what we're looking like here. So here's a pretty good gust here, moving right across Squatchy Mountain there, about 65 to 70 there. And we're showing about the same, about 2,000 feet off the ground west of Whitwell. So at the surface, that's 50 to 60. And again, you see all this yellow you see on this map here to the east, that's the severe thunderstorm warning. Now this is showing some 80 north of Pikeville, but again, that's about 6,000 feet off the ground. So at the surface, that's still severe gusts at about 60, but 6,000 feet off the ground, the winds are howling up there. And again, looking down here real quick to make sure we don't have any spin-ups trying to form anywhere. And as I said, not seeing any evidence of that, but I am seeing some very strong winds along this leading edge. And you're probably hearing it right now if you're in any one of these areas. Again, there's a 62, 63, about 500 feet off the ground. So just above the surface there, moving into Stevenson and moving towards Bryant and Higdon. So again, Sand Mountain, Highway 72 corridor, it's on your doorstep. And then again, if you know anybody that's traveling, I forgot to mention this, if you know anybody that's traveling along the interstate right now, I-24 or any other roadway locally, make sure that they are heeding the advice, especially high-profile vehicles, and staying off the road here and just waiting this out at an open gas station, convenience store, restaurant. Let's just wait this line out, let it pass, because you really don't want to be out there in these conditions, because it's probably pretty rough. And you're not going to see anything because it's dark, so you won't know what's ahead of you. And we don't want any issues with that. Now, this pink that you see here real quick, there is some hail with this. So, again, not enough to really damage your car, but as far as like hail's concerned, there could be up to penny-sized hail here on the west side of Stevenson, heading up towards Russell Cave and Bridgeport. Here's some small hail here being indicated around Sweetens Cove, moving into Kimball and Jasper, north side of South Pittsburgh. So basically from downtown, maybe New Hope and north. And then maybe some small hail on Squatchy Mountain, just past Griffith Creek, about to move into Cartwright and Doss. And then not seeing any indications of small hail up in here across Bledsoe County. This is all rain up in here, but as well as Crossville. But definitely some very strong wind and torrential downpours, and that goes for everywhere on this line. But just inside this heavier area where you see the pink, that's where there's the possibility of some small hail being indicated here. And again, there's some rain running out ahead of this in Hamilton County and down into Walker County, but that's non-severe. This right here is the severe part. And one thing I've learned also, when there is a very sharp cutoff in reflectivity from nothing to the red and pink, that leading edge of that dramatic difference from nothing to a full-on downpour, that's also another area where the stronger wind gusts occur as well. So that's another thing. When you have red and green, very, very short distance like this on the reflectivity side, that's an indication also of strong to damaging winds as well. So that's another thing you look forward to, and you don't even have to look at the velocity product just to see that. So that's just something to look at here. And you can kind of see where it goes from practically nothing, just a few miles out, to all of a sudden a full deluge of torrential rain, wind, and even some small hail and also lightning as it moves from west to east. Now let's double check since we I think got a new volume scan of velocity in. As I said, continuing to show very strong winds. Again, my lights are starting to flicker here, so things are starting to get real here as this moves down the mountain in my area. Good thing here is I'm in a safe spot, so that's good. I'm actually in a pretty good position. So if I have to seek shelter or anything, I'll do that. And again, for anybody that's like direct messaging me or anything, just know that I'm currently live on here. And again, as I said, if I lose power, I'll revert over to postings here for the remainder of the event here, or unless the power, of course, comes back on somehow. But again, right now, got power on for right now, and hopefully it stays that way. But again, I'm showing you where the heaviest winds are for the moment, 65 to 70, just off the ground near Whitwell. But again, at the surface, it's probably 55 to 60, but strong nonetheless. Dunlap, 50 to 60. Same with Pikeville. And again, this is heading towards Meigs County, Ray County, and also Hamilton County. So heads up there. Sand Mountain, DeKalb County, northeast Alabama. This is heading your way as well. Dade, Walker, Chattooga, Catoosa, Whitfield counties, northwest Georgia. Quiet right now. That's going to change, though. You're probably going to be under a severe thunderstorm warning here very soon. Bridgeport and Stevenson, this line of activity is on top of you. So, again, these winds have actually, as they've moved into the valley, they have strengthened a little on this leading edge. So it's actually gotten stronger as it's gotten down to the valley. So as I said, take these winds seriously. I can't stress it enough here. Make sure you're in a good, safe place that's away from windows. You don't have to necessarily take tornado precautions, but what I'm saying here is you want to be away from your windows, especially the windows that are facing the direction of the storm, that west and south position especially. But really stay away from all windows because of the way this line of thunderstorms is moving in. I said these have a history of producing tree damage and some power outages, so definitely take them seriously. Even though we don't have any tornadoes at the moment, don't have any tornadic activity at the moment, these are definitely producing strong, damaging winds, again, in the 50 to 60 mile an hour range, with some isolated higher gusts in there that could get upwards of 70 miles an hour in a few locations. And we're seeing some evidence of that in parts of Marion County and northeastern Jackson County at this time, as this moves into the Sequatchie Valley, and eventually this is going to be in Chattanooga within the next half hour to an hour. So heads up in the metro area. And then back here to the west real quick, Grundy County, you're good. All clear. Franklin County, all clear. You're good there. So again, once this line clears you, you're clear. Once this rough stuff gets out of the way. High Top Skyline, you're good. Woodville, you're good. About 10, 15 more minutes in Scottsboro and you'll be good. But again, everybody along this line, Marshall, Jackson, DeKalb, Marion, Sequatchie, Bledsoe, Ray, Meigs, and Hamilton are currently under severe warnings for damaging winds. Again, Dade, Walker, Catoosa, you're next up. You will probably get a warning here very shortly. I don't know when, but it will probably be very soon, especially considering the line is holding together. Also, Whitfield County, Murray, down up towards Cleveland, Athens, down towards Somerville and Calhoun. You'll also be getting in on these severe storms within the next hour or two as well. So again, areas east, while you haven't anything yet, that's going to change. So that's what I'm warning you about here as this moves from west to east. Again, these are some really strong winds here. Moving into the Jasper area now, again, about 1,700 feet off the ground, it's showing 78 miles an hour aloft. So this is definitely some very serious wind. Now at the surface, about 60. And then down a little closer to the radar site as well, a little over 1,000 feet off the ground there, is burping there, but around 70 miles an hour basically at the surface there near Kimball. So I would not be surprised in the next few minutes that this warning might get bumped up to a considerable, just based on the wind continuing to increase right along this leading edge. Like I said, Jasper's getting pummeled basically with this, getting it pretty hard. Kimball, South Pitt, you're in this. Little Sequatchie, you're in this, and this is getting ready to cross over Griffith Highway here very soon. So where I am in relation to all this, it's about to get rowdy here very soon. And up towards Crossroads, Whitwell, this is pretty much moving into your area now. Dunlap, you're in on this now. Palo, Lusk, Pikeville, you're in the middle of this severe storms. And there's your new severe thunderstorm warning. So this does include Dade, Catoosa, Walker, and northwestern Chattooga counties. So that's the situation there at this time. So that's just the situation. So there's your new warning. Let me read that out to you. This goes in effect until 3 a.m. Eastern. Severe thunderstorms located along the line extending from New Hope to near Fackler to Langston, moving east at 45 miles an hour. Locations in the path of this include Lafayette, Ringgold, Trenton, Fort O, Rossville, Chickamauga, Lookout Mountain, Chattanooga Valley, Menlo, Center Post, Blue Spring, Fairview, Cloudland, Cloudland Canyon, Hooker, Cooper Heights, and Rock Spring. So those of you in northwest Georgia need to be getting away from windows and seeking shelter here until this passes. And again, like I say, Grundy County, you're clear. Franklin, you're good. This is east of you. You can go to sleep. So once this line passes your location, you can go to sleep once this passes. So areas east, give it about another hour or two, maybe then 3 hours out to the farthest east of the area, and you'll be good to sleep. So again, west of the Sequatchie Valley, you are good to sleep. But from the valley and east down to northeast Alabama, hang in there. I mean, And as I said, is already. I'm hearing the wind already starting to pick up in my location. I said this wind continues to ramp here, right across the Marion County area. Let's see, we're now seeing some 80 on here, about 1,800 feet off the ground. So that may be increasing. As I said, maybe I'm going to say 60 to 70 across the heart of the county. And this is heading towards Hamilton. So as I said, Metro Chattanooga, this is heading right at you. So 60 to 70 mile an hour wind are heading in your direction based on this. And Bridgeport and Stevenson, I ain't forgetting about y'all, as well as Dade County. You're going to have similar impacts. And you'll have to watch the southern edge of these little segments here to make sure we don't get any rotation. But again, at the moment, there's no rotation. This is straight line wind, 50 to 70. The hail has actually decreased some, so that's encouraging on the hail side of things. But again, at the same time, we still have that damaging wind threat as that continues to move from west to east. Again, Mont Eagle, you're good. This is east of you now. And I'll even give an all clear to Martin Springs in Marion County. Martin Springs, you're good. So Foster Falls, Martin Springs, and even Griffith Creek, I'm going to go ahead and give you guys the all clear. The worst of it is passing to your south and east now. So basically, it's all along Highway 28 and Highway 72, approaching Griffith Highway and York Highway as we speak. And then it's going to be Whiteside, Haletown, Lads, Prentice Cooper, and then up from there, it's going to be a Flat Top, Mowbray Mountain, Saudi, Chat, Dayton, Spring City. You all are going to be next in line, as well as Fort Payne, Rainsville, Ider, Sand Mountain, basically. And then Northwest Chattooga County, Walker, Dade, Catoosa counties. You will be getting this also next as well within the next hour or so. Again, this line is moving to the east at about 40 to 50 miles an hour. Again, so far, I haven't heard any evidence of any a rotation or anything. I mean, something looked like was trying to form there southeast of Stevenson. I'll check that real quick, and okay, that's nothing. But I was checking there. There was a little bit of a weak circulation aloft, but nothing big. That's just straight line wind, though. Just wanted to double check that real quick. But again, all along this line, so basically from the east side of Crossville, around Bucky's, points south through the valley. So basically up and down the Squatchy Valley. So Pikeville, Dunlap, Whitwell, Crossroads, Jasper, Kimball, South Pitt, Bridgeport. Looks like some hail may be falling in Bridgeport. Small hail. East side of Stevenson, down to Fackler, approaching Flat Rock, Scottsboro, down through Guntersville, approaching Albertville, and then moving up here to the east. And Bryant, Higdon, Ider, you guys are all going to be next in line to see this severe thunderstorms move into your area. It does appear this Marion side does seem like it is. I mean, the wind field is still very impressive here. Things are, haven't heard anything out here yet, but I know it's getting ready to change. But I'll tell you what, this is still some pretty impressive stuff. I said, I will say between at least 60 to 70 mile an hour wind being indicated here based on radar estimations. Remember, that's radar estimate. But yeah, very intense nonetheless. But the good thing here is on the back side of this, once you get behind this main line, things calm down. You have some rain, some thunder. Nothing big behind this. So that's the good thing. Nothing big, at least when it comes to severe weather once this main line passes over you. Again, just some rain and thunder on the back side. But again, there's your warning. Again, we'll run down who's in the warnings at this time. Again, if you're Franklin, Grundy, Van Buren, your warnings have been allowed to expire. So Marshall, Jackson, DeKalb, Alabama, Dade, Northwest Chattooga, Walker, Catoosa in Georgia, Marion, Squatchy, Bledsoe, Cumberland, Ray, Meigs, Hamilton in Tennessee. These are all where your current severe thunderstorm warnings are for at least 50 to 60 mile an hour wind, with some pockets in there that could see some gusts get a little higher than that. Maybe up to 70 in some areas, as we're seeing in parts of Marion County and also a small portion of northeast Alabama as well. The one in Jackson County on Sand Mountain, that warning, that severe thunderstorm warning does have a tornado possible tag on that. So I do want to note that. That's the only one that I see at this time that has that tag. So, but there is currently no threat of a tornado at this time, even though that has that tag on there. But again, Sand Mountain, just stay on guard in that area. And again, our rain's starting to pick up where I am now, and this is moving basically right over the heart of the valley. So there's Highway 28, there's the Nickajack Dam area, Haletown, Whiteside. Again, Signal Mountain, this is heading your way next, so heads up there. Suck Creek Mountain, this is moving overhead. Mowbray, Flat Top, y'all are next up. Hendon, it's moving over you right now. New Harmony and Bledsoe counties getting in on the heaviest of this. And this is going to be moving into Dayton, Evansville, and Spring City here, and also Graysville within the next 10 to 15 minutes. So heads up there, and then Decatur will follow that. And then right down 27 into downtown Chattanooga to Ottawa, East Ridge, Rossville, Fort O, points south into Trenton and Lafayette and Ringgold. So that's the situation there at this time. Again, rain is starting to pick up here, and it's lighting up back here to the west towards Mont Eagle. But again, as I said, there could be some hail. Still seeing some indications of that. Pretty much right on the state line, so right over Long Island there in South Pitt, in the South Pitt Bridgeport area, moving towards New Hope. Again, nothing severe there when it comes to hail, but again, that wind is going to be something along that leading edge. So again, I haven't heard anything really crazy with the wind at my location, so that's actually a good sign. So I'm hoping that may be a sign that maybe this is weakening a little. Hoping. But that rain is sure heavy. It's picking up right now. But Whitwell and Crossroads overhead, Sail Creek moving in and out, and then Lone Oak, Fairmount, Walden, Signal, Falling Water. You guys are going to be getting in on this very soon. And Dunlap, you're almost done. Dunlap, you're about done. I mean, you're probably done with the heaviest wind, but the heaviest rain will be out of there probably in about 10 minutes roughly. So once that's done, you're good. Cagle, you're clear. Severe threats over in Cagle. Brockdale Mountain, severe threats done there. Pikeville, about 5 more minutes and you will be good there. And then out here towards Summer City, 10 more minutes or so and you'll be good, 10, 15 more minutes. And then this will be moving into Dayton, Bryan College, that area, Graysville, Sail Creek, Bakewell, Evansville, Spring City there within the next 10 minutes or so. So that is the current situation with that. And then don't forget about Cumberland County. Crab Orchard's getting in on this. So if you're in Crossville, you're clear from the worst of this. Fairfield Glade, you're getting in on the backside. So you're pretty much done with the severe threat. And everything west of this line, and I'll even put this on here, just for it. So if you are west of this line that I'm going to draw here, you can go to sleep. So basically, if you are west of the valley, so if you're on the mountain here, so if you are in like Winchester, if you're in Tracy or Mont Eagle, Palmer, Spencer, Crossville, Sparta, McMinnville, you can go to bed. You have nothing to worry about anymore. Out here to the east, from the valley and east, for about 20 more minutes here in the valley, the Squatchy Valley that is, and up to another hour or so for Ray Meggs and Hamilton and Northwest Georgia. Stay on guard. Be ready for the potential of damaging winds. Nothing that I'm seeing here at this time as of this moment as far as severe weather is concerned. It's been really heavy rain and very high winds in Crossroads, but starting to let up. Dunlap is crazy. Right? Thank y'all for this reports. Again, as this line is moving through, just letting y'all know, you're probably seeing the connection going in and out. That's because the storms are moving. So hopefully, as I said, I'm hoping the power doesn't go out, but if it does, of course, I do have a good backup plan. So hopefully that didn't do anything big on that end, and hopefully it doesn't knock me out. Let's make sure I'm not frozen or anything. Okay, good. I had to make sure I hear myself there, just so make sure, at least on my end, it's working. But I'll double check real quick. Make sure that the Wi-Fi is working on my side here. It'll take me just a second to check this, because I can be able to tell pretty quickly on my phone if the Wi-Fi is on my end. Yes. Okay, connection, but we're good, at least right now. Alright, so this is the heaviest part. Basically right over Griffith Highway in the lake right now. Moving right down towards Bryant. Higdon. Thank you for letting me know that I'm back on. Down towards Flat Rock. Pisgah, Dutton, Section, Langston. Overhead now. Near Rainsville, Fife very soon. To the east, so Hammondville, Trenton, Lookout Mountain. This is heading in your direction next. And then Hamilton County, this is moving in pretty much as we speak. And for downtown Chattanooga, it'll be there in about 20 minutes. And now got a question there, it's all about Jasper. Jasper is almost in the clear. You guys are pretty much on the back side of this now. So I'm going to go ahead and give some years here. So South Pitt, I know it's still probably raining heavily, but you're good. Kimball, still raining heavily, you're good. At least around downtown Jasper at the square, around that area 28, you're clear. Also, give it about 5-10 more minutes, you'll be good. Griffith Creek, you're good. So, community, the all clear, or at least your part of town, the all clear, you are good to go back to bed. Pike, you're good. So if you're in Pikeville, you're in the clear. You're on the back side. Dunlap, you got heavy rain there, and I know it probably. As far as the severe threat is concerned, that is decreasing rapidly. So that's some good news there. So things are getting better there. Cagle, you're good. Grundy, you're good. Wheeler Mountain, you guys are also on the back side of this. So should be starting to ease up a little bit there. I mean, you'll still have rain. You'll have some thunder and lightning on the back side. But the severe threat ends once this worst part leaves your area. So once you get through of all this red and pink here on the leading edge, that's when the severe threat's pretty much over for you. Yeah, Dunlap will be clear in the next 10 minutes or so. Starting to rain lightly in Houston. So again, like I say, as this moves from west, we'll have to see where it goes from there. So what I'm going to do here, since again I was a little bit unknown about whether I'd lose power or not, that's why that way it didn't stop in the middle of me doing it. So let's do some. So we can give some areas some heads ups here. So we'll start north and we'll go south. So we'll start up in Ray County, move that east at 40. So I'm going to change that mode. Again, downtown about 150, about 250, 252 Red Bank, 255 in Ridgeside, 302 Tyner, 305 in Harrison. Again, I'm reading these an hour ahead in Eastern time because they got these in Central for some reason. 305 in Harrison, 312 in Collegedale and Ottawa, Appleton 314, McDonald 318, and up towards Soddy Daisy. This is going to be in your area within the next 5 to 10 minutes. So get ready there, as well as Hickson, Lakeside, Middle Valley, that area too. So you'll be next in line to get this as well. And in Cleveland, I'm betting this will be near the Cleveland area, as I said, probably between about 3 and 4 a.m. So between about 3 and 4 a.m. for those of you in the Cleveland area. And then North Georgia, where we got this newest severe thunderstorm warning that expires here in about 23 minutes. We're going to track this part here as it moves towards Trenton, Fordo, Ringgold area. So there's the quick track there. Trenton at 2:45. Again, since these are in Central, add an hour because we're moving into the Eastern time zone. 3:04. So again, 2:45 for Trenton around that time. 3:04 for Chickamauga. 3:09 in Fordo. 3:19 for Ringgold. 3:25 for Tunnel Hill. Varnell around 3:30, and 3:33 in the Cohutta and Dalton areas. And then down here, Sand Mountain, pretty much on top of y'all right now. I will check velocity here in just a second to make sure we don't have any like surprise spin ups here or anything like that. I'll double check and make sure. And again, this is going to be the zone here, so we'll put this up in here. Again, Rainsville there around 147, Powell around 144. Again, this is in Central Time in DeKalb County, Alabama. 151 for Sylvania, about 5 minutes for Henniger. 208 to 210 for Hammondville, Valley Head, and Mentone. And then around 2 a.m. for Fort Payne on that. So let's double check and get back over here and show you some velocities here and see if we got updated on that. No circulations, thankfully. Thank goodness. Again, we're still seeing straight line wind, and it's all in a straight line, so some great news there, at least from Tornac's side. Winds are still pretty intense, though. And it runs up in here again. I don't think we're seeing 70 anymore. I think that's decreased quite a bit, again, but I do believe 50 to 60 is a pretty good rule of thumb here as far as the wind gusts are concerned. So, as I said, it's going to be loud. It's going to be rowdy over here. Over into the Chattanooga metro area here over the next little bit. So again, where you see these heavier colors in here, these brighter colors you see, that's where the strongest winds are, just behind and right along that edge of that line, especially along the edge, where it goes from practically no wind, barely, to full-on downpour and gusty wind as that moves from west to east. So again, this is getting ready to cross 27 here very soon. Here's 153. There's the river. This is all going to be moving in. So Signal Mountain, this is starting to move into your area right now. And in Walden, it's about to move into your area. Same with Red Bank, Hickson, Soddy, Bakewell, Sail Creek. Dayton and Graysville are now getting in on this. And then Evansville, Spring City is now getting in on the heaviest of this storm activity, so heads up towards 10 Mile and Decatur. Big Spring in southern Meigs County is also in line, as well as Georgetown and Birchwood. Heads up there. Dade County, right around New Home, Coal City. So Sligo Road area, around where the outdoor movie theater is, that's where the heaviest of this cell is, moving towards Wildwood. Trenton, you're about to get in on this very soon. Damaging winds about to move into Trenton, as well as Lookout Mountain. And eventually that's going to go over the mountain and into Flintstone, Rossville, Fordo, Chickamauga area. And then Lafayette down the road too. So heads up in Lafayette. It's heading your way, as well as Cooper Heights. And in DeKalb County, Alabama here, going down to Sand Mountain once again. Albertville, east of Guntersville, you're clear. Albertville, from there up through Geraldine, down to Boaz, up through Fife, Rainsville, Dutton Section, Pisgah, Scottsboro, you're good. It's east of you now, but Sand Mountain's getting pummeled right now with some very heavy rain, gusty just to damaging winds. Again, I haven't seen any circulations fired off, so that's good. So, again, as I said, it's mainly linear, straight line wind from west to east moving through. And then that's going to be crossing over I-59 here very soon. So if you know somebody that's traveling along Interstate 59, anywhere from the Birmingham area up to Wildwood, make sure that they pull over somewhere, gas station, convenience store, wherever that may be, and just let this storm pass over. Basically, just let it move over, and then once it wraps up and things calm down, then you can go back to whatever you're doing. We now have a new severe thunderstorm warning that's just been posted here that will expire in about an hour. Let me read that information off to you here real quick. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning that's just got posted. This is for Ray County, northwestern Bradley County. This does include Cleveland, Meigs County, southeastern Sequatchie County, central McMinn County, including Athens, southeastern Marion County, and all of Hamilton County until 3:30 a.m. Eastern, 2:30 a.m. Central. At 2:41 a.m. Eastern, 1:41 a.m. Central, severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from near Spring City, loud crack of thunder there and lightning, to 7 miles north of Trenton, moving east at 35 miles an hour, so it's actually slowed a little bit. Hazard is 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Locations that are in the path of this include Chattanooga, Cleveland, Athens, Dayton, Decatur, Saudi Daisy, Signal Mountain, Spring City, Walden, and Lakeside. So those are the areas in the path. And for travelers' notes, this includes I-75 in Tennessee between mile markers 1 and 59. So basically from East Ridge all the way up to Sweetwater, that's where this warning extends for any travelers in that area. So definitely want to make sure you're off the road and somewhere, at least more sturdier, and just wait this line out. This is also being noted as a dangerous situation, in quote, and these storms are producing widespread wind damage. So definitely make sure you're inside, away from windows. These storms have a history of producing wind damage. So as I said, these are nothing to play around with. And reading through the reports here in the comment section and everything else from what y'all have been reporting to me and everything, I can tell that this is definitely making some loud noise out there here early this morning. So as I said, these are nothing to mess around with as they move off to the east. And it's pretty much lined up now, right along 27 at this point. So the eastern extent is pretty much up and down 127 from Roane County around Harriman and Rockwood all the way down through Spring City, Dayton, Saudi, Sale Creek, Red Bank, downtown Chattanooga, and down to about Trenton and Wildwood, down there along 11 and 59. So that whole corridor right now is currently experiencing the heaviest of this. So again, from the Sequatchie Valley and west, you are clear. So I'm going to give you the all clear from the severe weather threat. Now you're going to have some thunder, you're going to have rain, but the severe stuff is to your east now and is moving away. So if you're from Pikeville, stretching down 28 and East Valley Road to Dunlap, Whitwell Crossroads, Jasper, South Pitt, all of Marion, you are clear. This is east of you. This is moving away from you. We still got a heavy area over Suck Creek Mountain, but in about 5 minutes, you'll be good to go there. But for the majority of those areas I just mentioned there, from the Sequatchie Valley and west, you can go to sleep. You are good. Scottsboro, Stevenson, Bridgeport, same thing. Y'all are on the back side of this. You're good to go. Guntersville, you're clear. Again, when I say clear, I don't mean clear from rain or thunder, because you're still going to have that, but I'm saying you're all clear from the severe weather threat, and that involves damaging winds. So you're all clear from that, from the most intense part of these thunderstorms. So again, let's check some velocity data here and see what we got. Again, nothing really standing out to me, at least as far as anything crazy, but we will have to watch and see on this leading edge if any other warnings, etc. issued. We do have a new one I just saw, I think. Yep, this is a new severe thunderstorm warning that goes into effect for about the next hour. This is going to be for eastern Jackson County and northern DeKalb County until 2:45. At 1:44, severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from 6 miles southeast of Jasper to near Fife. This is moving east at 30 miles an hour. Hazard is 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. It's radar indicated. Locations in the path of this include Fort Payne, Rainsville, Henniger, Sylvania, Fife, and Powell. So locations are basically all of Sand Mountain and down into the valley areas of DeKalb County. So those of you in those areas are in the path of severe thunderstorms. And again, these storms have produced destructive winds with downed trees and power lines. As I said, these are nothing to mess around with. They're ones you got to take seriously. And again, when you see this pink on here that you're seeing, again, I'll say some reminders here. The pink you see is hail. It's not large hail in this instance, but there is some small hail mixed in with this heavy activity. There's some small hail potentially heading towards Signal Mountain Road and out towards Red Bank. There's one there, one about to move towards Saudi that might have some pea-sized hail in it. Some areas of small hail here along Sand Mountain. Again, that's not the main threat, but the main threat's damaging wind. But don't be surprised if you hear a little bit of maybe some small hail on your rooftop or with that wind maybe blowing up against your window or anything, but that should not be anything damaging. Again, it looks like Dayton, Evansville also seeing maybe a little bit of maybe some pea to penny-sized hail or something along that line. But so far, though, I've not seen any evidence of any real circulations on that leading edge. Again, if we do get one and I see one that really is one to note, I will definitely let you know about that. Taking a quick sip of water there. Keep myself going here. As I said, Cleveland and Athens, though things are relatively calm for now, that's not going to be the case here in about 30 minutes to an hour. This is going to be moving into your area. So those of you up and down I-75 in that area, I got a lot of you that follow me out that way towards Cleveland and Athens. So this is your heads up. This is heading in your direction, as well as Charleston, Calhoun, Tennessee, Etowah, Delano, Benton, Ocoee. This is all heading in your direction. I know some of you don't technically have warnings to the east, but you will be included eventually. So as I said, pretty much everybody, pretty much most of you that have seen this, have either been under a severe thunderstorm warning or are currently under one. So let's review that. Again, Sequatchie County, Marion County, you're done with it. Bledsoe County, you're out of the woods. The only areas seeing severe weather at this time, as far as damaging winds are concerned, are concentrated across Sand Mountain, moving towards Fort Payne, Dade, Walker, Catoosa, Hamilton, Ray, Meigs, McMinn, Bradley. These are the only counties right now that are currently under a severe weather risk at the moment for at least the next hour to 2 hours roughly in that area. Then after that, it'll spread east. So think Dalton, Calhoun, Resaca, Chatsworth, Eton, Ocoee, Benton, Ducktown, Turtletown, Etowah, Inglewood, Tellico, Sweetwater, Madisonville, Von Orr. This is going to be moving into your area right after that. So as I said, this is a west to east moving line that has slowed down a little bit. And there has been a little bit, just a little bit, very small weakening trend, but the winds have not really weakened too much. But again, they're still pretty strong and they're very potent out there. So you definitely want to make sure you're away from windows until this passes. So those of you that just called out there, from DeKalb County, Alabama, north into Dade, Walker, Chattooga, Catoosa counties in northwest Georgia, and then up into Hamilton County, Bradley, McMinn, Meigs, Ray, and on the way up into the Knoxville area. Make sure that you are away from windows and not really take tornado precautions necessarily, but at least be away from windows, away from outside walls. Just be somewhere in a good place, a good, safe, sturdy place until this passes. So the good thing is so far, and I'll double check to make sure. Double check, you always got to double check to make sure. I mean, there's been some weak rotations that have tried to form aloft down here. I've noticed the last few scans over here down south in DeKalb County, Alabama, but thankfully they've been very weak and up in the clouds. So thankfully nothing big, but it's been pretty much primarily damaging straight line winds though. But as I said, we really have, thankfully. I know, of course, it was always a low threat, and I've emphasized that the tornado threat was low with this. Again, you can never rule one out, but at least so far, the gust front's been a little out ahead enough, and the instability is also a little low enough to at least keep us out of that. So that's been some good news, but it sure hasn't kept us from getting loud and gusty and windy thunderstorms. That's for sure. And we're getting some decent little wind indications here. Again, we're not seeing 70 on here, but again, around 60 miles an hour here showing up on this radar. Remember, severe level starts at 58, so these are definitely right around to just above that threshold, which is why we have the warnings in effect, and also because of the history of these severe thunderstorms. So as I said, they're definitely something to take seriously as they move off to the north and east. And I'm betting you, considering this warning here expires in about 8 minutes here for Catoosa, Chattooga, Dayton, Walker, I bet that's going to get extended. So I'd imagine that this warning will probably, based on the history, get extended out here towards Dalton. So Whitfield County, you're probably going to get a warning here very soon for a damaging wind. So again, areas that have not gotten warnings yet to the east of I-75, you likely will, as this line continues to move in your direction here at about 40 miles an hour. So that's the way it's looking as of now. Again, if you're out here to the west, I'll remind you again, so basically the Sequatchie Valley, Stevenson, Bridgeport, Scottsboro, and west, you are clear. You can go to sleep out here. So if your community is out here to the north and west of this line, where it's just showing some yellow, some rumbles, and thunder and lightning and green out in here, you're good. This is just rain, thunder out here to the west. Nothing to worry about back here. So, as I said, once this line passes you, you're good. So now the heaviest is now moving into Trenton. It's now moving into Crossville, Alabama, Geraldine, Fife, Rainsville. There could be some hail there potentially over Sylvania, moving up towards Valley Head and Hammondville. Henniger, Eider area as well. Higdon, Shiloh. Trenton's now getting in on this, and that extends up towards Sligo Road, New Home area, and up towards Wildwood itself. Lookout Valley, Lookout Mountain now getting in on this, and then also very loud thunder here. Downtown Chattanooga, up through North Chat, Amnicola, up towards Red Bank, Hickson area. Heaviest moving overhead. There could be some small hail potentially in the Soddy Daisy area to the north side of Middle Valley, heading towards Sequoia. So the Sequoia Plant, Lake Site, you're going to be getting in on this severe thunderstorm here very soon, very shortly. And then up towards Sail Creek and Bakewell, Birchwood, almost Georgetown, not quite yet. It's coming in on you soon. Big Spring, Decatur, Watts Bar. Again, torrential rain, maybe some small hail, very damaging, some definitely damaging winds, 50 to 60 miles an hour. Along with that lightning, the lightning count has decreased, but we're still seeing bolts out there. And as I said about a minute ago, I heard one outside my window here. So as I said, it's pretty loud when you get that. But the good sign is with this is that the lightning count has slowly decreased some. Now in northeast Alabama, actually, it has actually increased. And with that said, there's been a new warning issued that includes the Fort Payne area and also down to Collinsville. So that's a new warning there that goes into effect for the next hour. So that goes into effect till 2:45. Extends from Rainsville to near Aurora, moving east at 35. So that's a new warning there that was just posted for the southern half of DeKalb County, Alabama. This one's going to get probably extended here in a few minutes because this one's about to expire for Catoosa, Chattooga, Walker, and Dade counties. This one expires in about 35 minutes at 2:30 Central, 3:30 Eastern. That covers Hamilton, Ray, Meigs, western half of McMinn County, including Athens, and the western half of Bradley County, including Cleveland. So you guys are in that severe thunderstorm warning, but I think y'all's at least towards Cleveland and Athens in that area, Charleston, Calhoun, Riceville. I'm betting that your warning will likely get extended a little beyond 2:30 Central, 3:30 Eastern, because with the way the line is slowed down, you'll probably get that warning extended to probably like 4 Eastern. So a little bit of heads up there on that side of things. But again, that's the situation we stand with right now. So let me pull out and do the full overview. Let's put on the watches on here, and just to remind everyone here, all of you here, see who's in the watch and who's not. Again, tornado watch remains in effect. I know these technically remain in effect for Grundy County, but you're out of the woods. So again, Grundy County, Van Buren, Cumberland, and up towards the Cookeville area, there's still technically a tornado watch, but as I said, your severe threat's over. So, as I said, that's the way it is there. So, again, so really for the most part, the these tornado watches here are pretty much in effect from Sand Mountain, Chattanooga, Highway 27, and down to Interstate 59 and east. Those are the only areas right now under the gun for strong to severe thunderstorms with damaging winds. As I said, these storms have a history of producing damage, and there's been reported tree damage and power lines and some power outages to the west. So, as I said, these are ones to take very seriously as this moves through. Again, and there's the new warning as I mentioned it. Now, Dalton's not quite in this yet, but you'll be down the road. But there is a new severe thunderstorm warning for Dade, Catoosa, Walker, pretty much all Walker County, and into Chattooga County. Let me get you the information on that as that's coming in. That one's going to go in effect until 3:45 a.m. Eastern. A severe thunderstorm was located along the line extending from near Haletown to near Rising Fawn to near Rainsville, moving east at 20 miles an hour. So this line continues to slow, especially the further south you go. Hazard is 60 mile an hour wind gusts. It's radar indicated. Locations that are in the path of this line of storms on the northwest Georgia side pretty much include Lafayette, Ringgold, Trenton, Fort Oglethorpe, Rossville, Chickamauga, Tryon, Lookout Mountain, Chattanooga Valley, Menlo, Center Post, Blue Spring, Fairview, Cloudland, Linwood, Hooker, Cloudland Canyon, and Cooper Heights. Those are the locations in the path of this in Catoosa, Chattooga, Dade, and Walker counties. Severe thunderstorm warning for you until 3:45 a.m. Eastern time. That'd be 2:45 a.m. Central time. Again, looks like some hail's being indicated in the Hickson area, so don't be surprised if you're hearing some small hail in Hickson right now. And it extends all the way up east of Saudi, up there towards Shady Grove and up towards the lake, and eventually towards Birchwood as well. And then down here to the south, some small hail being indicated heading towards Pine Ridge and the west side of Fort Payne, so basically parallel on I-59. Hail also being indicated between Henniger and Hammondville and Valley Head. Another indication of some small hail east of Eider heading towards Sulphur Springs and Rising Fawn, possibly Trenton. So this is something to note there. And this purple you see to the north and east, that's a severe thunderstorm watch. It's in effect up towards the Knoxville area, and that's where the severe weather confidence is a little lower up there, but they still have the potential for damaging winds up that way. And again, as this line continues moving east, it's still going to pack a punch and produce damaging straight line winds. So that's something I want to note here as this moves off to the east. Again, there are no indications at this time of any circulations along the leading edge. As I said, I've been watching the velocities very closely along that leading edge to make sure that we don't have anything that tries to surprisingly spin up on us. But at this point, I'm not seeing that at this time. So I'm going to post this quick warning here, considering that this includes northwest Georgia here. So I'm going to put this out real fast on the Facebook side so we can get this out there as well, just in case those that may not be able to see the live stream. Because again, I totally understand circumstances, especially with it being late at night. So want to make sure at least as many people as we can are seeing warnings and they're taking action on that. So that's just something that I do want to keep note of here. So that's going to be the situation with that. And let me put that on there real quick. It'll take me just a minute as I get that loaded up. As I'm also taking a quick sip of water too, because as I've been talking for a while here. I've been on here for about 4 hours. Always very important. One thing I will say, and I'll get right back to the storms here. I will say that one thing important to do when you do talk a lot, when you have to for something, make sure you drink a lot of water. Just a little heads up there. Make sure you drink plenty of water. But on a serious note here, strong to severe storms continue across areas of basically DeKalb County, Alabama now. So Jackson County, you're good. Marshall County, you're clear. So those areas, y'all are good. Again, Marion, Squatchy, Bledsoe, and West, you're good. Middle Tennessee, all clear. Just rain and thunder out here. Again, the heaviest right now is lined up basically all along I-59. So I-59 is becoming a mess here. So right along from Collinsville, Fort Payne, Valiant, Hammondville, Sulphur Springs, Rising Fawn, Trenton, Wildwood, downtown Chattanooga. So basically almost the whole city's covered here at this point in the heavy thunderstorms. Red Bank, Hickson, Saudi, Lakeside, Sale Creek is on the back end of this now. Dayton, you're good. So I'm going to give you the all clear in Dayton and Spring City. Y'all are good. Go back to bed. Graysville, go back to bed. You're good. Decatur, 10 Mile, Big Spring. This is now moving into your area, and it's about to move into McMinn County here very soon. So heads up in Athens, Nyota, Riceville, and up towards Sweetwater, Monroe County. This is knocking on your doorstep. Cleveland as well. This is moving in your direction too, as well as Ringgold and Fort O. It's actually almost on top of Fort O. And it's actually moving into Rossville right now. So heads up in those areas there as it moves off to the east here at about 40 miles an hour. So this line has really slowed its crawl over the last hour or so, ever since it's moved to the east here. So this is something I do want to note of as this line continues to move from west to east. So let me take off the watches here just so we can see there's too much overlap here. So let me take these off here for right now. And again, this blue that you see down here to the south, these are just special weather statements, and that's also very encouraging to the south because they've been in an enhanced risk down here across central Alabama, and the fact those storms are below severe levels, that's actually really good down that way. So that's good news for them. Unfortunately, we've been getting the severe side of this when it comes to the damaging wind, pretty much as expected, unfortunately, and that has led to tree damage and stuff, especially to the west. Now, I haven't gotten any new reports locally, at least as far as I know, of any kind of tree damage. If you guys hear anything in the comments from anyone, or let me feel free, please post any kind of report that you might have. If you hear something from somebody about a tree down or a power outage or something, just so we can so that way I can maybe alert people down the line, or at least people in the comments can be alerted of what's going on there to the everything. So that's what I'm saying here. So as far as power outages and stuff, I haven't heard anything on that, but I'm sure there probably are, especially with the line as intense as it is as it moves off to the east. Again, when you see these pink pockets in here, again, that indicates small hail. I'll say it's not large, but it will be noticeable. There's one right there moving over Harrison, one about to move into Georgetown there very soon along Highway 58. And in Decatur, just rain and gusty wind there. And then down south, Trenton, basically all of Dade County is covered in this right now. I mean, look at this. Up and down, east, west, north, south, Rising Fawn, Trenton, Wildwood, even Coal City and New Home, all getting in on this severe thunderstorms right now, on these severe storms. Again, there could be some pea-sized hail where you see this pink area, but again, nothing big there. Again, the main threat, damaging straight-line winds, 50 to 60 miles an hour. Again, that can knock down trees. This has a history of producing tree damage and also some power line damage as well. So, got to take it seriously here across Walker County and Catoosa because this is heading your way next. And also Dalton. So, while you don't have an official warning in Summerville or Chatsworth, Calhoun, Dalton, or east of Cleveland and Athens yet, you will be included more than likely in warnings here over the next 30 minutes or so because this line is slowly inching in your direction as that moves from west to east. So again, that's the way I'm seeing things as of now. Let's see here. 642 customers down for EPB. Thank you for that report. Yes, Polk County, this is heading your way. I just went into the comments here real quick. Yes, Spencer, you're good. All clear there. I mean, just rain up that way now. Lightning getting heavy in Fort O now. Rain just started in Harrison, so reading a few comments there. So read that EPP has a little over 600 people without power. And I'm also looking at the SVC map. See if we got anything there, and there's a pretty big outage happening in Sequatchie County. So let me get some information on that real quick. Over 1,800 are without power in Bledsoe County, and over 1,500 are without power in Sequatchie County. Marion has a little over 200 in Hamilton County. In the small part of SVC's area in Hamilton County, there's over 100 people out, and just under 100 out in Grundy County. Haven't heard anything from North Alabama Electric at this point, but Duck River, 245 people are without power roughly on the south side of Winchester below Highway 64. Some isolated outages in Coffee County as well. So those are the ones I do know of at this time. And again, I'm sure that more of that will come in as far as reports and stuff are concerned. So that's the situation on the power outages. So far at my place, I've avoided the worst of this. It got a little bumpy there, and we did lose a little bit of connection there temporarily, but thankfully it didn't get worse than that. So good thing is we're still on. We're still good to go here. So again, this is moving to the east here. Let's check and see what these wind velocities look like. And I'll tell you this, I'll be honest with you, just looking at that last frame, the wind velocities have actually come down. So that's very encouraging as these storms get ready to cross I-75. So that's a good thing. I mean, like I say, the winds will still be strong, roughly 50, maybe up to 60 miles an hour, but they do seem to be losing their punch just a little. I mean, that's a good sign. I'm hoping that trend continues as these approach the Blue Ridge Mountains. They're very heavy, but at least as far as the wind is concerned, I do think that is starting to decrease just a little bit. Still very strong nonetheless, and still something to take seriously out here to the east. So, I said, all of Chattanooga is getting hammered right now. Red Bank, Hickson, down through Harrison. Hamilton Place Mall is about to get in on this soon, as well as East Brainerd, Ooltewah, Collegedale, Appleton. Harrison's in the middle of this, so Highway 58 is pretty much a no-go. Just a mess up and down here. And then out to the east, again, this will be in Cleveland within about 30 minutes or so. So heads up around Cleveland. This is heading your way. Polk County, this will be in your area within the next hour. Monroe County, 30 minutes to an hour there, and about within the next half hour in the Athens area. So those are heads up in those areas. This DeKalb County part down here around Fort Payne has weakened considerably over the last little bit, so that's a good sign. And that's also another reason why Birmingham has not extended severe thunderstorm warnings down in their area for Gadsden or center there around Weiss Lake there in Cherokee and Etowah counties. But again, that's actually a good sign. So these are actually weakening down in here. Now this in here, right around Rising Fawn, this little gray and this pink, this very bright pink / purple, there is some hail being indicated around there, around Amos Mill and heading up towards Davis Crossroads, Cassandra, down towards Lafayette, so north side of Lafayette, up towards Noble, Catlett, Rock Spring. This heaviest part's going to be in your area here very soon, within the next 10 minutes or so. Chickamauga, heavy downpours and gusty winds are on your doorstep. Rossville's getting hit pretty good. Flintstone, Chat Valley getting hit pretty good, as well as Rock City and Lookout. Again, Fort O, you're getting in on this now. And Ringgold, it'll be there probably in about 10 minutes or so. Again, expect this to start up. Expect the storms to get intense in Collegedale, Appleton, and Ooltewah very soon, as well as East Brainerd. Cleveland, as I said, within the next half hour, get ready, as well as McDonald, up towards Hopewell, and up towards Charleston, as well as Calhoun in Tennessee. Calhoun, Georgia will also get it down in Gordon County, probably within the next hour or two. And in Riceville, get ready, it's moving in soon. Decatur, you're on the back end of this. So I wouldn't say you're clear just yet because you still got a little bit of red there moving overhead, but things are slowly beginning to trend a little better up that way. As I said, this line is actually breaking apart quite a bit up here once you get up to the north. Again, instability is a lot lower the further north you go. So while there's still warnings up in here for 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts, this up in here has shown signs of weakening. So the further north you go, instability is lower. So the severe threat with time should decrease. But if you do have some people that you know that are vacationing out towards the Smokies, towards Gatlinburg, there is the potential for these thunderstorms, if they hold together, to move into that area within about a couple of hours or so. That could contain some damaging wind, but hopefully by that point, the mountains should, out here to the east, should rip that up and all that. And then down here to the south, again, just got a new scan in, just as I was noticing. Again, there's still some indications here of some small hail, pretty close to where the Macklemore Resort is there on Lookout, up towards Flintstone, west side of Chickamauga. Maybe some pea-sized hail in Eastridge, potentially, as well as Harrison. So, yeah, it's still getting some spots in here where there could be some small hail. But, again, the main threat here is damaging wind. And, again, checking out the velocities here with a new update. Again, we'll carry some of the winds here. Very weak here across DeKalb County, Alabama. I think it's safe to say that you guys in Fort Payne are pretty much good because the worst of this is heading away from you. Again, up in here, western Walker County. Again, winds have come down a little bit up in here, but I would still say you'll at least have 40 to 50, but you may see a gust get up to 60 in a few areas, especially the northern end of the county. So up towards Fordo, Chickamauga, Rossville area. And then up to the north and east, again, 50 to 60 still shows up. But I will say, though, there has been a slight weakening trend up in here along Interstate 75, just a little bit of one as you get up here towards the Athens area, as well as Sweetwater, as it moves from west to east from that area. It moves east from that area. And again, back out here to the west here real quick, I know it's probably pouring rain up around Spencer, Sparta, over towards Rock Island, McMinnville, but this is non-severe. Again, everything behind this is nothing to worry about, just some good soaking rain here behind this. And again, you may have a rumble or two, but this is non-severe back here. So, and by the way here, I am looking behind the scenes. I do want to make a quick note. Right now, we're still finishing the eastern half of our area with these severe thunderstorms with damaging winds. But I do want to note that there's still a possibility, a pretty good possibility, of a decent burst of snowfall tomorrow. As crazy as it sounds, with temperatures in the 60s and 70s that we've had, it looks like around late morning, lunchtime tomorrow, which is actually today, I should say. It's already today, so Monday today. It'll be, we have that chance for some snowflakes, and even in the valley, we can have a chance for some pretty good bursts. And as far as accumulations, that looks pretty light. Some areas may get a dusting, but I'm going to be honest with you, there could be some spots along the plateau that may get a dusting to an inch out of this. So again, that's something we'll focus after this line exits our area. But just to note that the next thing that I'm tracking is the cold and the potential for snowflakes and all that. So I know those of you that are snow fans out there are really liking that news. As I said, it shouldn't be a major deal, but what it is a sign of is just how cold it's going to get behind this front. I mean, temperatures are going to tank. So once this line passes through your area, that's when temperatures are going to start dropping. Be kind of gradual at first, but then they're going to really drop, especially as we get towards sunrise, or around sunrise on Monday. You will definitely note a difference in the morning. So when you wake up in the morning, if you have to go to school or anything or work, you'll definitely notice a difference. Make sure you don't forget your cold weather gear. So, because you're going to need it, because temperatures are going to be falling into the 30s during the day. So, that's something to note there, especially after sunrise. But again, we still got this to focus on, but I figured I'd point that out real quick, just so no one is caught by surprise when you wake up in the morning and it's it's a lot colder. We'll just say. Again, this is a little overdone here, but there is some strong wind here on this back side. To me, I think this is way overdone back in here, but the winds may still be a little gusty behind this, but should not be to the point of what you see along this leading edge. Again, the leading edge is where you have the potential 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. I know it's showing some of that here on this back side, but that's a loft, and back in here it's not a big deal. But again, like I say, it might still be a little gusty on the backside of this line and during the day Monday, but nothing like what we've been through on this leading edge as it moves from west to east. Now, Fort O and Rossville, looks like you're getting some hail there. The warning's been updated. Hail about penny size, 60 mile an hour wind gusts there on that new warning update. So Trenton, you're good. So Dade County, Trenton area, you're good. I know it's still pouring in Rising Fawn down there just based on radar, but going to give you the all clear too. So Wildwood, Trenton, Coal City, New Home, the Sand Mountain area of Dade County up in here, and down towards Rising Fawn, you're good. So Dade County, check mark, go back to sleep. But Walker County, hang in there. Walker County, Catoosa County, you guys are in the middle of this right now. And especially Fort Oglethorpe. But Ringgold is going to be in your area about 10 to 15 minutes when this line gets to you. So it'll be about 10 minutes or so in Ringgold. And as I said, this DeKalb County side continues weakening, but still got some intense cells here, mainly east of I-59. So basically Fort Payne, Valley Head, and Mentone and east. And then northwestern Chattooga County. Haven't talked about y'all a lot yet, but Menlo, Cloudland, Trine, Somerville. What you see out here, Valley Head, Mentone, is moving in your direction. So get ready for some heavy rain, gusty winds, some lightning, but shouldn't be anything too wild, at least down there. It looks a little weaker, but again, you may still get some small hail, though, and gusty winds down in that area. And in Cleveland, Benton, Ocoee, Polk County, Bradley, McMinn, things have trended just a tiny bit weaker, but there's still a very strong wind field. And that's something I do want to note, that even though velocities have trended a little bit down and the storm intensity has trended a little bit down up in here in Tennessee, there's still on this leading edge, because of the wind energy aloft, there's still quite a lot of it here. So whatever wind up in here, even if it's just gusty, even if it were to just be gusty, that's still being brought down to the surface. So that is enough to still at least knock a tree limb down, that sort of thing. But again, as long as these severe thunderstorm warnings in effect, you definitely need to treat them seriously here. So that goes for Hamilton County, Meigs, McMinn, Bradley, down through Catoosa, Walker, northwestern Chattooga counties. And for about a few more minutes on the Lookout Mountain side of DeKalb County, Alabama. But the worst of that's it's pushing to your south basically now. So, I said Dade County, you're good. Soddy, Red Bank, you're pretty much clear. Red Bank, you're clear. Dayton, Ray County, you guys are good to go. And Decatur, I'm going to go ahead and give you the all clear. All right, we got a new warning here. Well, this is a severe thunderstorm warning that just got posted. This is for, again, given the history of this line, great call here. This is going to be for Bradley, northwestern Polk, McMinn County, northwestern Monroe County, and southeastern Hamilton County until 4:15 a.m. Eastern. At 3:19 a.m. Eastern, severe thunderstorms located along the line extending from near Sweetwater to near Fort Oglethorpe, moving east at 30 miles an hour. Hazard is 60 mile an hour wind gusts. It is radar indicated. Locations that are in the path of this include Chattanooga, Cleveland, Athens, Sweetwater, Madisonville, Benton, Etowah, Charleston, South Cleveland, and East Cleveland. So those are the locations there that are in the path of that. Again, that also includes Delano. It also includes Von Orr up there in the northeastern end of Monroe County. Not quite Tellico yet, so not quite Tellico or Ducktown yet, but not there yet. But if this holds together, then you'll probably be including a warning too, or at least an advisory. And also Ocoee is also in this warning as well. And there's another new warning that includes Knox County. That's the Knoxville area. They'll have some 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts as well with this line. So that's the way it's looking there. So I'm going to quickly post this new warning real quick since this is just coming in. So I said that just popped up there. And again, that warning for Bradley, northwestern Polk, McMinn County, northwestern Monroe County, and southeastern Hamilton County goes in effect until 4:15 a.m. Eastern Time for up to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. And again, this also includes Interstate 75 between mile markers 3 and 65, and that goes all the way up in the Knoxville area. So you're talking about over 100 miles basically of Interstate 75 that's involved in this warning. And not to forget about Walker County and Catoosa County, but you also have small hail, strong to damaging winds, and torrential rain and lightning moving through your area as well. And you remain under a severe thunderstorm warning for the next 20 minutes for you guys. So just a quick heads up down that way. So those are the areas that are currently under warnings at this moment. Again, those are the only areas. And I know DeKalb County technically has a warning, but the worst of that's moving out of there. But for the most part, these are the only counties in here that are currently in communities that are all under severe thunderstorm warnings at this time. Everywhere west of this, you're good. You can go back to bed out here to the west. You are good. So just to reassure, as I said, once this line moves through, you're free to go back to bed or whatever you were doing before. Anything you were doing previously, you are free to do once this line passes you. So as I said, these are all the warnings that I have at this time. And it just said this continues to spread out to the east. And again, these little purple areas are still indicating some, maybe some penny-sized hail in here. Nothing big, but enough to where it will be heard. And there's one going down Cloud Springs Road and Battlefield Parkway there in Fort O, moving towards Costco and towards Indian Springs, and also Ringgold and Cherokee Valley there soon. And down towards Rock Spring, you're going to get in probably on some small hail shortly. But more importantly, you'll be getting torrential rain and damaging winds here very soon. At least strong wind. It may or may not be damaging, but you at least will have some strong wind. So that's something to note there. So again, as I said, I'm getting this getting this warning here quickly spread out. And as I said, I'll do a quick overview here while I'm getting that set up. Again, Summerville's starting to get in on some heavy rain, but the worst of it's to the west, but it's about to move in there very soon. So get ready for some heavy rain, wind, some hail in that area. But at this time, and I always double check to make sure, there are no indications at this time of any spinning. So as I said, I've not seen any real indications of that over the past few hours, ever since we had the tornado warnings just west of our area in the Pulaski area and up towards Columbia earlier in the night on Sunday. But outside of that, there's not been any additional tornadic concerns that have raised an eyebrow. So that's the good thing. So far it's staying that way, and as I said, very encouraging. So as I said, as I've said before, this tornado threat was already low. But when you have a squall line situation, you can never rule one out because a random circulation can form on the leading edge. The one thing that really has helped us out in keeping that tornado threat very low is the lack of instability. And I have talked about, even though we've had weak to modest instability, which is storm fuel, moisture's been a little, limited as well, at least ahead of time. Um, Even though we've had weak to modest instability, very loud thunder there. The wind fields have been so strong that it's allowed these thunderstorms to stay healthy and strong to severe for such a while. And that's the reason why they've lasted so long. Because if it weren't for all this wind energy, these would be almost hardly anything. But typically what happens with March storms like this, most March storms are driven by this wind energy. So most of them are the classic low CAPE, low instability. So basically the classic low instability, high wind shear events. And let's be honest with you, they are very tricky. Very tricky. And sometimes they overperform, sometimes they bust, sometimes they go right on expectation. So March storms are very unpredictable, and typically the cold fronts are stronger as well, like this one. I said this is a pretty potent cold front that's moving through. I mean, temperatures, as I said, are going to crash, especially from sunrise onward. Temperatures are just going to flat out fall throughout the day. And when you step outside during the day, if you do, you're going to really notice the difference. It's going to feel more like a January or February day as opposed to, a March day. I mean, it's definitely going to be a difference, and then we'll have that chance of snow flurries. And again, we'll get on that once this gets out of here. And I said this should be out of the entire area. This right in here, this severe line should be out of the entire tri-state altogether by no later than 4 a.m. Central Time. So with the warnings here still in place, I'm going to stay on here as long as the warnings are still in place. If they do get canceled, I will stop the coverage if they get canceled or they expire on time and they don't issue any additional ones. So that's going to be my plan here going forward as far as this goes. So again, let me go back in here and since we don't have any tornado warnings, let me go into the Facebook Live here on my phone here. So see if I can see anything there. Seeing lightning and Tryon now. Sounds like Heaven Bowling Tournament and Flintstone. Hitting Lafayette hard right now. Thank y'all for those reports. So again, as I said, I'm just starting in here, so Facebook's only letting me see the comments that I just logged into while I'm doing this on my phone here. But as I said, the worst of this severe weather is now shifting basically from Highway 27, so basically from along and east of Highway 27 in Walker and Chattooga counties, all the way to I-75 and points east, from almost Calhoun. It's about to hit on. It's going to be in your area here, probably within about an hour in Calhoun, and then Dalton will be there soon, and Cleveland. This is pretty much moving in right now. And on the west side of town, it already is. Out there where the bypass exit is as you go off. Got the fireworks store and all that right there. That's where the front edge of this line is. I will say that this northern end right up in here has come down in intensity a little bit as far as reflectivity is concerned. Wind velocities have also come down a little bit up here, but it's also a very difficult area because remember, the farther out you go from the radar site, the data tends to become a little more muddled, a little more, not so reliable, especially at the lower levels. So while it does show it as weaker up in here, which is possible, the wind fields may be a little bit stronger than what the velocities are depicting up here. But I do believe that we are seeing a slow weakening trend up in here along I-75 here between, we'll say north of Cleveland, so really between Athens and the Knoxville area. But again, there's still some very strong wind gusts here along this leading edge that, again, could top 50 to 60 in some areas. And I say some areas because there will be some spots in here that see winds that get a little less than that are below severe levels. But generally the rule of thumb for severe storms as far as criteria is concerned, it's usually winds in the 55 to 60 mile per hour range, wind gust that is, or hail that's quarter inch or a diameter. So while we don't have the hail for a severe storm in these areas, the wind factor is in play as far as the straight line winds are. Again, as I said, criteria for severe thunderstorm warning for wind is 58 miles an hour. That's the minimum. So that's some a little bit of some education there, at least on the severe thunderstorm warning criteria and such. Sounds terrible in Lafayette. Garth Brooks is playing The Thunder Rolls Somewhere Close. I'm still hearing it. Hear the thunder in Athens. Wind is starting to pick up, so buckle up. Let's see here. Sounds terrible in chat, but it's slowly lightening up. Eastridge is wild. Very heavy winds and rain. Lots of lightning. Tunnel Hill starting up. Lightning like crazy. Valley Head, y'all are good. Heavy rain, crazy winds, tons of lightning now in Ringgold. Very loud in downtown chat. Okay. Yep. Crazy weather for sure. How much longer in Fort O? You're actually on the back side of it now, so maybe about 5 more minutes. Roughly about 5 more minutes, you'll be good in Fort O. Wind howling in Tellico Plains. Thankful the rough part is over here in Jasper, just getting lots of thunder and lightning and rain. Chickamauga, you guys are clear now, so I'm going to give you all the all clear. So if you're in Chickamauga, if you're in Lookout Mountain, Rossville, downtown Chattanooga, Red Bank, Saudi, Signal, you're clear. Squatchy Valley, all clear. Hickson, all clear. Valley Head, Alabama, all clear. Lafayette, the worst is currently over you right now, but you'll be clear in about 10 minutes from the severe threat. Yeah, this lightning's definitely putting on a show. I mean, I know this radar's showing that it's decreased just a little bit, but there's just enough lightning out there to make it a really good show out there. Lookout Valley, you're good. Just rain there now. Sweetwater, give it about 10-15 minutes and y'all be good there. So, as I said, since we don't, and I have not seen yet if they're going to extend this warning down south. We're running pretty close to the expiration time on this Chattooga, if there's going to be an extension yet. Haven't seen anything about that, so sign that maybe this is going below severe. Are they going to lift the warnings? Yes. So once this line gets through your area, that's when the warning is pretty much over. Soddy Daisy, you're good. You're clear. Trine is pouring hard. Jenkins Road looks like for when we got hit by a tornado Easter 2020. It's nowhere near that. That's a good thing. I know the wind and the rain's very loud. The thing is there is no threat of a tornado in that area. I'm here and I'll double check velocity just to make sure. No threat of a tornado with that. I mean, this is all straight line wind, thankfully. Even behind this, rumbles of thunder, some lightning and stuff, but the good thing is once this main line passes, your severe weather threat from is over. Raining hard and heavy winds in Ottawa. Here come the gusts. And I'm reading through some of your reports here. Again, like I say, for Ottawa, so I said, Athens, this is pretty much on your doorstep right now. So things are going to be picking up there very soon if they haven't. Edawood, this is heading in your direction too, down towards Delano, Benton, also into Ocoee, It's almost on your area in about 10, 15 minutes ish. Wildwood Lake in Bradley County. This is about to move into your area. Cleveland is getting in on this now, so the heaviest activity is now starting in Cleveland. Appleton now getting in on this, as well as Ooltewah, Brainerd. East Brainerd's almost on the back side of this, and now they've issued a new warning just south. Had a feeling they were going to extend this, so they did extend the severe thunderstorm warning to include areas except Dade County's not in the warning, but pretty much the rest of northwest Georgia, not including Dade. This warning is going to go in effect for the next 38 minutes. So let me get you the warning information on that. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that's going to include the following North Georgia counties. Let's see if this loads up on my map. This is going to be for Catoosa, Murray, Central Floyd, Whitfield, Southeastern Walker, Gordon, Chattooga, and northwestern Bartow counties, Georgia, until 4:15. Severe thunderstorms were located along the line extending Naomi to Broomtown. It's moving east at 45 miles an hour. Hazard 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Radar indicated. Locations in the path include Rome, Dalton, Calhoun, Somerville, Chatsworth, Ringgold, Darien, Varnell, Eaton, Hill, Cohutta, Resaca, Plainville, Shannon, Crandall, I got to get that out to you. So we have a tornado warning for Whitfield County. So take heed in that area. Let me read you this information here that I'm getting here right off the print, basically. This is a new tornado warning for the next 20 minutes for central Whitfield County until 4 o'clock. At 3:39, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Wood Station, or 8 miles south of Ringgold. It's moving east at 40 miles an hour. Hazard is a tornado. It is radar indicated. So this is our first tornado warning of the night, and it's the only area under one at this time. Locations in the path of this include Dalton and Rocky Face. Now, I've not had a report of a tornado, but we have a tornado warning for Whitfield County, so we got to go all in on this. And the rotation is not really the strongest, but there is enough, a little bit of a hook here. There's a little bit of a red and green couplet you see right in here where it says Trickham right there near Rocky Face. That's the area where I am seeing the possibility of a small tornado spin up. So we have a tornado warning for Whitfield County. So that does include Hamilton Medical Center. This includes downtown Dalton. That includes the Carpet Places. That includes the mall. So all these areas in Dalton need to be seeking shelter. If you know somebody in Dalton, make sure they wake up. Call, text, tag them in the comments on Facebook. Make sure they are aware that they are under a tornado warning until 4 o'clock. Good thing here is it's not going to last long. But for the next 20 minutes, you need to be seeking shelter around Rocky Face and the city of Dalton, the whole city of Dalton here. Now I don't have confirmation of a tornado, but there is the possibility of one. And also, here's a heads up for those of you in Eton and Chatsworth. If this holds together, you may be next to get a tornado warning. Again, it's not a very strong circulation, but there's enough of one, and I'll show you what it looks like here in velocity. It's this area right here that's just west of I-75, west of Dalton State, that is moving in your direction. So those of you in that area there need to be taking your tornado precautions. Again, basement, if you got that, lowest interior room, at least lowest floor, near the center, away from windows. Again, if you got a basement, that's great. If you don't have a basement, closet, hallway, bathroom on the lowest level, away from windows. If you live on a second floor place, go down to the bottom floor. So that way you know you're safe. So those, again, like I say, tornado warning for Whitfield County, including the Dalton area, for the circulation that I've circled on this map until 4 o'clock Eastern Time, 3 o'clock Central Time. So that is your tornado warning right now. So as I said, if you know somebody in that area, wake them up and make sure they are seeking shelter. Again, this will cross I-75 here very soon, so we'll get down into street level here. Again, this is the only tornado warning we have in the entire area right now. So this is the one I'm going to focus. This is more life-threatening. So Dalton State College, Dalton High School, Whitfield County Historical Museum. So this would be Wall Street, Shugart Road, Tibbs Road. These are the areas that are in the path of this potential tornado. Whitfield Memorial Gardens, Emory Street. Here's downtown Dalton right here. So this is going to be around Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, Fields Avenue, Fifth Avenue, and that's Walnut right down here. Where it says 52, that's Walnut Avenue. So this is going to be pretty close to where you got, close to Dalton State there, where you got where you got all the restaurants, shopping centers, all that down there around Walnut Avenue and I-75. So that's going to be around that area up towards Hamilton Medical Center and the Walmart where this is going to cross. So this part of Dalton needs to be seeking shelter immediately until this passes. Good thing here is it's a quick mover. It is moving east here at about 40 miles an hour, so it should move through fairly swiftly. But it also gives you a little extra time to make sure you're getting ready. So this also includes Union Point, Walnut Square Mall, down to just north of all the carpet places. So the carpet places are actually technically not in this, but close enough to seek shelter. So Cedar Ridge, you're on the edge of this, as well as Keefe's Mill. So those of you in the path of that need to be taking your immediate tornado precautions. And then again, as I said, Chatsworth, keep an eye on this. Spring Place, keep an eye on this. This is heading your way next, and eventually towards Fort Mountain as well, as that moves in. So what I'm going to do here is put on a quick path here, quick little track that'll show you what areas are going to be involved. And out of precaution, I'm going to put Chatsworth in here as well, just to be safe. Make sure that's right. It says moving east at 40. So we will path that out from there. So there you go. So this will be in the Dalton area downtown Dalton around 347 Eastern. Take cover. 351 Eastern in Union Point. 354 for Cedar Ridge. Spring Place around 4 o'clock. And Chatsworth around 4:04 if it holds together. It's this little hook you see here on Doppler radar there on the northwest side of the city of Dalton as that moves off to the east. So again, those of you in those areas need to be taking cover at this time for a possible tornado. Again, as I said, we don't have confirmation at this time from anybody or NWS, spotter, don't have anything right now, but radar is indicating a little bit of weak rotation, a little weak to broad rotation in the atmosphere that could be enough to put down a small tornado spin up here in very short order here as this moves from west to east. So again, I just want to point that out to you. That again, this is the only, and I'll zoom this out, this is the only area that has an immediate concern of a possible tornado. Again, you see that polygon just updated there. So if you're in Tunnel Hill, you're in the clear. So if you're in Tunnel Hill, this is south of you. You don't have to worry about this. But from Rocky Face, Mount Vernon, east into the city of Dalton, downtown, you need to be seeking shelter right now down towards Crown Mill Village. And even as far east, I know you're not in the warning down at Keefe's Mill, but you're close enough to still take tornado precautions. Definitely recommended because, again, this could produce a quick spin up tornado here at any time. So that's something to keep a note of. And unfortunately, this is occurring in the middle is early in the pre-dawn hours here at 3:47 Eastern. So unfortunately, this is occurring at a bad time for all this to occur. So again, right now we're focused on this tornado warned area at this time and making sure these people stay safe. So again, Dalton, take cover. But before we get back down there, I do want to point out real quick, Cleveland points east over to Benton. And if you're in Chatsworth, you definitely need to be on standby because you could get a possible tornado here down the road if this were to hold together. So let's update that circulation here now that we have a new scan in place here. And thankfully, it does appear that's weakened quite a bit. So if there were to be a small tornado, it would be very close to Hamlin Medical Center here on the northwest side of Dalton. So it's heading up towards a Food City, Kroger there on the north side of town. And as I said, this is going to be just north of downtown Dalton. So basically riding right along Wall Street. So there's Dalton High School, Underwood Street, Legion Drive, out here towards the Eastern Bypass. So that's out there. So this is the zone that needs to be aware. Again, this red polygon you see on the map, that's the tornado warning. So you see anywhere you see in this red, that's the tornado warning. The yellow and orange surrounding that, that is the severe thunderstorm warning. That goes in effect for the rest of North Georgia here. That's not from you guys are clear, but to the east of there, severe thunderstorm activity is at this time. And also, I want to note, looks like another little area of weak spins trying to form up by Beaverdale. Let's check and see how that looks on velocity. Relates to anything. It's trying, I will say, but yeah, it's trying. So there is a little bit of a kink up there. So again, it's these brief little spin ups that are trying to form along this leading edge in here. And we talked about earlier this evening, about that possibility as storms approach these mountains, how before they get forced to go up, they might try to spin on that leading edge because of that upward motion and such, and that's what's happening here. Again, like I say, again, they're very impressive, but they are enough to warrant, tornado warnings. Now, this one up here is technically not warned, but I do want to give a heads up up here for Sumac, Cohutta Springs, and Crandall in northern Murray County, because it's heading your way next. So this is where this is going. So again, like I say, no tornado warning on this little notch that I'm watching south and east of Cohutta, but if you're in Cohutta, you're good. So again, for areas that are not in the tornado warning, Varnell, Cohutta, you're safe. This is south of you. Down here to the south, towards the carpet places, and down towards Pratersville, you guys are good down there too. From any tornadic activity, you're north. Again, this is 100% a Dalton issue, at least especially the north side of town. Again, still seeing a little bit of weak rotation up in here, right around the Dalton Country Club. So it goes to Pleasant Grove Drive, the Northern Bypass, all the way up there around Highway 71. Now that's moved over into that area. So if there were to be a small tornado, it'd be in the vicinity of the Northern Bypass, Dalton Middle School, Heritage Point Park, and Pleasant Grove Drive. So that's going to be the zone in that part of town that'll be involved. And then if that holds together, this will affect Cedar Ridge and Donville. So even though you guys are technically on the edge and not quite in the polygon, be taking cover there along Highway 286 in that area, as long as well as Highway 76 is 76 as well. And then that will move. After that, it'll be crossing the river here and moving into Murray County. So again, for those of you there east of the Conasauga River, this is heading in your direction here. So this is pretty much going to follow Highway 76. If this holds together, this weak circulation is going to follow right between and Chatsworth and Spring Place. So these are the areas that are next in line to see this. So Fort Mountain, Hassler's Mill, Eton, Chatsworth, Spring Place, Cedar Ridge, Donville, Norton. You're technically not in this warning, but I would still, out of safety precaution, take your tornado precautions and wait until this storm passes your location. And then you can get out once it's over with. In Tunnel Hill, you're fine. And Rocky Face, I'm going to give you the all clear. So if you're in Rocky Face, Mount Vernon, Trickham, you guys are all see what happens here in the next 5 minutes. But again, real quick, Walker County, you're good. Catoosa County, you're clear. Tunnel Hill, Varnell, Cohutta, this is not an issue for you. This is staying to your south and east. And as I said, that's the only tornado warning we have in the whole area is for Whitfield County. And that's why I'm focused in on that area, because that's where there's a tornado warning. Not to ignore the severe thunderstorm warnings, not to ignore that. Somerville, Tryon, I'm giving you the all clear. The heaviest is to your east. Your severe threat's done. So that's going to be moving out of Chattooga County here very soon. But Calhoun, Resaca, down toward Adairsville, Shannon, this is heading your way next. Be prepared for damaging winds. Same with Chatsworth, up towards Sumac, Cisco, Eton, down to Ranger. You guys are going to be next in line too for damaging winds. And then up here on the Tennessee side, east of Cleveland, so downtown Cleveland, most of the city of Cleveland, you're pretty much good. You're on the back side of this now. You're good to go. Ocoee and Benton, this is moving into your area right now with strong gusty winds, heavy rain, perhaps some pea-sized hail in here. Nothing big, though. And then Delano and Etowah, the storms are about to move into your area shortly. And this is weakened quite a bit up in here across Riceville, Athens, Nyota, Madisonville, but still getting some rain and gusty winds there moving into Monroe County. So again, here's the new tornado warning update here. Let's see what's being said. See if it's going to be, see if there's a decision yet on whether it's going to be extended or just let go. Again, this tornado warning again expires in about 5 minutes. And here's some good news. Across Murray, Gordon, Whitfield, far southeastern Walker County around Villanelle, but the rest of the county is good. And east of Tryon and Somerville and eastern county, there around Sublina, and down towards Farmersville and that part of Chattooga County. Again, that's going to be rolling into Rome pretty soon as well. Again, to the north and west, I'm not forgetting about y'all up in here, but you have no severe weather issues up in this area. So basically, Chat, Saudi, Squatchy Valley, Middle Tennessee, just rain up in here. Northeast Alabama, just rain and thunder and some lightning. You're good up in here. Same thing up around I-40. You guys are good. And we now have a new severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued for Monroe County and Polk County. And that warning is going to go into effect until 5 a.m. Eastern. And that's for 60-mile-an-hour winds. And that's actually reported by law enforcement. Where it originated from, but there's actually been confirmed 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts with this section up in here. I know radar, it looks weak, but on the reflectivity side, but the wind field's still pretty strong. So there's been an actual observation of a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust up in here across parts of eastern Bradley into southern McMinn County. And that warning has now, because of that, has been extended to include all of Polk County and all of Monroe County, Tennessee, until 5 a.m. Eastern Time, as well as the western end of Cherokee County, North Carolina, west of Murphy, but Murphy get this extended into their area as well. Again, Dalton, remain in your safe place there for about 2 more minutes. You got exactly 2 minutes, and you will be able to officially be all clear from a tornado threat, and also be able to come out of your safe place. Again, 2 more minutes, and you'll be good. It's 3:58 now. 4 o'clock, you'll be good. Chatsworth, you won't have to worry about this anymore unless it ramps up, but be ready for damaging winds of 50 to 60 miles an hour, as well as up towards Eton, and also Cisco, Sumac, those areas of Murray County will be in the path, and then Fort Mountain will also be involved as well. Again, this heavy line is also now moving into Gordon County as we speak. So just west of the city of Calhoun are definitely getting in on the rain and thunderstorm activity at this time. I'll take a quick sip of water. Again, this is the zone right here. Again, this leading edge that you see up in here is what's responsible for the stronger wind gusts. So these are the areas right now that currently have the warning. So again, Cleveland, you're good. Lafayette, Ringgold, Tunnel Hill, Cohutta, Varnell, almost Athens, but give it about 5 and thunder for a couple of hours or so on the backside of this. And as you see here, we're waiting for that tornado warning to expire, but let's check and see if we got anything else that may try to fire up on us. And so to expire. So Dalton, you're good. Just stay away from windows for about the next 10-15 minutes or so. Let this severe thunderstorm get past you, and you'll be good. And give it about 20-25 minutes in Chatsworth, and this will be past your area. And again, once this gets out of Whitfield, Murray, Gordon and up into Polk and Monroe counties, once it gets out of those areas, we will be officially all clear, at least locally, in my immediate coverage areas. As I said, this should be gone within an hour. So by 4 a.m. at that point. So as long as nothing else doesn't pop between now and going to be my cutoff time, my coverage end time, as this will be moving out of the area by that point. But again, we'll see what happens as we get closer to that time. But again, let's make sure we don't have anything else popping, at least circulation-wise, and no, I don't see that. But as I said, though, as I said many times here tonight, strong straight-line winds continue from west to east, 50 to 60 miles an hour on average. There's been an actual report, observed report, reportedly from law enforcement according to NWS in Morristown, of 60 mile an hour winds here with this line segment here moving out of Cleveland. So, and as it moves into the Etowah area and basically going right up and down 411. So the 411 corridor right now is pretty much loaded with heavy wind, torrential rain, maybe some small heat. And then Madden on this now, as well as Von Orr. Sweetwater, you guys are on the back side of this, so y'all clear there. And in Nyota, Athens, downtown and north, you're good. South towards Etowah, give it about 10, 15 more minutes. But Athens, I can pretty much go ahead and say you're good from the worst of it. And again, there's Tellico, Coker Creek, this section, as well as Jalapa, Ball Play area, Citigo Creek, the Cherahela. This is all heading in your direction here in minutes or so. And then down here to the south, again, this continues to advance to the east. And as I said, it's moving east at about 40 miles an hour. And actually, this down in here is sped up just a little bit too. So as I said, the quicker we get this out of here, the better it will be. And then once this officially clears coverage area, then the focus can turn officially on the cold and the snowflakes coming in later today. It's now Monday, so later today, specifically late morning and beyond. So again, like I say, we still got a bit to go with the storm system. It's not finished with it. It's going to bring a colder side to it once this moves out. And behind this, if you do probably step outside, you'll probably notice that temperature already this line extends from about Madisonville to Inglewood, Etowah, Delano, Benton, Ocoee, down towards Cisco, Sumac there in the northern end of Murray County, down through Dalton to where the carpets are on the south side of town, to the west side of Calhoun. Calhoun is just starting to get in on this here now, at least from downtown and west. And that goes on to about Armucci, which is just north of Rome, down into the Coosa area, which is also west of Rome. So those are the areas right now that are seeing this severe storm activity as it moves off to the east. Again, the only areas that are seeing this. So again, I know several of you follow me out in here, so that's why I'm sticking around, because this is also technically in my coverage area as well. So that's why I'm sticking around here. So, but once it gets over here towards Murphy, closer to Blue Ridge and all that, then this will officially be clear of my coverage area here totally. But again, Athens, you're good. You're on the backside now. You're good. Still got rain, but you're good. And this is moving to the east. So this is almost, except for Etowah and Englewood, this is pretty much almost exclusively moving into Monroe County now. So Madisonville down to about Tellico Plains. This line is moving in. I know it doesn't look all that impressive up in here, and it has weakened, at least intensity-wise, on reflectivity. But the winds are still very strong, and there's been a confirmed report of a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust up in here, along the up here near the 411 corridor up in here, across Polk County and the parts of southeastern McMinn and Monroe counties. So I said, definitely take it seriously. Be away from windows. Just wait this out until it passes. And I will say this has definitely sped up a little bit. It was, moving at, this was actually moving as slow as 35. It's bumped up to 40. And this down in here was moving at 40, and it's been bumped up to 45. So that's a sign that maybe this is starting to speed up a little bit as it moves off to the east. So again, Ducktown, Farner, Turtletown up in here, you're going to be next in line, as well as Copper Hill and McKaysville. Severe thunderstorms are heading in your direction here over the next 20 minutes or so, as it goes right over the heart of the Ocoee there. Beautiful area out in there. Just a beautiful area there along the Ocoee River. If you've ever been over there, I would highly recommend it, when the weather's great, because it's a really fun drive. It's a really beautiful drive through there. So yeah, going right over the Ocoee is where this heavy storm activity is, where there could be some damaging winds, heavy rain, maybe some small hail, and that extends right down into Murray County. So basically we're right down the Conasauga River here, halfway between Dalton and Chatsworth. So if you're in Dalton, you're in the clear. Dalton, you're good. Dalton and West, you're fine. Tunnel Hill, down towards Rocky Face, Varnell, Cohutta, West, you're good. Walker County, Catoosa, Chattooga, and Day County, you're clear. Again, the worst of this activity now is beginning to move out of Whitfield County into Murray County, and now affecting Resaca and downtown Calhoun, and now extending into Polk County and moving out of Bradley County. So that's the extent of that, and also moving out of McMinn County and into Monroe County. And this also, I'll show you this here in case you may have people that are up at up vacationing for spring break and such up in Gatlinburg and the Smokies. There is a severe thunderstorm warning I want to note for that area for the next 35 minutes. That's going to go in effect until 4:45. So if you know anybody up there that's vacationing in Gatlinburg or Pigeon Forge, just let them know that there are severe thunderstorms with a strong wind gust moving in. Thankfully, this is weakened quite a bit, but it's enough definitely to still produce a strong wind gust up in that area. So make sure they don't get alarmed if they wake up to heavy wind and rain. But again, let's query some of these winds back here locally just to see what we got here on this leading edge. And this part down here towards Calhoun is weakened a little bit, so that's good. Still showing some 50 to 60 mile an hour gusts here along this leading edge through the western half of Murray County, up 411 through the Ocoee, Parksville area, basically right along the Ocoee River there, through Benton, Delano. It does come down in intensity a little bit once you get up in here into Monroe County, so that's a good thing. And again, this warning goes into effect here through 5 a.m. So if you really map this out, by 5 a.m. it should be moving into North Carolina, and then this should be moving out into the Blue Ridge and LJ areas by that time. So timing-wise, I will have to say the timing of this system has been mapped out very well. And with the consistency. So this is right around where it was expected to be. So from the timing standpoint, this line was nailed down really well. And the positive thing is, at least when it comes to having linear situations as opposed to like supercell or spotty summer afternoon storms and all that, the difference between all that is with linear systems, you can track them out better. You can give better timing because it's one line, and usually most models are in very good agreement, and you can time them out better. And in this instance, that's what happened. The timing was consistent, and that's the good thing. I'm glad the timing was able to be, as far as like getting it pinned down on when it will be. From that standpoint, it was easier to get that down and all that as opposed to previous severe events. But there's been a lot of tree damage reports, lots of power outages. I will check and see real fast, see what the situation is over in the Squatchy Valley here, because I've seen reports of over 1,000 power outages, so let me read that up. From what I know, looks like a good bit of it's been restored, but there's still over 1,500 in Bledsoe County that are out, over 100 out in Hamilton, Grundy counties, over 200 out in Marion, and over 100 out in Squatchy. So they are working on those outages, last I checked. And as I said, it does appear, based on just the number of the outages out there, that there must be some pretty significant tree damage. I would imagine, more than likely, I'm betting on. I can't confirm it, but based on the power outage numbers out that way in the Squatchy Valley, there's definitely probably been some tree damage. So as I said, these storms certainly packed a punch. And then I'll check over into Middle Tennessee from Duck River real fast, just to see what we got there. Again, they're a little more scattered, isolated out that way, but as far a little over 800 total customers in their service area, which covers Franklin, Coffee, Moore, Bedford, Murray, and Marshall counties. A total over 800 are without power at this time over there. All right, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. This is going to cover Murray County in Georgia, western Fannin County, and Gilmer County. That warning is going to go in effect here. Let's read the time on this. Again, it should pop up on the map. There we go. This is going to be until 5 a.m. At 4:13, severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from near Tenga to near Donville to near Tilton, moving east at 35 miles an hour. Locations that are in path in this include Chatsworth, Ellijay, Blue Ridge, Eton, Crandall, Sumac, Jones Mill, Gregory, Cohutta Wilderness, Epworth, Conestoga Lake, Beaverdale, Cherry Log, Fort Mountain, Carters, Tolona, and Tails Creek that are in the path of that. So that extends from near Tanga to near Donville to near Tilton. That's where that line extends from, according to the latest update. So again, this is crossing over Highway 411 as we speak in Murray County, Georgia. It's already done that in Polk County. It's basically east of 411 now and crossing over the Ocoee River basin in there, where you can do all the whitewater rafting up in here. And now it's getting ready to approach Ducktown, Turtletown, Farner, and down towards McKaysville and Copper Hill here very soon. And then up in Monroe County, not to forget about y'all, the worst of it's out of Madisonville and Sweetwater, so you're clear there. And I'm going to go ahead and give Inglewood and Etowah an all clear, because it looks here the worst of this is moving east of you, and your warning has expired. So you're clear there in McMinn County. Madisonville, Sweetwater, you're clear. It's now only a Tellico Plains over to Ball Play, Cherryhalis Skyway, and Coker Creek issue on that severe thunderstorm, even though it is weakening quite a bit as that moves off to the east there at about 40 miles an hour. And this down here to the south is also moving east at around 40 miles an hour as well. Again, moving right over the Cohutta Wilderness is where this line is going over. As I said, it has lost quite a bit of intensity on the reflectivity side, so that's another positive thing to notice. So it has lost quite a bit of intensity in here. So some very good news. However, There's still some intense pockets in here, and the winds are still fairly potent. So that's definitely something to keep in mind here over the next little bit as it moves from west to east across the area, at least these areas. And let's make sure we don't have any couplets here and don't see anything like that. We had that small one near Dalton earlier, but that warning has since been long gone. It's expired, so that's good. But on this leading edge, we're still seeing some 40 to 50, some isolated pockets up to 60 mile an hour gusts here moving across the Cohutta Wilderness area of Murray County, Georgia. Moving up into Polk County, Tennessee. Same thing there. Winds weaken a little, but they're still pretty strong up in here, about 50 miles an hour, I would say, up in the Tellico Plains area at this time, with the way that is trending. So far, we've only had one tornado warning in the area. That was Dalton. That was Whitfield County a little earlier, about 20 minutes ago, but that's since been expired. So again, I've been looking through to see here behind the scenes, see if there's been any damage reports or anything like that. I haven't heard anything like that. I would imagine there's probably some trees down, at least from the straight line wind, but I've not heard of any touchdowns or anything like that, so that's good, at least as far as I know. But as I said, there's been a lot of reports of tree damage here right behind this line. So those that live to the east of all this, especially east of Highway 411 in the Blue Ridge Mountains here, this line is serious business. And this is what's going to also give the Mid-Atlantic, the Carolinas, and all the way up to the East Coast, basically the Northeast Coast, a chance of significant severe weather later today as well. So this line will be responsible for what they get to the north and northeast of us here later today up in those areas up along the East Coast. So they will be dealing with this here some 6 to 12 hours from now. But right now, the main area is seeing severe weather activity. And by the way, for those of you in Gordon County and Chattooga County, your warning has been canceled. So your warning's actually been canceled down here because this is falling below severe limits. So Gordon County, you are good. So nothing really happening here. As you see, the line's actually breaking up as it's moved over there. So some great news in that area. So again, the two counties, I mean really technically three counties here. The three counties we have left officially that are under warnings are the southeast half of Monroe County, so south of Madisonville. So that would be Tellico Plains, Sitico, Coker Creek, Chehalis Skyway. And then for Polk County, it's for areas east of Highway 411, mainly towards Big Frog Mountain, Ducktown, Copper Hill, Farner, Turtletown area. And in Murray County, Eton, Chatsworth, and points south from there. So that would also include Ramhurst, Ball Ground, Holly, Spring Place, Crandall, Hassler's Mill, Cohutta Springs, Cohutta Wilderness. Cisco and Gregory, you're pretty much in the all clear. The worst of this is passing to your east. And again, Whitfield County, all clear for you. Worst is over for you. So really from Calhoun, north and west, I-75 west and North Georgia. Here's I-75 right here, and there's I-59 to the west. You're pretty much all clear. Just rain, some thunder, some lightning. Nothing severe back in here. And notice the cutoff of the rain back here to the west is already moving into places like Tullahoma, Manchester, Woodbury, Smithville, west of McMinnville, down to the Huntsville area. So that will move off to the south and east, and we will get a pretty good lull in precip activity here for a little bit as we go into the early to mid-morning hours of our Monday here today. And then as we get towards mid to late morning, that's when, especially after, basically from sunrise onward, that's when temperatures are going to really plummet as we get forward. I mean, temperatures behind this front, behind this main line, are already dropping. I mean, looking at some of the numbers here, I'll go ahead and tell you some temperatures here. while I'm at this, just to show you that things are already dropping. Chattanooga's still checking in the low 60s, but Jasper and the Squatchy Valley are in the 50s now. Grundy County's dropped into the 40s. McMinnville right now is at 48. Winchester hovering around 50, just below. Scottsboro about 56. Fort Payne 60. 65 Dalton. Still quite balmy down in Rome at 68. And then to the north and east, 69 in Tellico Plains. Again, says that severe storm hits, but temperature, that's about to drop there pretty soon. 66 in Cleveland, 62 in Decatur. So the warmer air is being shoved east, and that colder air is moving in. The 30s have made it already into West Tennessee. Jackson Tennessee is at 38. Memphis has dropped to 39, so it's already getting colder out to the west. And just think about it, on the north side of this low pressure system of everything, they are dealing with a blizzard up in Wisconsin and Minnesota, Iowa, Michigan, that area. They got blizzard-like conditions happening on the cold side of this. So we're not getting that here, but all the way up there where it's a lot colder, they're getting blizzard-like conditions while we've been getting storms. So yeah, definitely a very dynamic weather system. Also, for any interest south of Montgomery, Alabama, near Greenville, Alabama, there's a tornado warning down that way that's active. Let me find that expiration time on that real quick in case anyone's got family or friends down there. And I also got a new severe thunderstorm warning, and that'll just tell you about here in just a second. But south of Montgomery, near Fort Deposit, Alabama, tornado warning's in effect until 3:45 in that area, in case you might have some friends or family down there. But back here locally, we have a new warning that includes, I don't really see anything impressive for Gordon County, but you are under a severe thunderstorm warning for the next 35 minutes, so that, again, goes into effect till 5 a.m. But I'm going to be honest with you, with this split here, it doesn't look too bad. I mean, the winds don't look any more than gusty on here, but I do respect the fact that, considering the history that this line has, it's definitely necessary to go ahead and post warnings out ahead of this just in case it were to re-intensify. Now, this does have that tag on it as a tornado possible, but currently looking through velocities, I'm currently not seeing an indication of any kind of tornadic activity at this time with that, so that's good. But again, this is moving to the south and east, again at about east and northeast, I should say, at about 40 to 45 miles an hour. So again, those of you in the Calhoun area, over towards Ranger and such, that's where the severe weather is right now. A little lighter in here, but again, the winds are probably still pretty gusty. It looks like the heaviest at this point is going to be in southern Gordon County. So basically Sonoraville, Ranger, Adairsville, and south, down into the northern end of metro Atlanta. And then up in here, Murray County still experiencing torrential rain, gusty winds, maybe a little bit of small hail south and east of Chatsworth there towards Ramhurst, but that's nothing severe. And that's almost out of Murray County. It'll be out of there probably in about 10 minutes. So this will be in Gilmer and Fannin counties within about 10 minutes. And this will be, and this right here will be out of Polk County within about 10 to 15 minutes. So you're almost clear in Ducktown, Copper Hill, Farner, and Turtletown. But give it about 10 to 15 minutes and you'll be good. Tellico, you're getting in on some heavy rain, some gusty winds there, as well as Coker Creek and out towards Sitico Creek and all that stuff out there. Cherahela, but give it about 10 to roughly 15 minutes and you'll be clear. Again, you're good here along 411, so the Highway 411 corridor is good to go. Basically north of Chatsworth through Ocoee, Benton, Delano, Etowah, Englewood, Madisonville, Von Orr, you're good up in here. And into the west of this, just rain, some emitted thunder, but no big deal. And that's going to be, and that's pretty much the end of that as it is. in those areas. Again, as I said, the only warnings we have in effect right now are in Gordon, Murray, Polk, and Monroe counties here, as this line continues to slowly but surely move off to the east here into the Blue Ridge Mountains. And I was looking at that little signature right there. There's a little bit of a beware there. That's a bounded weak echo region, but been looking at velocities. Thankfully, that's outflow dominant, but again, some very strong winds, though nonetheless. And typically, what that would indicate would be a strong rotation, but thankfully, because the outflow is all the way out in here, undercutting that, it's keeping that from spinning, so that's a good thing. So this is mainly a strong straight line wind deal as it moves through Rome, Calhoun, areas south and east of downtown Chatsworth, so Fort Mountain, Ramhurst, Coniston, Bloodtown, east of Ball Ground and Holly now, so you're clear in those areas. And then the Cohutta Wildlife Management area is on the north side of this, so things should be improving there shortly. Cisco, Gregory, Crandall, you guys are clear. Eton, I'm going to give you the all clear. Again, Ocoee, you're good. Benton, you're good. And then up here towards Delano, Etowah, Englewood, you're good. Athens, Riceville, Points West, you're also clear. Again, severe thunderstorm warning's been extended for the Gatlinburg area until, get a time on that, 5:15 Eastern. So if you know anybody up there vacationing, they are under a severe thunderstorm warning. Or if you happen to be up there, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning until 5:15 a.m. for Sevier County. And then down here to the south, again, these severe storms, in case you may have friends or family in Metro Atlanta, the Atlanta Metro is going to be getting in on this over the next few hours. So between roughly, we'll say between 5 and 9 a.m. is when this is going to roll into Metro Atlanta. So if you got friends or family down there, just make sure they're aware that they have strong to severe storms on the way with damaging wind, possibly some hail, heavy rain, lightning, and possibly an isolated tornado. But so far, things haven't looked really impressive on that end. And even that tornado warning that was in effect for 20 minutes in Dalton and Whitfield County was not really all that impressive circulation-wise. It was very weak. But at the same time, given that sometimes you can get brief little spin-ups along that leading edge, it was a good call to go ahead and put that warning out just to be on the safe side, especially considering it's the middle of the night and all that. So that really was a big help on that side. Again, I've not received any new, I'll double check the wind reports here real quick from the SPC and such and see if we got anything on that. And as I said, the wind damage reports are all over the place here. So let me see if I can scroll down and find some real quick as we get ready to wrap up here within the next half hour. So 2 miles west-southwest of Dalton, here's a tree damage report on I-75 near mile marker 332, so heads up there. That's in Dalton. Reports of a tree down, according to emergency management. 3 miles north-northeast of McDonald in Bradley County, a few trees down. 6 miles east of Eider, tree blocking one lane of US 11. 1 mile north of Tunnel Hill, tree down on Varnell Street. 1 mile east of DeKalb, 1 mile east of Hammondville, I should say, tree down. Also trees being reported down in the Boynton and Ringgold area. Marshall County, Douglas and Grant areas reporting trees down. And a location for that wasn't specified, at least on here, but 4 miles southeast of Stevenson, numerous trees down and lots of debris. Ray County also has trees down. So all these reports here are pretty much trees being knocked down. Several trees down across Marion and Sequatchie counties. So Marion and Sequatchie counties have trees down, several of them at least. So as I said, these storms have definitely produced a lot of tree damage. across the region here tonight. So yeah, most of it's all been trees. I haven't heard of any structural damage as far as like roofs being ripped off or anything. So from the sounds of it all, I do believe that most of the damage, like around Dalton and all that and other places, it is mostly all from straight line wind. So as I said, I haven't heard any structural damage. So the best assumption there, considering that it's mostly trees being down and some lines and stuff being down, that it was the damaging straight line wind gusts that we've had. So again, Chatsworth and Eton, I'm going to go ahead and give you all the all clear. So Chatsworth, you're good. And unfortunately, this area near Calhoun has intensified a little bit in the past few scans. So Calhoun's getting in on some really heavy thunderstorm activity at the moment. It's moving towards Ranger and Fairmount, so heads up in those areas. And then up here to the north, Ducktown, Farner, Turtletown, heavy rain in your area, some gusty winds, maybe some small hail up towards Coker Creek in Monroe County. Again, Tellico, you're getting in on the back side of this now, so I'm going to go ahead and give you the all clear since it's moving to your east and moving up the Cherry-Hala Skyway into a basically forested area up in there. So that's pretty much moving out of the area, even though there are some homes and stuff up in here around Citico, so be aware of that up in there for at least the next few minutes. Again, these warnings in here go into effect until 5 a.m. And as I said, I do plan on getting off here around that time or a little earlier if these storms move out of there quicker or they get expired a little early. We just have to wait and see on that end of things. So again, mainly some strong winds in here, and I'll put on velocity back here again real quick. Again, the winds are pretty tight in here, but nothing really crazy. But again, 50 to 60 is the rule as far as like rule of thumb, at least as far as severe wind gusts are concerned. There could be some spots to see a little bit less. But yeah, this is continuing to spread east and move up basically the spine of the Smokies and now moving up and over the Blue Ridge Mountains. So as these move up and over all these mountains up in here, that should help tear this apart, tear these storms apart as they move up over those, considering how high those mountains are. And then as it gets out here to the east towards Interstate 95 in the Carolinas and up through Virginia and the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast, that's when it will re-intensify out east in those areas, and they will have to deal with damaging winds and tornadoes later today out there to the east of us. So the good thing here is that this line does continue to, at least up in here, is continue to lose its intensity as it moves farther and farther away. I know we're getting quite a little bit of lightning here being indicated across the Chattanooga Metro area, but so far nothing severe. But again, nothing severe behind this. Again, just plenty of rumbles of thunder, some lightning, heavy rain. That's all there is to it back in here. And all this red that was up in here earlier has broken up quite a bit, so that's good. But again, all this is just heavy rain out in here. Again, still getting some hail here on the east side of Calhoun, east of I-75 towards Sonoraville and out towards Ranger and moving towards Ranger and Fairmount. So that'll be there probably within about 10 to 15 minutes. So that'll be the thing there. As I said, most of Murray County, I can pretty much give you the all clear now. So if you're in Ramhurst, Ball Ground, Chatsworth, up towards Eton, all the way up to the state line in Cisco and Tango, you guys are in the all clear. So, and again, and there's the update on that warning, just as I said that. So this is pretty much now, this part of the line is now exclusively out of the area and moving into Blue Ridge, Ellijay, and then points east from there. Still got this hanging around up in here across Ducktown, McKaysville, Copper Hill area, Copper Basin, up through Turtletown there along Highway 68 and Farner. Again, this is weakened quite a bit as well, so that's good. So give it about 5-10 minutes over here and towards Ducktown, Turtletown area, and you will be clear from the severe threat here in about 10 minutes or so. So the heaviest that we have on the board right now As far as the heaviest severe storm activity is this one, moving across Gordon County and approaching 411 out in here as it moves towards Ranger and Fairmount at this point. Again, behind this is just rain. So, again, northeast Alabama, Marshall County, Jackson, DeKalb County, Alabama, just rain continuation out in here. Nothing severe, but some pretty good soaking rains in there. Maybe some thunder and lightning down towards Gadsden. But notice the back side of all of this is moving to the east. So the back side of that is already pushing into Winchester. It's already pushing into Manchester and Woodbury. Also Tullahoma. So the back side of this big mess of rain and thunderstorms is already back out here to the west of the Squatchy Valley. So this is going to move across the plateau and then into Chattanooga and surrounding areas here over the next hour to 2 hours or so. So this rain will end. So that once this back edge of the rain passes, that will end. Might have some light rain or drizzle here on the back side during the morning. And then as temperatures drop, as we get later into the morning and the second half of the day, that's when, as temperatures drop into the 30s, any rain that's left over could change to a burst of snow. And the timing on that, as far as the flakes are concerned, I'm looking at that between about 9 and between 9 p.m. and sunset. 9 a.m. I should say. Between 9 a.m. and sunset. That's the way I'm seeing that. Again, we'll have on and off rounds and waves of valley may start as mix, rain, little sleet mix, then change the snow as we get towards the afternoon, lunchtime in the afternoon, and then we'll just have on and off bursts of snow showers during the afternoon and evening later today. So that'll help, and then that all tapers off as we get towards overnight tonight into Tuesday morning. And the main story on Tuesday morning, real quick, will be the cold, as temperatures will be in the upper teens to mid-20s. So, again, Ducktown up towards Turtletown, you still got some heavy downpours, a little bit of lightning and thunder, but I think the worst of this is pretty much over for you guys. Yeah, so, again, this continues to weaken quite a bit, so that's good. So I think you guys are pretty much safe up there. Again, the warning runs for another 20 minutes, but I think y'all are good up in here now because this continues to fall apart as it heads up through those mountains. Again, Ranger and Fairmount, get ready in the eastern end of Gordon County along 411, Highway 53, and 156 in that area, because this heavy cell moving out of Calhoun is severe. It's producing some severe wind gusts, again, probably 50 to 60 miles an hour, maybe a little bit of small hail in that north end. Again, this is the only area here seeing severe thunderstorm activity at this time. Again, that warning also expires here in 20 minutes. And then Rome is on the back side of this now, so they're clear. Adairsville's almost clear. And then Calhoun, I'm going to go ahead and give Calhoun and Resaca the all clear. So you guys are good. In fact, the warning's already been cut off, trimmed back for you guys. So Resaca and the majority of Calhoun, you guys are clear. This is moving to your east and away from you. So that is what we are looking at here at this time. So, and again, we still got some good rains back in here across Murray, Whitfield, Catoosa, Walker, Dade, Chattooga counties in northwest Georgia into Hamilton County. Also Bradley, Polk, Monroe. Still got good rain falling also in some thunder and lightning in McMinn, Meigs, Ray, Bledsoe, Cumberland, White, Squatchy, down through Grundy, Warren, and Marion. But the backside of this rain is already moving up, pretty much about to move up on top of the plateau at this point. And temperatures are also gradually falling too. So, again, Manchester's pretty much done with the bulk of this rain. Winchester is as well. Lynchburg, Fayetteville, you're done with it. McMinnville's almost done. 10-15 minutes, at least for the rain. That'll be ending there, but again, nothing severe to that. Again, the worst part of this severe storm has now cleared Polk County, so I know it's still raining heavily up in here from Copper Hill, McKaysville up through Ducktown, Turtletown, Farner. They're along Highway 68 in that area, but nothing severe though. The severe stuff's moved into Cherokee County, North Carolina, in that area. So the worst is over for Polk County, and for most of Monroe County, I'll give you the all clear, except for this part of the Cherahela up here for about 5 to 10 more minutes near the North Carolina border. And in response, the Weather Service in Greenville-Spartanburg has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of western North Carolina to account for that. So that's moving away from us, moving up to Cherahela and away from us. And locally, we're down to this. That's moving pretty much over Ranger as we speak, and about to move down to Highway 53 into Fairmount. And then once it gets through there, it will pretty much be officially all clear for the entire coverage area. These are the only two communities left that are dealing with severe thunderstorm activity at this time. Again, this Jasper you see over here, that's Jasper, Georgia, and Pickens County. That's not Jasper, Tennessee. So just wanted to point that out, that this Jasper over here is Jasper, Georgia, not Tennessee. But this is heading towards that area there. So Jasper, Georgia, down through Ball Ground, Canton, down in here, Talking Rock. Yes, that's a real name. These areas are all going to be next in line to see this line of heavy rain, torrential rain, lightning, damaging wind, and possibly some hail within that line. So let's make sure we don't have any kind of rotation real quick that doesn't pop up on us in the last minute, because I'm going to go ahead and considering now that things are weakening and this is all moving to the east and moving out of our area, I'm going to go ahead and sign off here for the night and have another post here in about 15-20 minutes that pretty much gives the official all clear. So again, Ranger and Fairmount there in eastern Gordon County, you do have a strong to severe storm, heavy rain, lightning, a little bit of small hail, but nothing big, some 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts. But that storm, thankfully, is non-tornadic. It's loud, noisy, but nothing to really worry about as that has actually come down in intensity. And looking at velocity there a minute ago, they didn't really look all that impressive. So I do believe that storm, at least on the wind side of things, is coming down in intensity a little bit. So with that said here, thank y'all for tuning in here tonight. Again, these warnings here to the east will expire right at 4 a.m. Central Time. That's 5 a.m. Eastern. So these are moving away from us here now. So again, Ranger, Fairmount for about the next 20 minutes or so. Expect heavy rain, lightning, strong wind gusts, and some small hail. And then after that, you will be clear by no later than 5 a.m. Eastern. And then this will continue moving out to the east. Again, this new warning will cover Cherokee, Clay County of North Carolina as that moves away from here. So that'll be good there. Again, if you're watching also from Blue Ridge and Murphy, you'll also have some strong to severe storm activity here over the next 20 to 30 minutes. And then after that, the severe threat will be over for there. So with that said here, guys, I hope you have a great rest of your morning, overnight morning, and Monday. And see you for more updates here on this cold and, yes, even the snowflakes here that will be moving in over the next 12 hours or so. See y'all soon.